Chapter 14:13. However, just as the Nether River Patriarch rushed out a few hundred meters, he suddenly stiffened and was stopped in his tracks. It was still that white light. So what shouted was arrogant laughter could be heard from afar. "Please turn around, baby." The Nether River Patriarch felt like he had eaten shit. "Turn your ass." Gourd. A red gourd suddenly appeared and enlarged. It was the soul dispersing gourd. It was also one of the Nether River Patriarch's trump cards. So his shout was eyes lit up. "I've been waiting for you for so long," he almost sang. If not for the gourd, Zwishauduo would not have done that. He was afraid that the gourd would be gone if the Nether River Patriarch exploded. Zhua Xiaoyan, who was close at hand, would have had the chance to kill the Nether River Patriarch. "Give it to me." The 6 gourds rushed forward and surrounded the soul dispersing gourd. At the same time, they shouted, "Don't move. Raise your hands." A fair and tender little boy appeared on the soul-dispersing gourd and raised his tender hands subconsciously. He looked confused and stuttered, "Why? Why am I surrounded?" "Say it, you surrender." The 6 gourds shouted together. "Okay, I surrender." The soul-dispersing gourd immediately pretended to be scared, its eyes flashing with amusement. "We accept your surrender." "Yeah." The soul-dispersing gourd surrendered in a second. Such a trick left the Nether River Patriarch completely dumbfounded and in utter despair. The 7 gourds' divine wills gathered and instantly cut off the Nether River Patriarch's divine soul connection. And to prevent the soul-dispersing gourd from getting hurt, they even counterattacked. The divine soul connection was cut off unilaterally. Moreover, the 7 divine wills on the other side were protecting it tightly. They chased, destroyed, and harassed. The Nether River Patriarch raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind was in a mess. This was bullying. The Nether River Patriarch had never dreamed that such a thing could happen. Just as he was in a daze, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest and neck. Zhua Xiaoyan's sword stabbed into his chest, and Gao Qiao, Er's sword chopped off the Nether River Patriarch's head. With a boom, the Blood River sword. The Nether River Patriarch's body turned into a pool of blood and merged into the river. The next moment, he appeared a few hundred meters away, but he was much weaker. But his face, Zwishauduo and the others instantly. The Nether River Patriarch's expression hardened. Suddenly, he let out a long howl and brandished his Yuan Tu and Avicii swords. At the same time, the millions of Azuras and blood gods around him suddenly fell to the ground and were reduced to pools of blood. All of a sudden, the countless warriors who were fighting with the Azura tribe felt their vision go blank. All of their attacks hit nothing but air. The Nether River Patriarch's cultivation was almost instantly restored to peak condition. He Nether River Blood Patriarch, Nether River Patriarch, Nether Patriarchswa, Xiao, Duo, didn't immediately rush up to fight. He turned to ask Yin Xiao, "Sister Yin Xiao, what should we do in this situation? As long as the Blood River is not destroyed, the sticks will not die. This is the law." Cloud Sky said coolly, "Want to truly kill Mingi, one must completely exterminate the Azura clan. There's such a thing." "Absolutely," Cloud Sky said. "Furthermore, this place isn't all of Azura. If we kill Nether River here, Patriarch Nether River will be resurrected in the underground Blood River." Zwishauduo's eyes flashed. "Then I'd like to see how many times he can resurrect. Sister Yin Xiao, please help us settle this as soon as possible." "All right." Zwishauduo and Yin Xiao, one on the left and one on the right, charged into the battle. Yin Xiao's main goal was to help the normal soldiers fight and save them from danger. On the other hand, Zwishauduo flew directly above the Nether River Patriarch, and the 99 kitty hammers turned into 2 mountains as they came crashing down. Clang! Clang! The Yuan Tu infinite pain, swords were sent flying with a mournful cry. Then, black and white rays of light fell in the sky above the Nether River like a storm. Together with Zhua Xiaoyan, they besieged Mingi from the left and right. Yin and Yang attacked at the same time. Ice and fire switched in an instant. A look of despair appeared in the Nether River Patriarch's eyes. In just a few minutes, Zwishauduo's hammers turned him into dust. When he reappeared in the Blood River, he was more than half of his original strength. Once again, he extracted the life force of countless blood gods and asuras and retreated frantically. But how could his speed compare to Zhuoxiao's? Zhuoxiao's true combat strength was the same as Zhuoxianyan's peak sage-to-be, and so was the Nether River Patriarch. But now, Zhuoxiaoduo alone could beat Nether River Patriarch. With Zhuoxianyan's help, the Nether River Patriarch could not fight back at all. He was beaten up the whole time. Again and again, he was beaten to a pulp. After he put away the Yuan two infinite pain swords, he did not dare to take them out again, because he found that both swords were full of scars and were at a disadvantage in the clash with the 99 kitty hammers. If he used them in battle again, they would probably be shattered by Zhuoxiaoduo. The Nether River Patriarch had never imagined that the power of a pair of heavy weapons could be so great. Since ancient times, none of the weapons used by experts were so heavy. Or perhaps, they were not that heavy in the beginning. As for the cyclic sky seal and the others, they were all magical treasures that could only be used when one reached a certain level. It was a completely different concept from the weapons that grew together with one's hand from the beginning. Most of the ancient experts used sabers, swords, spears, horsetail whisks, and so on. Firstly, they were light and agile, and secondly, elegant and unrestrained. He had never seen anyone who used hammers. But today, he saw someone who used heavy weapons and directly cultivated to the level of a demi-saint. Only then did he realize how terrifying it was. The Nether River Patriarch wanted to cry, but had no tears. He did not have a chance to escape. After he was beaten up again, just as he reformed his body. Of course, Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxianyan gave Nether River time to recover. 5 seconds, because they realized that if Nether River needed to recover, he would need to take the lives of at least hundreds of thousands of Azura soldiers and blood gods. He would use them to feed himself. In other words, beating up Nether River once was equivalent to killing hundreds of thousands of Azura soldiers. This was a bargain that could not be more worthwhile. Therefore, the two of them kept an eye on the Nether River Patriarch. They did not relax for even a moment. They would let him reform his body, then extract his life force to recover, and then beat him up again, and so on. This way, the human experts of the astral souls on the battlefield had a much easier time. Some people saw that they were about to die, but suddenly a whole group of enemies around them died. This feeling was really indescribable. I knew that I was about to die, but all of you turned into a pool of blood at the most critical second. This is really embarrassing. The commander of the Southern Army this time was the deputy commander. He was so experienced in battle that he immediately ordered loudly, "Do not seek to kill the enemy. Seek to protect yourself first. Protect yourself. That is victory." He could see that as long as this side held on, the enemies would automatically decrease in numbers. He had fought wars his whole life, but he had never thought that he could take advantage of such a situation. This battle was really comfortable. This way, the battle became even easier. Yun Shao activated the Golden Dragon Scissors and attacked the Nether River Patriarch. Instantly, the Nether River collapsed even faster. 10 minutes later, they watched as the Blood River slowly sank into the ground and turned into a pool of stagnant water. The Nether River Patriarch's consciousness seemed to be wriggling in the center, but the energy here could no longer support his revival. In particular, Zhuoxiaoduo and Shao were desperately setting fire, evaporating the Blood River. And Zhuoxianyan and Shao were desperately freezing and releasing ice flames. The Blood River was decreasing at a visible rate. In the end, only a patch of blood-red dried-up marks were left on the ground. The Azura army was completely annihilated. Zhuoxiaoduo searched for a long time, but could not find the two swords Yuan, Tu, and Avici. The Nether River is not dead. He must have taken them back. If we want to completely destroy the Azura, we have to go to the underground Blood River. Yin Shao reminded him. Zhuoxiaoduo was a little disappointed, but he immediately reacted. There are still 8 other enemies. We have to rush over to reinforce them. The pressure should be very heavy. But the most dangerous one should be Dad and Mom. Dad and Mom are fighting the demons. Zhuo Xiaoyan was worried. This, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately ordered the army to gather. Sister Yin Xiao, you and Yin go to my parents' side. I will gather everyone and go to Shangjing. We will split up. Okay. Yin Xiao agreed readily. Along the way, he could teach Zhuo Xiaoyan how to use Dharma treasures. Of course, Gao Xiao and Zhun Piapiao still followed Zhuo Xiaoyan. Xiao also followed. To be safe, Zhuo Xiaoduo also handed the immortal slaying gourd to Zhuo Xiaoyan. Let Sister Yin Xiao teach you how to use it. Then, he hurried Zhuo Xiaoyan. Let's go. We have to help Dad and Mom. As for Yin Shirsi, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't let him deal with the demons. Not to mention other things, the main body of the god-slaying spear was there. If Yin Shirsi betrayed them, so he had to bring him to Shangjing. A few minutes after Zhuo Xiaoyan and the others left, all the troops had entered the Tower of Annihilation. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo flew up and tore through space. He had been feeling uneasy. This was the feeling that something big was going to happen. He had been feeling uneasy, but when he thought about the fortune of everyone before he set off, most of them were fine. He was a little relieved, but also a little worried. The divination first showed that Yin Zhonghu's calamity was this time. He wondered, how is it now? Chapter 14:14. Shangjing. Li Chenglong had meticulously planned. Yu Xingqian had a discussion with the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix to plan a decisive battle and propose a decisive battle at the suicide cliff. Don't destroy Shangjing City. However, the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix refused. Why should we listen to your suggestion? Whether Shangjing City is destroyed or not, you don't have the final say. Our three clans have the final say. Looking at the mocking eyes of the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix, Yu Xingqian was flustered and exasperated and was about to explode. At this moment, Li Chenglong appeared and said a few words with a smile. If you win, the entire continent will be yours. Why destroy the integrity of Shangjing? If you fail, with the pride of the three ancient god clans, do you need ordinary people to be buried with you? Why? The three ancient clans that have been invincible since ancient times have no confidence. You don't have the confidence to win? Li Chenglong said in an even more mocking tone. So, you don't even dare to agree to a normal request for a decisive battle? He laughed out loud. If the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins have to rely on the 200 million people of Shangjing to threaten us before they have the courage to fight this battle, then why should the people of Shangjing fear death? So what if we do as you wish? Just like just now, Yu Xingqian couldn't stand the ridicule of the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. Now, facing Li Chenglong's ridicule, the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins suddenly exploded. Bullshit! The ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and Qilin cursed at the same time. Li Chenglong said loudly, "That's right. You're very accurate. Our goal is to protect Shangjing City. Now, let's see if you dare to go there and fight. If you don't dare, we can accept it here. We astral souls are not afraid of sacrifice." Li Chenglong's voice rumbled. Below, a tsunami-like voice came from Shangjing City. "We can fight here. We're not afraid of death. We're not afraid of death. We also want to see the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins fall from the sky. Avenge the heroes. We're not afraid." Waves of sound waves rushed into the sky. The people of Shangjing almost shouted their hearts out. Above them, the countless astral souls soldiers felt their hearts beating violently. Their blood was rushing through their veins, and their bodies felt like they were about to explode. "Do you dare?" The Ancestor Dragon, Ancestor Phoenix, and Ancestor Qilin snorted arrogantly. "We know that your goal is to protect this city, but we, the three races, have nothing to fear. Our original goal was to eliminate the main force of astral souls. Our target was Shangjing, but it was only a means. Now that the main force is already in front of us, why should we care about the lives of a bunch of ants? So be it. As you wish, what do we, the three ancient god clans, have to fear?" These words were arrogant and full of confidence. Immediately, the three clans cheered in excitement. If that's the case, please, Li Chenglong ordered, and the 6 human armies of the astral souls retreated. Shanjing City was left completely defenseless in front of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. It's clear that we trust you. I wonder if the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans are worthy of our trust? Let's go. With the pride of the 3 ancient clans, they naturally didn't even look at Shanjing City. They waved their hands and ordered the army to move. The Dragon clan moved first. Under the lead of tens of thousands of pure-blood dragons, a group of vipers surged over like a tide. There were dragon turtles, dragon fish, flood dragons, dragon lions, dragon elephants, and even dragon humans. Dragons were lustful by nature. Ahem, everyone knew this, so there was no need to explain. In short, they were all vipers and vassal clans of the Dragon clan. The Phoenix clan had more of them. Qingwan, Honghu, Shangyang. Then came the vassal clans of the Phoenix clan. They flapped their wings and flew over in a mighty manner. Then came the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan had the least number of pure-blood Qilins. They led a large group of vassal demon beast clans and also surged through the sky like a torrent. These divine beasts, if it were 5 years ago, I'm afraid that the appearance of any one of them could cause a catastrophe for the entire continent. Yudan was still a little emotional. Now, they're in such a large group, but it still makes us feel that they're just SOS. The changes are really too great. Yin Zhonghu said honestly, of course, my little junior brother has brought great changes to the continent's strength. It's really too great. Yudan nodded. There was really no way to refute this. Although the Xiao duo's character had always been lazy, mischievous, eccentric, and despicable, but if one thought about it carefully, all these changes were brought to the entire Star Soul human tribe after this brat slowly became stronger. Those countless elixirs, countless resources, countless divine weapons, and that mysterious void extermination tower, especially those elixirs that could raise the cultivation of Zenith Heavenly Realm. Thinking about it carefully, this little guy who often made people want to kick him actually did so many things. The situation of the entire continent changed because of him. The battle strength of the entire human clan of the Astral Souls increased by more than 10 times because of him. This battle is going to be very dangerous. Yudan said seriously. Yin Zhonghu, let's fight side by side. We can't be separated to avoid being defeated one by one. He felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Yudan had once asked with Xiaoduo about Yin Zhonghu's divination. Yudan instinctively felt that. Perhaps this was Yin Zhonghu's final battle, the tribulation of his life. Therefore, he didn't allow Yin Zhonghu to leave his sight. As he spoke, he flew in the air, looking straight ahead. He didn't look at Yin Zhonghu. Yin Zhonghu was stunned for a moment. He said, after so many years, this is the first time you've called me by my full name. Yudan, are you afraid? Are you afraid that I'll die? Yudan laughed and said, I'm afraid that you won't die fast enough. I'll make it up to you when the time comes. Go to hell. Yin Zhonghu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bai Yunduo followed closely behind her husband, feeling her heart beating like a drum. Looking at her husband's broad shoulders, which seemed to be solid and reliable, she couldn't help but feel a little at ease. She thought to herself, we can only win this battle. If we win, we'll take a big step towards our final goal. But if we lose, forget it. I don't want to think so much. Anyway, I'll accompany Brother Hu. We live and die together. For the sake of my belief, what's wrong with dying in battle? They were already thousands of miles away from Shanjing City. The troops at the front had already begun to line up under Li Chenglong's arrangements. Hundreds of millions of soldiers and horses gathered together. Other than the sound of the wind blowing the flags and the rustling of clothes, no one said a word. One by one, they stood solemnly, pricked up their ears, listened to orders, followed the commander of the headquarters, entered their own formation, and lined up in the designated area in front. The Dragon clan had also begun to organize their formation. A great battle was about to break out. Even the air seemed to have become heroic. Chapter 14:15. Li Chenglong did not hesitate and immediately made a decision. The original 6 groups will remain unchanged. The 6 groups moved separately and did their own things. In this march, there was already a clear direction, and each group had to face strong opponents that could not be ignored. So far, there was a certain degree of cooperation. Li Chenglong did not intend to mess up and redistribute the groups. At this time, regrouping would only reduce the strength of the troops. Hearing Li Chenglong's words, the few commanders nodded. Form a triangular battle formation. Double star formation. Pai Bao. Present. For this battle, you'll be free to move around outside the battle circle. Your only mission is to kill no less than 100 high-level dragon, phoenix, and Qilin cultivators. At the same time, try your best to avoid exposing yourself. Yes, commanders, you will still be in charge of your own commands. At the same time, pay attention to your own safety and avoid the enemy's strategy of killing the commanders. Yes, the left and right heavenly kings will be out of command and form the dagger team. Together with Lord Bai Yinduo, they will focus on killing the enemy's experts. The commanders and deputy commanders were all military experts who were familiar with military formations. In terms of commanding the troops, they were indeed more proficient than the left and right heavenly kings. Although the left and right heavenly kings were like commanders-in-chief. In this kind of battle, the clash of high-level combatants was the first guarantee of the victory of the army. Li Chenglong's arrangement was truly making the best use of everything and everyone's talents. Yes, Qin Sha swordsman, you will also prioritize killing the enemy's experts. Yes, Emperor, Lord Changtian, you two will go together. Yes, Yu Moyin Dugan Li Zhongming, Yin the 4 of you will be in a group. Li Chungming's great dream divine technique will be the point of attack. Yu Yin will be in charge of protecting Li Chungming. When the enemy slackens, Yu Moyin will attack and Dugian will assist. Yes, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Zhan Xuejuan, the 3 of you will be in a group. Focus on unleashing Zhan Xuejuan's explosive power. Yes, Uncle Wu Taijiang, you will be in charge of the army and deploy the military equipment. All right, I will be in charge of commanding the middle troops and coordinating with the 4 directions. Everyone, please act according to your orders and change the formation. Do not slack off. Yes, the sharp saber force. When you need to form up and kill the enemy, you must return immediately and serve as the front line of your army. You must be both the sharpest spear and the sharpest shield. Get into formation. In less than 3 minutes, the 2 triangular formations had already formed and were ready to go. For the sake of safety, Li Chenglong did not choose to go all in. He even kept a portion of his reserve troops to deal with any unexpected changes. The marshals were full of praise for Li Chenglong's tactical adjustments. Even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to do any better. In particular, the arrangement of the top combatants was even more ingenious. Even Dongfang Zhengyang nodded in agreement. If it were them, it would be easy for them to command an army. However, they would not be able to command the Emperor, Sword Emperor, and Qin Sha. Some even didn't dare to open their mouths. After all, the respect they had for tens of thousands of years was ingrained in their bones. However, Li Chenglong did not feel that way at all. He had the clearest understanding of a military advisor. Even if you were a saint in my army, you are just a pawn under me. You must obey my orders. That was a military formation. Li Chenglong spoke faster and faster. In this battle, our real disadvantage is our overall strength. Our overall strength is much weaker than the enemy's. However, we also have an advantage, and that is the military formation and the art of war. The battle formation that integrates the combat strength of the soldiers is our advantage. The command mode that follows orders is our biggest help. The enemy's individual strength is undeniable. However, when it comes to fighting as a team, it can be said that they are like scattered sand. Obviously, they have not gone through any unified battle formation training. Therefore, We must maintain this advantage and make full use of it. Li Qinglong said word by word. When an ordinary army encountered a super-class expert, what was the only way to protect themselves? It was the battle formation. It was to use the advantage of numbers to share and unload the part of the force that was beyond their capacity, using this to resist and even destroy the enemy. There is no need to say anything more. However, I still request that before the casualties exceed half of our numbers, the military formation cannot be disrupted. The formation cannot be scattered. This is the only thing that you ordinary soldiers can rely on to kill the enemy and save your lives. If the formation of 10,000 men is broken, you can still form another formation of 5,000 men. If 5,000 men are broken, you can still form another formation of 3,000 men. Even if the formation falls below 100 men, you can still form 72 men, 81 men, 36 men. All kinds of formations. For the astral soul's continent, for your brothers, for your wives, children, and families, everyone, even if you are in a desperate situation, do not give up. Self-destruction is the only way to survive under 10,000 deaths. Do not be too impulsive. Li Qinglong said loudly. In the past 3 years, the astral soul's continent's human soldiers had trained the most in killing formations. This was also the only method that Li Qinglong had painstakingly found that could allow a low-level army to fight against a high-level expert. After 3 years of training, it was impossible for the flood, which to destroy an army of 8,000 men with a single hammer, to happen again. As long as they didn't panic and the battle formation didn't disperse, with a combined strength of 8,000 people, even if they were facing a super-powerful battle force like the flood, which they still had room to fight back. In the worst case, under the protection of the formation, they wouldn't collapse in an instant. As long as they could hold on for a while, there would be room for maneuvering. At this moment, the bugle call for the charge was blown. Li Qinglong waved his hand and said, "Let's fight." Without giving the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races a chance to reorganize their formations, the astral soul's continent's army charged forward in 2 huge triangular formations. The left and right heavenly kings, Celestial Emperor Zhai Xing, Lei Chan Tian, Sword Sovereign Qin Sha, and other top experts of the astral souls, were at the tip of the triangle. With such an extreme attack, it was obvious that they wanted to use their strongest strength to forcefully tear apart the outer wings of the dragon and phoenix races. It was like a hot knife cutting into frozen butter. A fierce battle immediately began. This attack could be said to be the only advantage that the astral soul's continent's army could take advantage of in Li Qinglong's calculations. It was also the biggest advantage, under the premise that they had to fight before they could fully determine the opponent's strength. Taking the initiative to attack while the opponent was still in a stable position could be said to be the most advantageous tactic. The next best situation was naturally to separate the 2 wings of the opponent's army and use the power of the military formation to gradually encroach on them. Of course, this was the most ideal situation. It could also be said to be wishful thinking. Li Qinglong was very clear that this move might be able to disrupt the opponent's current formation and could also cause a certain amount of damage. However, it was too wishful thinking to achieve the ultimate goal of encroaching on the opponent's army. What he hoped for was to be able to see how much of the opponent's strength he could reduce after this temporary advantage at the beginning of the battle. He could then use this to calculate the opponent's strength level. Of course, if the number of people he could reduce in this wave of attack was satisfactory, it might be slightly easier in the future. However, if the number of people he reduced was too little, then the following battle was destined to be cruel. The astral soul's continent's army, even with the support of the military formation, would find it difficult to hold on, let alone gain the upper hand. Strength was the absolute truth, and the absolute truth was obviously not on the side of the astral soul's continent's humans. Therefore, Li Qinglong's biggest hope was actually not on the battlefield in front of him, but on the reinforcements. Li Qinglong did not have much hope for Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding's team. Against the army of the demon race led by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, if Uncle's team could maintain the situation and stall the enemy, It would be a great victory that was beyond his imagination. After all, the demon ancestors' thunderous attack had brought too much shock to the powerhouses on the continent of the astral souls. It was almost like a nightmare. Zhuo Changlu and his wife's cultivation had improved greatly. Otherwise, they would not have the confidence to fight against the demon ancestor at all. The real backup that Li Qinglong was looking forward to was on Zhuo Xiaoduo's side. They had been partners for a long time. Before they set off, they had already discussed that they must finish off the Azura army as soon as possible and then return as fast as possible to reinforce Shangjing. The faster, the better. Whether or not they could hold on in this battle, and whether or not there would be any humans on the continent of the astral souls after the war, all depended on Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's speed in finishing off the enemy. However, even so, Li Qinglong was not very confident. Although the Nether River Patriarch was the weakest of the 3 battlefields in his calculation, it was not easy for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan to finish off the Nether River Patriarch and the hundreds of millions of soldiers behind him as soon as possible. Such a large-scale war of extermination could not be finished in a short time, even if it did not last for a long time. Li Qinglong was confident that the battle on his side could last for a day and a night without collapsing. As for more than that, he could only rely on luck. One day and a night was not easy to win. Such a strategic goal, and that was Li Qinglong's promise, was Zhuo Xiaoduo, gave him more confidence. If it had been anyone else, they might not have been able to hold on. After all, the overall strength difference between the 2 sides was too great. Kill! Kill! Both sides let out an earth-shaking roar. The troops on both sides began a charge. The astral souls were one step ahead, but the dragon race was not to be outdone. With a loud bang, they collided with one another. At that moment, the sky temporarily darkened. Then, countless human heads, dragon heads, deer heads, and lion heads could be seen flying into the air. Countless severed limbs floated in the air like raindrops. Fresh blood seemed to have opened a hole in the sky and connected to the Nether River Patriarch's blood river as it flowed down. As the battle between the 2 sides began, waves of blood instantly filled the sky. Roars and screams joined together. From the beginning of the battle, one's ears had basically lost their function. Tens of millions of people shouted in unison, and the sound of battle rumbled around them. It was truly a deafening feeling. Many people with lower cultivation were even knocked unconscious by the huge sound waves. Their brains and souls were shattered, and they were turned into lifeless zombies. Then, under the vibration of the sound waves and the trampling of enemies or allies, they were naturally reduced to dust and scattered in the air. At such a time, the dust and ashes did not even have the chance to fall from the sky and return to dust. They were driven by the tyrannical waves of the battle and floated in the air endlessly. Streaks of darkness flashed, as if there were countless ravines in the air, and they disappeared in a flash. That was when an expert discovered that he was no match for the enemy and chose to self-destruct the moment he came into contact with them. At such a time, no one cared whether their self-destruction would hurt their allies. Everything was to hurt the enemy first. As for whether they would hurt their comrades or not, they really did not care. At most, they would roar before they self-destructed. "I'm going." They would take the opportunity to remind their comrades, and then try their best to charge into the enemy's camp. The dead would be reduced to dust, and there would be no other thoughts. The living still did not have any time to feel sad or sigh, and they did not even have the time to reminisce. Their only response was to charge forward with red eyes and weapons, stepping on the corpses of their comrades, stepping on the flesh of their enemies, waving their swords and fighting. Everyone did not care about their own safety, and everyone did not care about anything. Self-destruction had become a common occurrence, and it was inevitable. My comrades have already returned, and I will do my best to fight. If I can avenge you, I will avenge you. If I unfortunately die in battle, I will not let this life down, just like you. I will not let down my youth. One word, long snake. Yu Xingchen roared like a thunderclap, and the army behind him instantly gathered and returned to their positions. With Yu Xingqian and Lei Changtian as the dragon heads at the front, the army of more than 50 million maintained their own formations, and all of them converged into the one-word long snake formation. For a moment, it was as if a huge black dragon had overturned the seas and rivers. It forcefully blocked the north and south of the dragon army, and then rolled over and killed the enemy, looking disdainfully at the wilderness. There were constantly soldiers on the periphery screaming and falling into the dust, and they were smashed into pieces before they could be rescued. However, there were also dragon warriors screaming and falling from the sky continuously. Continuous screams could be heard incessantly. A huge green dragon revealed its true form and howled miserably towards the sky. Its two huge dragon eyes had already turned into two bloody holes. The long sword in Yu Xingqian's hand flashed, and Lei Changtian's Demon King hook danced in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The huge green dragon's body turned into more than 10 round pieces, and dragon blood poured down like a waterfall. Two of the dragon's body parts were swept past by the two of them and kept into their space rings. The other parts that fell off were knocked around by the strong wind and kept breaking into pieces. When it fell through the clouds, passed through the armies that were fighting, and landed on the ground, there were only a few pieces of shiny dragon skin with bits and pieces of flesh left. It was barely considered complete. Two more azure dragons roared as they pierced through the air. Their targets were Yu Xingqian and Lei Zhangtian. Dongfang Xingyang. Yu Xingqian roared, "You command." Before he finished his sentence, he and Lei Changtian had already turned into two wisps of green smoke and faced the two attacking green dragons head-on. In the sky, Pai Yibao stood majestically without any sense of presence, and the huge bow in his hand was slowly drawn. Below, there was an uproar, but Pai Yibao's expression was cold, as if he was detached from the world and did not fit in with the current battle. However, a huge arrow that looked like a long spear was knocked on the bowstring. In an instant, the bow was drawn to a full moon, and the arrow was like a shooting star. Whoosh! An arrow tore through the air. Below, a black dragon suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, and a huge arrow appeared on its forehead, and a huge bloody hole was created. That huge arrow, which was at least 2 meters long, was completely inserted into its skull. Even the tail of the arrow was not revealed. The black dragon's body rolled and fell. Although it was still struggling, it was already at the door of death, and there was no chance of survival. A moment later, another arrow shot out. An unusually ferocious one-legged phoenix, Shang Yang, was hit by the sword out of nowhere. The arrow shot through the skull. Apart from destroying the head, the remaining force of the arrow didn't diminish. It pierced through the neck and the lower abdomen, shattering the dantian and soul into pieces. A ball of nirvana flame suddenly rose, and Shang Yang knew that he would not be able to survive. He had no choice but to use his last life-saving trump card, hoping that he would be lucky. However, a sword came quickly and directly split the surging nirvana flame in half. A spirit flashed out from the nirvana flame, and then it was immediately smashed into pieces by the combined forces of hundreds of people beside it. Since the process of nirvana was interrupted, Shang Yang naturally had no chance of surviving. He was completely destroyed, and his spirit was completely destroyed. Li Chenglong was standing in the sky above the central army, and he looked at the battlefield in front of him. All he could see was a sea of blood, and the smell of blood filled the air. Countless familiar faces were turned into minced meat after a loud roar, and they were never seen again. These people had all drunk wine together and talked about the world together. The messenger soldiers beside Li Chenglong were all trembling, and their eyes were bloodshot. However, Li Chenglong's expression did not change. Instead, his eyes became calmer and calmer. At this juncture, everyone could panic, but only he could not. He had to maintain an icy heart and a cold heart. The battle in front of him was becoming more and more intense, and the battle formation that he had put in all his effort to control was already fully formed. The time has come. Raise the flag, change the formation, combine the two formations, and form the two dragons emerging from the water formation. Then immediately change into the pentagonal formation, and the five directions will revolve to form a rolling dragon that will scatter and kill the enemy. Roger, a huge flag that was several hundred feet wide and 1,000 feet tall, was waved by the combined forces of 3 Heaven Ascension stage cultivators, and the flag signals were impeccable. Countless people within the formation yelled in agreement. The flag signals have changed. The flag signals have changed. Dongfang Jingyang and the other commanders responded to the command from the Central Army, and they carried out the command at all costs. Then, they sacrificed several Dao integration stage cultivators to forcefully change the battle formation and form the two dragons emerging from the water formation. It was no easy task to change the battle formation of tens of millions of soldiers. Even though Dongfang Jingyang and the other commanders responded in time and without any hesitation, tens of thousands of soldiers were still killed by the time the second battle formation was formed. However, as the two battle formations converged, they transformed into the pentagonal formation, and the soldiers of the five directions began to move in unison. Under the coordination of the Central Army, the troops from the east, west, north, and south formed a flowing and charging pattern. Moreover, they gradually expanded, each wave higher than the previous one. Currently, they were all moving toward the left. Looking from above, all of the soldiers of the astral souls looked like a gigantic wheel. The four directions were led by Yun Zhonghu, Yu Dongtian, Bai Yunduo, Yu Xingchen, Lei Chantian, Qin Sha, Sword King, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and the others. With the weapons in their hands as the points, a vast and irresistible power transformed into a sharp blade that was thousands of feet long, and it whizzed past them. Such a method of condensing energy into weapons naturally possessed astonishing lethality, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Even a quasi-sage wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. However, Yin Zhonghu and the others were able to do so, and this was because the gigantic battle formation behind them was providing them with an endless supply of energy. This energy was all received by Yun Zhonghu and the others, and then they attacked wildly. Yun Zhonghu and the others were only the controllers of this mighty force. Although it still consumed a considerable amount of energy, as 4 ounces of force was still needed to move 1,000 ounces of force, compared to the energy consumption of condensing energy into weapons, it was insignificant. And this was the battle formation transformation method that Li Chenglong had set up. Even with Yu Xingchen's level of cultivation, it would be difficult for his body to bear such a huge amount of energy. However, it was a different matter to act as a relay station for the moment of receiving and immediately attacking. And this kind of power was tyrannical to a considerable extent. Even the powerful experts of the 3 races, the dragon, the phoenix, and the qilin, would find it difficult to resist. Such a powerful battle formation naturally wouldn't be without its drawbacks. In addition to such a rotation, another battle formation transformation was needed, and it would turn into a rest and recuperation, accumulating energy, and after the 3 battle formations rotation and recuperation, it would turn into another killing formation that continued to form a cycle, forming an uninterrupted and progressive killing atmosphere. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to continuously kill people in one wave. Not only would it be interrupted by the enemy, but it would also be difficult to continue in one go, and then weaken, and then exhaust, leading to a total collapse. Boom Boom, seeing that the sharp attacks were incomparably fierce, the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Phoenix both tried to stop them, but they were also blasted back more than 10,000 feet, spitting out blood. This is a battle formation. The Ancestor Dragon roared, break their flow, and attack the middle of the battle formation. The Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix were veteran experts who had lived through countless epics. Naturally, they were veterans of hundreds of battles. Their combat experience was extremely rich. After suffering a loss once, they immediately reacted. How could they continue to attack? At this moment, the 5-element formation had already rotated 2.5 rounds, and more than 100,000 soldiers of the three races were all crushed into powder. Thousands of bloodline experts of the dragon, phoenix, and Chilean races couldn't escape in time and died. Such a battle result was glorious. However, the battle formation had already been activated to this point, and it was already showing signs of weakness. Especially after the brazen collision of the two peak experts, the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Phoenix, the battle formation seemed to be incomparably powerful, and the two peak experts were pushed back consecutively. But in fact, the battle formation had already been delayed twice in succession. Although the battle formation wasn't messed up, it was no longer as smooth and flawless as before. Under the orders of the two clan leaders, countless experts began to chase after the five-element formation and attack the middle of the battle formation. Amidst continuous screams, countless soldiers fell like dumplings. Flag signal, tripartite defense formation. Li Chenglong shouted. The flag waved, and the order was sent out. Dongfang Xingyang and the others roared together, and they began to change the battle formation. They turned from attack to defense and fought against the enemies with all their might. However, when the battle formation was formed, millions of soldiers had already died under the large-scale counterattack of the three races. Of course, the casualties of the three races would only increase. Even though the battle formation of the five-element formation was gradually losing its balance, its power was still shocking. The three races' armies launched a large-scale attack, and countless weaker warriors died under this round of confrontation. Because both sides were filled with hatred, they licked their wounds and were ready to attack again. Li Chenglong was still calmly watching the battle from the sky. He watched as the tripartite defense formation slowly accumulated power in the battle formation and turned into an aura that twisted into a rope in the battle. Flag signal. Change the battle formation. Li Chenglong ordered. Quick 7-star battle formation. Attack. The battle formation of the army changed again. Other than that, the only movement was that cold arrows were shot down from the sky one after another. But in such a vast battle, no one would notice anything at all. Pai Bao's fingers were already dripping with blood. So far, he had consecutively shot down more than 50 experts of the three races. Although most of them were heavily injured by one arrow, and then they were besieged and killed by the soldiers on the battlefield, the outcome of the battle would definitely be different if it were not for his unexpected arrow. But now, he had reached the point where he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Every arrow he shot was made with the strength of his whole body. It consumed his true chi, vitality, and mental strength. If it were not for him holding on with one breath, it would have been difficult for him to continue. Pai Bao felt that it was difficult for him to continue, so he did not hesitate. He took out the heaven-mending stone that Zhou Xiaoduo had given him and immediately stuck it on his right wrist. The wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the exhausted true chi was gradually recovering. His eyes did not pay attention to his wound, but like a hawk, he looked for the enemy he needed to kill. Shoot the strongest enemy to the greatest extent, and save the weakest on my side to the greatest extent. Ensure that the battle formation can operate smoothly to the greatest extent. This was his mission. Feeling that his injury had almost recovered, and his dantian was filled with true chi again, Pai Bao silently raised the bow again. The bow was like a thunderbolt. The arrow was like a meteor, invisible and traceless. Traceless and invisible. Li Chenglong looked at the time anxiously. Once again, he lamented that time was passing too slowly. It had only been an hour and a half since the start of the battle, but the number of casualties on both sides had reached tens of millions. This was a battle in the air, and there were no restrictions on the ground. The forces of both sides were able to expand to the limit in a three-dimensional way. It has only been an hour and a half. Zhua, when will you come back to help? Please, make it incredible again. Make it a miracle again, and continue to write your legend. Don't let the legend end. Li Chenglong was very worried. He had begun to wonder if he could hold on for at least a day and a night. Was he too optimistic? Currently, Using the power of the battle formation and precise command, they were able to fight evenly with the enemy, and the casualties were about the same for the time being. However, Li Qinglong was very clear in his heart. This was only the beginning, and it was only the beginning. After this, the army of the astral souls would inevitably fall into a passive position and fall into a decline. In such a situation where both sides are evenly matched, even if I use all my commanding ability, I can only hold on for an hour and a half at most, or even less. I can't deal with the enemy in front of me twice with the same move. The first time I caught them off guard, and the second time I'll be at my wit's end, and I'll be doomed. Then, at most 2 hours later, we'll be at a disadvantage. As the battle continues, at most 4 hours later, the astral souls will be at a disadvantage. This can't be helped. The battle in the air consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and the enemy doesn't have such concerns. This is the innate advantage of the dragons and phoenixes, and the main reason for the fall of the Brave Soul Pass was because of this. If Zwi can come to help within 4 hours, we can still control the situation. If it's more than 4 hours, the situation will be out of control. My wishful thinking is too one-sided. I didn't expect the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix to be so powerful that they can shake the foundation of the battle formation like the 4 directions rotation by themselves, causing the performance of this trump card to be far worse than expected. Once we're at a disadvantage, if we want to maintain the battle formation and prevent the situation from worsening, I'm afraid that some of the higher-ups will die. One day and a night can be fought for, but when that time comes, the lives of the higher-ups will be exchanged. Can Boswa make it back in 4 hours? Even if he can make it back in 6 hours, the situation is really not looking good. Li Qinglong's face was calm, as if he had the pearl of wisdom and the overall situation in his hands. In fact, the worry in his heart was like a raging river and overturning sea. Zwi, you must come back soon. However, while Li Qinglong was worrying, Zwi, Xiao Duo, whom he was eagerly waiting for, was still fighting with the Nether River Patriarch. He was still blowing up the Nether River Patriarch over and over again. The Nether River Patriarch was weakening visibly, but he still didn't die, as if he was proving the wisdom of the primeval era. As long as the blood sea doesn't dry, the Nether River won't die. But as time went by, the exhaustion of the long battle gradually affected both sides greatly. The dragons, phoenixes, and Cheelants were slightly stronger. Their overall strength had always been superior, and their individual strength also gave them an advantage in recovery. Even if they were covered in wounds, they could still maintain a considerable amount of vitality. On the other hand, the humans of the astral souls were already exhausted and couldn't continue. Even experts like Yudong Tian, Yin Zhonghu, and Yu Moying gradually felt that it was a little difficult to bear. Many ordinary soldiers were already on the verge of exhaustion. They felt that their vision was turning black, and their legs were weak. If the golden drum sounded, most of them might fall asleep on the spot, or even die on the spot. So far, they had been fighting with all their strength for 3 consecutive hours without any break. There was no rest during this period, and they didn't even dare to take a breath. Because if they were careless, the price would be their own lives and the lives of their comrades. One by one, they panted violently, and there were people who died because of exhaustion. Yin Zhonghu's breathing was rapid, and his face was flushed. As the higher-ups, they were also the main force of the battle. They had always been facing the enemy head-on. If they didn't have the heaven-mending stone with them, which provided a considerable amount of help and recovery, they would only be more exhausted at this moment. Every once in a while, Yudong Tian would ask this question. Who's he? Do you still have the heaven-mending stone? Have you used it up? Yin Zhonghu replied, I still have. How many more times can you use it? Such a question and answer was already the 3rd time. How many more times can you use it now? Less than 1 more time. Understood. Yudong Tian nodded. His own heaven-mending stone had been used up, and his elixirs were also close to being used up. Now, Yin Zhonghu's supplies were also running out. Bai Yundu's side should also be almost done. The battle had reached a point where they couldn't hold on any longer. He looked behind him. Mu Yin, who was only a few steps away from him, was covered in blood. Her pretty face was pale, and her eyes were blank. Obviously, she was also exhausted to a considerable extent. Seeing Yu Dongtian turn to look at her, Mu Yinyin forced a smile, indicating that she could still fight. Yu Dongtian looked at Mu Yinyin, who was dressed in white, with heartache in his eyes. He grabbed an elixir and handed it over. "Eat it." "What about you?" "I still have it." In fact, this was already Yu Dongtian's last elixir, which was given to him by Zhuo Xiaoduo before. Because of its special spiritual power, Yu Dongtian had been reluctant to use it. Even in such a dangerous situation, he still kept it for a rainy day. And at this moment, it was obviously the time for a rainy day. Mu Yinyin shook her head, indicating that she didn't want it, but Yu Dongtian grabbed her and forced it into her mouth. Mu Yinyin only felt a warm current quietly sliding from her throat all the way to her dantian. Immediately, she felt a surge of power rising, and all the fatigue in her body disappeared. Even her own cultivation had taken a big step forward. Mu Yinyin only felt that her condition had never been better. The magical effect of this elixir was obvious. She felt Yu Dongtian's fingers gently stroking her face. The rough touch even made her face feel a little tender. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide and look at Yu Dongtian, looking at the man who had completely messed up her heart. All she could see was Yu Dongtian's painful eyes, which were full of vicissitudes of life. He looked at her face and said softly, "I'm sorry." "Sorry?" Mu Yinyin couldn't help but be stunned. Why did he say sorry? What time was it now? Hundreds of millions of troops were fighting, but she was waiting for an apology. In an instant, Mu Yinyin only felt mixed feelings in her heart. "I really shouldn't have thought of you as Fenghua before." There was guilt in Yu Dongtian's eyes, and he said softly, "In this world where you can die at any time, I really shouldn't have flirted with you. That's very unfair to you." Mu Yinyin said, "It's all in the past," and Yu Dongtian laughed. "It's good that you don't blame me." He laughed at himself and said, "Although I knew I shouldn't, and knew that I could die on the battlefield at any time, I couldn't control myself in the short peace at that time. I always imagined that I could have more. I always imagined that some impossible things could happen. So I did a lot of ridiculous things. This is my fault. I always knew it was my fault." Yu Dongtian looked at Mu Yinyin and said, "Please, don't blame me. I don't blame you." Mu Yinyin smiled sweetly. "When the war is over, if you and I are still alive, I may not care whether I am a substitute for Nian Fenghua or not." Chapter 14:16. Mu Yinyin smiled sweetly. "When the battle ends, if you and I are still alive, I might not care if I'm a substitute for Nian Fenghua." She blushed and lowered her head. She felt shy. This was the boldest thing that Mu Yinyin, who had always been conservative, had ever said. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "Thank you." But he also said silently in his heart, "Thank you, really, thank you." There was a sudden change in the air. Yu Dongtian suddenly turned his head, and his eyes suddenly burst with blood. He rushed back without hesitation. Mu Yinyin looked at Yu Dongtian's back, and shyness and sweetness faintly flashed in her eyes. "That's it, I won't struggle anymore, and I won't be pretentious." In front, there were 4 monstrous auras rushing over with an earth-shattering momentum. The commotion caused by the arrival of the newcomers was huge, and the impact was huge. For a moment, even the blood accumulated on the battlefield was swept away by the mighty momentum. This was the arrival of a strong enemy. The newcomers were 2 supreme experts under the ancestral dragon, and they were also the 2 deputy clan leaders of the dragon clan. They could be said to be the 2nd and 3rd figures of the dragon clan. On the other side, the 2 golden phoenixes flying over in the sky were also 2 supreme experts of the Phoenix clan who were only below the primordial phoenix. 4 peak zenith heavenly realm experts attacked together, and their momentum was overwhelming. This was a targeted strategy that the dragon and Phoenix clan had formulated during the gap between the battle. The performance of the astral souls on the other side was outstanding. Not only was their willpower beyond imagination, But the military formation that could combine the strength of everyone was even more lethal to the three clans. The three clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shielan clan wanted to destroy the astral souls in one battle, but they were not willing to lose too much. In this heavenly tribulation, all the clans in the heavens were in the tribulation. In the end, only one clan would benefit and become the main character of the world. In other words, every clan would inevitably be targeted by the other clans. It was only a matter of time. If they lost too much in this battle to destroy the astral souls, they would most likely become the next target. However, they did not have an effective method to deal with the astral souls battle formation, so they could only use the tactic of fighting force. In fact, this tactic was inspired by the battle formation of the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix against the astral souls. After a series of discussions, the three clans finally decided to send out their true high-end combat power and execute the decapitation tactic. Destroy the sharpness of the enemy's formation. It completely destroyed the other party's fighting spirit. Yu Xingqian and Lei Changtian's team were too powerful and might not be able to defeat them instantly. Therefore, they were not the first choice. The others, such as Dongfang Xingyang, were relatively weaker and might not be able to intimidate them. And the primary target of the three clans' discussion was Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu. He was strong enough, but not strong enough to be at the peak of the invincible realm. Furthermore, this operation was at the peak of its operation, and it was at its most lethal moment for the three races. The armies of the Dragon race and the Phoenix race were utterly defeated. If they did not stop them, they might drive straight into the enemy's camp and kill them directly. If they delayed any longer, it would be difficult to deal with them. They might as well concentrate their masters and attack with all their strength to destroy this team. Or they could take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack and completely disrupt the enemy's formation. In order to cooperate with the implementation of the plan, the ancestral dragon personally took action to restrain Yu Xingqian and Lei Changtian's team so that they could not send reinforcements. The primordial phoenix also took action to suppress Qin Sha and the Sword King's team. The two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. The ancestral Qilin, on the other hand, faced Xiangqiong and Xiangbing and engaged in a frenzied battle with Zhan Xuejuan. The three clans had planned this series of actions for a long time. Everything came out of the blue. Before the army of the astral souls noticed anything strange, Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu's side had already been separated and became a lone army. The left and right sides were firmly restrained. However, on the surface, the formation was not disrupted. It was still the original formation. The Dragon race and the Phoenix's plan was extremely accurate. It was also at this moment that the four great experts attacked together. They forcefully tore through space and appeared in front of the formation. Even if we have to pay the price of life and death, we must destroy this team. The four great experts came with the determination to die. They came menacingly and were overflowing with killing intent. Yin Zhonghu, Yu Dongtian, and Bai Yunduo saw the enemy's large-scale attack and felt danger at the same time. They instinctively went up to meet them. Their cultivations had improved greatly when compared to before. All of them had attained the golden immortal realm, and it was sufficient for them to be ranked in the top 10 of the human race. So, when compared to any one of the four great experts that were attacking them, they were at most slightly inferior. However, there were a total of 4 people attacking, and they only had 3 people. The difference in strength caused by being one person behind was already a huge gap between heaven and earth. Not to mention that these 4 peak experts of the Dragon race and the Phoenix race had all been recuperating for a long time. However, Yin Zhonghu, Bai Yunduo, and Yu Dongtian were exhausted. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were close to the end of their rope. Facing the attack of the powerful enemies, the last heaven-mending stone was also turned into powder in the hands of Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo. Then, the husband and wife went up side by side. Life and death depended on this battle. Understanding surged in their hearts at the same time. Yu Dongtian, who had been leading the charge in the battle, was now 3 steps behind the two of them. Suddenly, his body stopped. and then his face turned pale. He opened his mouth wide and tried his best to breathe. Suddenly, all the spiritual energy around the battlefield, along with countless impurities and evil aura, silently surged into his body. Boom. Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yinduo, who were in front of him, had already rushed forward without caring about their own safety. The two sides collided like Mars colliding with Earth. Their eyes met, and they were filled with determination. It was a feeling that they would not rest until they died, and they had no regrets even if they died 9 times. Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yinduo instantly realized that the other party also had the will to die in order to achieve their goal. Suddenly, they understood. There was no suspense in this battle. Someone was bound to fall. It was either them, Yu Dantian, or all 3 of them would die in this battle. As this thought flashed through their minds, the husband and wife looked at each other and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. They could only agree with each other and had no regrets. Now that things have come to this, the 2 of us will stop here. However, we still have to do our best to ensure that Yu Dantian lives. The 2 of us can die, but Brother Xiaoyu can't die. He has suffered too much in his life. We can't let him die here like this. Mu Yin is still waiting for him, waiting to live together with him, waiting for him to restore Nian Fenghua's memories for her. Let's go. Yin Zhonghu let out a long roar. Together with his wife, they used their life-risking secret technique and actually blocked all 4 of the opponent's experts. As soon as Yin Zhonghu attacked, he used the most extreme energy ignition forbidden technique. He burned his own blood and qi to the limit, pushing all of his trump cards to the limit. The sky instantly shook, and millions of cracks appeared in the space within a radius of several hundred miles. Such a commotion caused the entire battlefield to fall silent for an instant. How could the high-level cultivators not know that there was a real top expert in this world who chose to fight with his life on the line? The more powerful a cultivator was, the harder it was to injure them, and the harder it was to die. Cultivators who had reached the top of the world could not be destroyed even if their ancestral land did not exist. They could form their own pattern and live forever. And for cultivators who had reached this level, if they did not have the will to fight to the death and release their foundation on their own, even if they were besieged by many cultivators of the same level, they could still be injured but not die, and take advantage of the gap to escape. Because of this, such a strong expert chose to fight with his life on the line, which meant that the battle had finally reached the most tragic and extreme moment. At the right time, a golden light flashed, and a golden phoenix fell from the sky. Its eyes were fierce and resolute, and it charged forward without turning back. Yin Zhonghu roared and rushed forward to meet it. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. You dare to die, but do you think that I, a man with astral souls, am afraid of death? Boom! Yin Zhonghu and the golden phoenix collided without any hesitation. Both sides were prepared to die, and they fought with their lives on the line. Puff! Puff! Yin Zhonghu's sword pierced the golden phoenix's chest in an instant, and the extreme sword energy in the golden phoenix's chest exploded. The golden phoenix's golden phoenix scissors also pierced Yin Zhonghu's chest. At the last moment of their lives, Yin Zhonghu and the golden phoenix looked at each other and smiled. Everyone had the same plan. All roads lead to the same destination. Then let's go together. They were going to self-destruct and die together with the enemy. Whoosh! However, at this critical moment, an unprecedented hurricane that was enough to shock everyone suddenly arrived. The 4 masters, Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yinduo, were all shocked. Who was this? This kind of power, this kind of momentum, this kind of feeling, they had never seen it before except for Zhuo Changlu and his family. This momentum had clearly reached the level of sage to be. Who was it? Yu Dongtian's body expanded, and in an instant he burst out with an extreme speed that was 100 times faster than his usual peak. Just as Yin Zhonghu and his wife had made the decision to sacrifice themselves, he had also made a choice. He decided to absorb all the spiritual aura, murderous aura, evil aura, and evil aura on the battlefield into his body. He detonated his divine soul and divine sense in advance, and burned his vital essence and life force. The unprecedentedly vigorous spiritual essence would make his dantian swell infinitely, allowing him to have an amazing cultivation that was more than 5 times his own in a short period of time. Boom! Yu Dantian, whose cultivation had soared, instantly appeared on top of the Golden Phoenix. Under his current extreme absorption state, the Golden Phoenix was now far behind him in terms of speed and cultivation. She was pushed out without any room to resist. A big hand moved at the same time, pulling out the Golden Phoenix scissors from Yun Zhonghu's chest. Then it turned into pure spiritual aura and absorbed it to its heart's content. He slapped Yun Zhonghu's chest with his palm, but a strong and gentle force directly pushed the couple back. An unprecedentedly tyrannical aura instantly enveloped the other 3 experts of the opposing side. Then, like a huge whirlwind, it rushed out and crashed into the Phoenix Clan's army. Yin Zhonghu shouted, "You Dantian, you bastard!" Yu Dantian had already rushed out hundreds of miles with the 4 experts. Heroic laughter sounded in the air. "Little Huzi, you have been my scapegoat all your life. Today, I will also take the blame for you." Yin Zhonghu roared at the top of his lungs, "You Dantian, you bastard, you bastard." Tears suddenly burst out of his eyes. He only felt that his heart was about to explode at this moment. He and Yu Dantian were father's generation, and the friendship had been passed down. They had grown up together. They were playmates, companions, comrades, and comrades in arms. They had gone through fire and water together countless times in their lives. It was precisely because of this that Yun Zhonghu was willing to use his and his wife's lives to fight for Yu Dantian's survival. But now, it had turned into Yu Dantian sacrificing his and his wife's lives. This made Yin Zhonghu extremely sad. In the thick fog ahead, Yu Dantian's hearty laughter, accompanied by the unwilling and angry roars of the 4 experts, rang out, "Goodbye. After all these years, I have been so tired. Finally, I could take a break." Boom! An unprecedentedly violent explosion sent Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo, who were hundreds of miles away, flying. The heavenly king of the right of the human clan, Yu Dantian. Self-destruction. This was the most extreme self-destruction that contained everything and exceeded one's own limits. Yu Dantian was already at the peak of the grand heavenly realm, but he was willing to use his physical body as a vessel to drain the pond and catch the fish. He ignored everything else and absorbed all kinds of spiritual energy in the world. He even dispersed his divine sense and absorbed all the flowing substances in the world into his dantian. The result of this was that he could carry 10 times more energy than his limit. However, as long as he did this, even if there were no enemies in front of him, he would definitely not be able to survive. Although he was limited by the current environmental factors, especially Yin Zhonghu's sudden outburst, Yu Dantian did not have the time to further absorb foreign objects, and he was still quite a distance away from reaching his limit. Even so, he had already gathered a huge amount of energy that exceeded his limit by 5 times. Therefore, the power of the self-destruction this time was truly earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Even the 4 experts of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as the millions of elites of the Dragon and Phoenix clans who were implicated, were instantly turned into dust that filled the sky. A large area of the entire battlefield was suddenly empty. This sudden and shocking wave caused both the enemy and our side to stand there in a daze for a long while. Only the mournful howls of Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo resounded in the air. "Big brother, Brother Xiaoyu." Mu Yinyan's entire body immediately turned into an empty shell. She had no thoughts and only stared blankly at the empty area in front of her. There was no longer any vitality in her eyes. It was as if her soul, her divine sense, and everything about her had been hollowed out in an instant. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something. However, when she opened her mouth, she could only make incoherent sounds. Tears had already covered her cheeks and flowed into a river. In a trance, it seemed that Yu Dongtian was still standing in front of her and saying to her guiltily, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have provoked you. But I couldn't help it. I always thought of you as her." The voice was still so gentle and magnetic. There was also an indescribable pain. She felt that her lips and teeth were still fragrant. That was Yu Dongtian stuffing a pill in her mouth. That domineering and irrefutable voice. "I've eaten it. What about you?" "I still have it." She could still vaguely hear her own voice saying with happiness and longing, "Maybe after this battle, I won't care about you treating me as a substitute." Mu Yinyan clearly felt her shyness when she said this, and even her neck was burning. However, the sweet longing she had at that time was as heartbreaking as it was now. It had only been a short time since that moment. How could they be separated by life and death and unable to meet again? She stood there blankly, tears falling like rain. She only heard her own voice saying softly, "I want you to treat me as Fenghua. I want to be your Fenghua. But you didn't even give me this chance. When my heart was frozen, you used all kinds of means to break the ice, but when I was tempted, you let go. What do you think I am? What do you think I am? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you." Mu Yinyan's tears fell like rain, but in front of her eyes, that heartless face seemed to appear again, whispering softly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Mu Yinyan suddenly really understood the real meaning of Yu Dongtian's words of sorry, because he had already made up his mind. In this battle, if Yin Zhonghu was really destined to meet that disaster, she would die for Yin Zhonghu. Without hesitation, she had already been prepared. Mu Yinyan's eyes were teary and confused, and she was absent-minded. She suddenly remembered that one night before the battle, Yu Dongtian intentionally or unintentionally told her about Yin Zhonghu's destined disaster. For this reason, he drank half the night and kept muttering, How can I help Huzi avoid this disaster?" At that time, she comforted him, saying that maybe Xiao Duo was wrong. After all, this kind of thing was vague and illusory. How could it be accurate? But Yu Dongtian immediately denied it. Xiao Duo can't be wrong. The one who tied the bell should untie it. Yes, I'm going to find Xiao Duo. Then he left with the wine jar. Thinking of this, Mu Yinyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. She blacked out, and her body fell down softly before she passed out. She murmured, "I'm willing to be Yin Fenghua's substitute. I'm really willing." Mu Yinyan didn't know. Yu Dongtian found Xiao Duo that night and asked about Yun Zhonghu's disaster. Xiao Duo once said something at that time. The heavenly Tao is constant, and the destiny cannot be changed. Only variables can be changed. In order to break the destiny, someone must defy the heavens and change the destiny. Defying the heavens is defying the destiny. Whether or not the destiny can be changed in the end is still unknown, but those who try to change the destiny will not have a good ending. When Xiao Duo said this, he said it directly. At the same time, it was also a warning to the people around him not to act rashly. They might not be able to save people, but they would be implicated. After all, what he wanted was to rush over when the disaster came and use his peerless power of luck to resist this disaster for Yin Zhonghu. Those who changed their fate would not have a good ending, but it definitely didn't include people with great luck like him. However, human strength was sometimes limited, and human calculations were not as good as God's. Suddenly, there was an ambush from all sides. Xiao Duo was assigned to Mingyi's group. Originally, Xiao Duo could have arrived earlier. However, Yin Xiao arrived at this time and intercepted Xiao Duo on the way. She gave him 2 gourds. Then, Xiao Duo invited Fairy Yin Xiao to go with him. While he received strong help, he was also delayed for more than 10 minutes. Because of Yin Xiao's help, Xiao Duo and Xiaoyan faced Mingyi. Their strength was unbalanced. They went from defeating the enemy to destroying the enemy. However, Blood River did not die, and Mingyi did not die. Hence, they wasted more time. If Fairy Yin Xiao had not accompanied them, with the arrival of Xiao Duo and the gathering of the gourds, an old expert like Mingyi would naturally retreat immediately when he saw that things were not going well. He would not continue fighting. The battle over there would have ended long ago. However, when Yun Xiao came and the gathering of the gourds, she turned the original advantage into an overwhelming victory. It was an absolute victory that could wipe out the Azura. Zhuo Xiao's fate and the subsequent victory against the Azura finally caused an irreparable regret: Yu Dongtian's death. That day, after Yu Dongtian heard Zhuo Xiao's explanation, he had already secretly made a decision. If Yun Zhonghu's death could not be avoided, he would resolve this calamity for him. I'll die for him. That was a very fucked up thought. From that moment on, it did not waver. Hu Zi had yet to leave behind a descendant. He could not die in battle. If Hu Zi died in battle, what would happen to Yin Duo? I'm their big brother. If I can't stand up for them, who else can? If I don't solve it for them, who will? My Yu family is already filled with descendants. I don't know how many generations have passed. My glory has been gone for many years. My life has long been a struggle at death's door. What meaning does it have? Rather than Hu Zi dying in battle and Yun Duo suffering for the rest of her life, it would be better for me to fight against the heavens and change my fate. Only then would my life not be in vain. My only regret is that I've let her down. Anyway, it was me who forced her. She should be able to walk out of the haze soon and find someone who loves her more. It was also from that day onwards that he began to make preparations. He was always making preparations. Until today, he deliberately fell back a few steps to give himself time to absorb enough energy. He used the most extreme and most cruel self-destruction to take down the enemy in one wave. He left enough safe space for Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yin Duo. Enough safe distance. Enough safe time. He thought so and did so. Once he started, he carried out his thoughts to the end and advanced bravely. Therefore, when he died, he was so free and easy. He was also very heroic and even had a strong sense of satisfaction. Because back then, Feng Hua had used this extreme to self-destruct. He had followed his beloved wife's example and had no regrets in this life. So much so that he felt that his life was perfect. I saved my brothers, saved my comrades, and even said sorry to Mu Yinyan. Dad is healthy, and his cultivation is top-notch. He has been disappointed in me for so many years. Take care of yourself in the future. The Yu family is filled with descendants and has a prosperous bloodline. There is nothing I can't let go of, just like his usual style of passing the buck. That's it. I won't care about anything in the future. You guys can do as you see fit. Anyway, these things have nothing to do with me anymore, just like what he said when he passed the buck to others. These things have nothing to do with me. Yu Dongtian, in the end, passed the buck to everyone except him. He didn't seem to think about how guilty Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yun Duo would feel in the future. He also didn't think about Mu Yinyan's feelings, or maybe he thought about it, however, for his brothers, he had no choice. In his heart, he didn't need to make a choice at all. Chapter 14:17. This earth-shattering explosion caused the battlefield to fall into an unprecedented silence. No matter if it was friend or foe, everyone's head was buzzing from this sudden explosion that many of the weaker cultivators fainted from the shock and fell from the clouds. The higher-ups of the astral souls all turned their heads to look at this side. They were all stunned and could not believe it. That was the heavenly king of the right self-destructed. It was so sudden. After a pause, after a few seconds of shock, everyone finally digested this news in their minds. A great sorrow suddenly surged into their hearts. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes at the same time. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang let out a sorrowful cry. Heavenly King, Yu Xingqian's body, which was as majestic as a mountain, shook violently. His old face suddenly turned deathly pale. Lei Changtian held Yu Xingqian in time with tears in his eyes. However, he did not know what to say to comfort this father who had just lost his beloved son. After racking his brains for a long time, he only shouted, "Old Yu!" At this moment, even the words "my condolences" seemed so weak. It was so weak that he did not want to say it. Yu Xingqian closed his eyes. After a long time, he finally murmured, This child. In the end, he still did not get over it. He tried his best to control his emotions, but his voice couldn't stop trembling. He took a deep breath and finally opened his eyes. He patted Lei Changtian's hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. Tears gathered in his eyes, but he forced them back. However, they immediately rushed out. He did not want to let his tears fall, but he could not control his blurred vision. Finally, he choked with sobs and said, "Since Fenghua left, Yu has changed. He has changed completely. He has become more and more cynical and unscrupulous. But old Zhua and I both know that he doesn't want anyone to see his decadence and longing. Causing trouble everywhere and throwing the blame everywhere is just a way to cover up his true state of mind. He wants others to laugh and curse with him. That way, he will still feel that he exists. But after laughing and cursing, when he is alone, he will stay in his room and drink alone. He can't get over his past. Because of this, I beat him and scolded him too many times. In the end, I gave up. It's useless. His heart is empty. An empty person is no different from a person who pretends to be asleep. If the crisis of the continent had not been resolved, and the burden of being the heavenly king of the right had not been on his shoulders, giving him so many things to do, he would have killed himself long ago. He would not have been in so much pain for so long. Now, Yu Xingchen finally could not control his tears and said, "This child is finally free. Finally, he does not have to suffer so much anymore. From now on, there is no more lovesickness. He does not have to force himself to endure anymore. As his father, I am sincerely happy for him. I am really happy for him. His life has been too bitter and lonely." Although he said he was happy, his tears could not stop flowing. Lei Zhangtian let out a long sigh, and his tears fell instantly. He choked and said, "He is free. Yes, happy. This old man is also happy for him. Fenghua has been waiting for him for so many years. It's time to reunite." Yu Xingchen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He said this, "Unfilial son, he left just like that, leaving me. Still not free. Fuck, I lost my mother when I was young, my father when I was young, my wife when I was middle-aged, and my son when I was old. Am I not more pitiful than him? He left just like that. What should I do? Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Who will take care of me? Do I have to take care of him? Unfilial son." He cursed loudly, but his voice trembled more and more. Tears flowed more and more, and finally he could not speak. On the side of the dragons and phoenixes, the primordial phoenix and the ancestral dragon opened their mouths and looked at the huge hole that was cleared by the explosion. They could not help but be dumbfounded. How could this be? The 4 experts who were only below the 2 of them had all been wiped out in today's battle. Moreover, it was a complete death without leaving behind even a trace of his soul. Wasn't it clearly a decapitation tactic that they had planned for a long time before taking action? If 1, 2, or even 3 of them died, the dragons and phoenixes would be able to afford the price of taking away the 3 targets of the other party. This was the possible outcome of the plan. After all, the true strength of both sides was only a hair's breadth apart. If they fought to the death with the will to die, only by paying an equal price could they exchange for the death of experts of the same level. However, the outcome of the battle was the complete opposite. The other party only had 1 person to self-destruct, but he had taken away 4 super experts on their side in one wave. At the same time, he had taken away 1,000,000 elites. After calculating this debt, it was really a complete loss. It was heartbreaking. Damn it, the ancestral dragon grabbed his hair angrily. We had long formulated an extreme battle strategy of exchanging lives for lives, but in the end, we still lost so much combat strength because of the other party's life. How stupid! How stupid! The primordial phoenix also looked vexed. If we die in battle, so be it. However, to die in battle like this, such a huge loss is really too heavy. The gains don't make up for the losses. Yu Dongtian's self-destruction not only destroyed the enemy, but also played an immeasurable role in delaying the battle. The enemy and us stopped at the same time, buying precious time for Li Chenglong. At the same time, it also greatly weakened the combined strength of the dragons and phoenixes. At this moment, in terms of peak combat strength, although the three races still had the upper hand, they no longer had the absolute upper hand. More importantly, the combat strength of the three races was imbalanced. Avenge the Heavenly King. Nan Zhongqian's eyes were red, and silver light surged all over his body. He, who was already close to death, suddenly had a powerful force appear out of nowhere. Silver light almost illuminated the entire battlefield. With a furious roar, he charged forward without caring about anything. Stop! However, Li Qinglong ordered. Change the formation. Change the formation. Li Qinglong was also crying, but as the commander in charge of the overall situation, his heart was still as cold as before. At this moment, he made the most correct decision. All of the Star Soul Realm martial practitioners were grief-stricken. Their desire for revenge was unprecedentedly high, and their morale was greatly boosted. But Li Qinglong knew that if they allowed this kind of hot blood to rush to their heads, and directly charged into the camp of the dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans to take revenge for the Heavenly King, then this battle would probably end prematurely, with the Star Soul Realm's human race suffering a crushing defeat. What was the difference between rushing forward to avenge the Heavenly King without reason and fighting with the enemy's scattered troops? No matter how strong an individual's combat strength was, how strong their morale was, and how fearless they were, it didn't mean that they wouldn't die. It wasn't enough to erase the fact that their overall strength was too far behind the dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans. They couldn't miss the opportunity that the Heavenly King of the Right had fought for the humans of the astral souls. Otherwise, the Heavenly King of the Right would have died in vain. Change the formation. Those who disobey will be killed. Li Qinglong roared, gritting his teeth as he gave the order. This order could be said to be the most unreasonable at the moment. Therefore, Li Qinglong was instantly hated by almost the entire army. However, this was the most correct military order. The few commanders who were already dizzy from the shock were immediately awakened by Li Qinglong's order. They carried out the order without saying anything. They were all knowledgeable people, so how could they not know what to do at the moment? In an instant, the two armies changed their formation again. From a long snake, it turned into two dragons. Then, as they continued to charge forward, they turned into four sharp knives right before they clashed with the enemy. It was the most lethal, five-directional, pointed killing formation. Avenge the Heavenly King. Li Qinglong roared at the right time. Instantly, the morale of the soldiers was raised to the peak, as if their chests were about to explode. Damn that Li Qinglong! Cold-blooded bastard! Countless people scolded Li Qinglong as they fought with their lives on the line. They scolded Li Qinglong because of his cold-blooded execution of military discipline. Furthermore, he only shouted out to avenge the Heavenly King at this moment. Everyone knew that he was using the Heavenly King's death to raise the morale of the soldiers. Just the words "using the Heavenly King's death" made the soldiers unhappy. However, it was undeniable that even though countless people were scolding Li Qinglong for being cold-blooded, everyone had to admit that this was the most appropriate time to shout out this slogan. Because of this sentence, the sharp knives were quickly formed, and the astral souls exploded with even more power than the first time. After a loud roar, the two armies clashed with unprecedented ferocity. The battle this time was much more intense than the previous one. On the side of the astral souls, everyone charged forward without any regard for their own safety. They only cared about killing the enemy and forgot about everything else. On the other hand, the morale of the dragon, phoenix, and Shilan races was inexplicably low. Actually, the reason was simple. Yu Dongtian's self-destruction just now took away not only the four super experts, but also the million-strong army. To the prideful three ancient clans, this was an unacceptable fact. It was clearly planned before taking action. It was clearly planned for a long time. It was clearly planned by them to kill the leader. Even the executors were determined to complete the mission at all costs. However, The final result was that a subtle feeling of we are inferior to the other party surged. While the balance of power was unbalanced, their mentality was also unbalanced. The battle became more and more intense, and the situation became more and more intense on both sides, and the four races were in stalemate. Every second, tens of thousands of lives were lost. Broken limbs and body parts were shot in all directions in the air. At this moment, blood and life had become the most worthless things in the world. They were thrown around randomly. Large amounts of them were lost. Yin Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo were the arrowheads. The two of them had entered an unprecedented state of madness. They shouted loudly and fought fiercely. They only wanted to kill the enemy and did not care about their own lives. These two unstoppable figures were like two sharp knives, piercing straight into the army of dragons and phoenixes. Li Chenglong's commands were getting sharper and sharper, and they were also getting more and more detailed. Li Chenglong was extraordinarily talented and calm. Although it was his first time commanding such a large-scale battle, as time went on, he became more and more proficient in commanding the battle. At this point in the battle, there was a subtle feeling that both sides were evenly matched. Nan Zhengxian, Dongfang Xingyang, Shimen Lai, and the others fought with all their might and scolded Li Chenglong. However, they were also madly admiring Li Chenglong in their hearts. No matter how much they disliked Li Chenglong, these few great commanders were at least clear about one thing. Fortunately, the commander of this battle was Li Chenglong. If it had been any of them, they would have lost this battle long ago. As a commander, the most taboo thing was to be emotional. The most terrifying thing was to be blinded by anger and hatred. That was even more terrifying than falling into the enemy's trap and ambush. To be fair, if it were them, they would have lost their minds the moment the heavenly king of the right died. Once they lost their ice heart, how could they calmly judge the situation and not lose? However, Li Chenglong was able to calmly and coldly take advantage of the death of a heavenly king. He took advantage of the slight difference in the changes in the soldiers of both sides to turn the situation back to a stalemate where the two sides were originally inferior in strength and numbers. He was able to turn the situation back to a stalemate. As long as the stalemate was formed, then at least they could hold on for more than 2 hours. This was too advantageous for their side, who was waiting for reinforcements. What a heartless, cold-blooded, heartless brat. This bastard's temperament has really reached a certain level, but his cold-bloodedness has really reached a level that no one can compare to. He is indeed the military advisor of a generation. He is so fucking heartless. After this battle ends, if I am still alive, I will definitely beat him up. For Heavenly King Yu, that on one side of the battlefield, a hole was suddenly torn in space. Zhou Xiaoduo appeared, sweating profusely. He had sped all the way back, using all his energy to rush back. He had torn space 7 times in total, using all his energy to travel a long distance each time. He was so tired that he almost stuck his tongue out. After rushing for so long, he finally arrived at this time. He immediately saw both sides fighting with their lives on the battlefield. Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned invisible and stealthily approached the Qilin tribe. He even gave orders in the Tower of Annihilation. After we get out, we will be able to attack the Qilin tribe in a single leap. Everyone, be prepared. Prepare for the most accurate surprise attack. Unleash the greatest effect of the surprise attack. Yes, the officers and soldiers were all excited. Hiding the troops in the Tower of Annihilation was too advantageous. The troops on one side were well prepared and could directly appear next to the enemy. The moment the enemy had no time to react, a massacre would have already been completed. They wouldn't even have to pay too many casualties. This couldn't be described with just the word satisfying. So Xiaoduo waved his hand, and the doors of the Tower of Annihilation opened. In the blink of an eye, millions of soldiers rushed out of the Tower of Annihilation like a silent flood. It was really soundless, and it was flowing with familiarity. Everyone shut their mouths tightly. They didn't even dare to breathe. That was a collective action of holding their breaths. In another second, Zhuo Xiaoduo's army had already charged into the Qilin race's defenseless army from the flank like a thunderbolt. Instantly, blood rained down, and the smell of blood filled the air. Countless members of the Qilin tribe's army were reduced to torn corpses. So Xiaoduo also released 7 gourds at the same time and ordered them to join the battle. Kill them. With a boom, the 7 gourds, together with the god-killing spear, enrich, rushed into the Qilin tribe's army. Countless soul fragments and the mighty death chi made the 7 gourds and the god-killing spear, enrich, unprecedentedly excited. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed sinisterly. Just as he was about to pull out his 9-9 cat hammer to join the battle, he suddenly heard the angry shouts of the soldiers in the Star Soul army who were fighting with their lives on the line. Avenge the heavenly king. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt dizzy and almost fell from the clouds. Avenge the heavenly king? Was he still one step too late? He was here, but he still couldn't avoid the misfortune of his senior brother's death. He felt as if his entire body was about to explode. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head. He suddenly let out a roar and controlled the 9-9 cat hammer. Like a thunderbolt from the 9th heaven, it smashed into the Kirin clan's army. He teleported to the center of the Qilin tribe's army and attacked with all his strength. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer with the most destructive power reappeared in the world. With extreme anger and grief, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't even realize that when he attacked, a shackle in his body was quietly broken. Because of this, his cultivation had entered a new realm. The mighty spiritual chi was boundless and surging in his body, but it was always under his control. This was a realm where there was no man, no self, the unity of man and nature, and he was the sole owner of all laws. However, he didn't realize that his heart was full of grief. He roared crazily and rushed into the Qilin tribe's army. Boom! With one hammer, blood rained down from the sky. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands had already surpassed the Great Flood Shaman in terms of lethality. In fact, it was a huge difference. With this move, not only did the Kirin clan fall in large numbers, but even the space around them collapsed bit by bit. The Qilin tribe's experts who stopped at the mid-stage of the Zenith Heavenly Realm were smashed into smithereens by Zhuo Xiaoduo's crazy hammer. In less than 10 breaths of time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already broken through the Qilin tribe's army. He didn't even turn back. With a roar, he rushed into the Phoenix tribe's army formation. From afar, a giant that was thousands of feet tall was waving a huge hammer that was as big as a castle. In the Phoenix tribe's army formation, he turned into a black whirlwind, a whirlwind of slaughter. As he continued to dance, the images of the universe, the sun, and the moon appeared clearly in the sky, as if they were real. It was as if an entire real world appeared in the sky with the surging of the hammer wind and fell in a picturesque disorder. There was a kind of messy beauty and also the beauty of slaughter. The bodies of the phoenix and the various divine birds of the vassal tribes were flying in the sky. The moment it flew up into the air, it was the moment it disintegrated into fragments that filled the sky. It was the moment of death. For a moment, the sky was filled with 7 colors, magnificent and boundless. Those were countless colorful feathers that covered the sky. Reinforcements are here. Nan Zhongqian let out a long shout. Boys, our reinforcements are here. Kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. Avenge the heavenly king. Reinforcements are here. The Astral Soul's soldiers had hot tears in their eyes as they roared loudly. Avenge the heavenly king. Exterminate the 3 tribes. Kill. Zhuo Xiaoduo's arrival, the sneak attack of the elite army, and his strong entry into the battle completely changed the situation of the battle, overturning the original battle situation. The ancestral Gragon and the primordial phoenix suppressed Yu Xingqian and Lei Changtian. In this part of the battlefield, they already had the absolute advantage. Even if the 2 of them fought to the death and didn't retreat, there was no way they could turn the situation around. But at this moment, their hearts trembled violently. They turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was wreaking havoc among their tribes, and gasped in unison. Too fierce. Wasn't this too fierce? The ancestral Gragon and the primordial phoenix knew that if they were in the same position as Xiaoduo, they wouldn't be able to achieve such results. In other words, this guy is actually more impressive than me? The two clan leaders saw with their own eyes that the ancestral Qilin had already revealed his true form. His body was surrounded by 7-colored divine light that dyed the entire sky in 7 magnificent colors. It seemed extremely mystical and sacred. But he charged forward again and again, but he couldn't take more than 10 blows from Xiaoduo. The ancestral Qilin was about to scream and spit out 7-colored blood as he retreated. When they clashed again, he was smashed back thousands of meters. And this time, Xiaoduo charged forward even faster than the ancestral Qilin's retreating figure. Big 7-colored lizard, where do you think you're going? Eat my 100,000 hammers. Hammer after hammer smashed down on the ancestral Qilin's huge body like a violent storm. The ancestral Qilin retreated and dodged while screaming. The other party's strength was too great. The weapon was too big. He couldn't dodge at all. He was too big of a target in his true form. He wasn't as agile as the other party and was equivalent to a live target. He had no choice but to revert to his human form. But he was far from the other party's strength. The ancestral Qilin was extremely miserable. Continuous screams shook the heavens and earth. He didn't want to scream and wanted to save face, but it was too painful hearing Xiaoduo shout 100,000 hammers. The ancestral Qilin's heart immediately felt weak. Not to mention 100,000 hammers. The invincible ancestral Qilin would probably turn into dust after a few dozen more hammers. When the entire Qilin clan saw such a situation, they all kept quiet out of fear. The ancestral Gragon and the primordial phoenix were also shaken when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that this kid broke through to the Saint Realm? The two flashed and instantly left the battlefield, speeding towards the ancestral Qilin. They had to go. In 100 breaths' time, the ancestral Qilin would be hammered to death by Xiaoduo. So Xiaoduo used all his strength and blasted out his ultimate moves one after another, suppressing the ancestral Qilin until he couldn't breathe. The ancestral Qilin, who had suppressed Sword Saint Qinsha with his own strength just now, couldn't unleash his full strength against Xiaoduo. Even though he used all his skills and all his Dharma treasures, he could only passively take the beating and couldn't change the situation at all. He was even shocked to discover that all his Dharma treasures, including Khanate numinous treasures, were useless against Xiaoduo's dual hammers. What kind of monster is this? The ancestral Qilin wanted to cry. Too strong. I can't beat him. Chapter 1418. After the ancestral Qilin's countless Dharma treasures, with a casual strike of the 9-9 kitty hammer, the slightly inferior ones were shattered on the spot without any room to be used. Even the slightly stronger Khanate spirit treasures were sent flying far away like baseball balls after being smashed by the spirit treasures. Fortunately, there were 7 gourds following behind. They were the most sensitive to the aura of Khanate spiritual treasures. After seeing it, the space gourd given by Yuanshi immediately rushed over and kept it into their stomachs. Occasionally, there were fishes that slipped through the net, but they would also be swallowed by the purple gold gourd given by Taoist Tai Ching. It was unknown if they came from the same origin, but the 7 little fellows had a common problem: greed. And it was the insatiable kind. As long as it was complete, they would take it all. As they hovered above the battlefield, the bodies of countless high-grade dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins who died in the battle were all swallowed into their stomachs before they could break into pieces. One had to know that these were cultivation resources that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after, whether it was for the gourds or human cultivators. Slowly, as the 7 gourds joined the battlefield, the increasingly tragic battlefield showed a trend of cleaner and cleaner. The ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix came to the rescue at lightning speed and blocked Xiaoduo's 9-9 kitty hammer. As soon as they came into contact, The two ancient powerhouses felt their arms go numb and their hearts trembled even more. The ancestral Qilin, on the other hand, rolled and crawled out of the battlefield. The ancestral Qilin was about to cry when he finally came out. When he was pressed down and beaten up, he didn't even have time to take elixirs to recover. He only felt that he had become a piece of iron and was being hammered by a blacksmith. But I'm not iron, just 2 or 3 more hammers, and I'll be smashed to death. After vomiting a few mouthfuls of 7-colored blood in pain, he felt that his chest was a little better. He hurriedly took out elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth in large handfuls. I was scared to death. Originally, he thought that after this battle, the Dragon and Phoenix clans had lost a lot of elites. If the two clans didn't want to be destroyed, the Qilin clan had to be the leader. It was even possible for the 3 clans to be united and the Qilin clan to be the leader. However, after experiencing Xiaoduo's surprise attack, the Kirin race suffered heavy losses, even more than the Dragon race and the Phoenix race. He himself was even more injured. It was truly a tragedy. Just a little bit more, and his body and Dao vanished, turning into fine powder. The ancestral Qilin swallowed the pills in large quantities and felt the warm medicinal power continue to spread through his meridians. A comfortable feeling grew throughout his body, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was filled with gratitude towards the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix for coming to his rescue. If the 3 races were to truly unite at that time, it wouldn't be impossible for the 3 races to ride side by side, right at this moment. Hurry up and do it. An anxious roar could be heard. Ancestor Gragon fell straight out of his mouth, with blood gushing out of his mouth. I didn't save you to let you watch a show. Hurry up and come up. The ancestral Qilin hurriedly turned his head to take a look and could not help but be shocked. Just as he was taking the pills to recover, the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix, who were fighting with Xiaoduo together, were actually in a sorry state. They were lacking in strength. The 2 of them were clearly working together to attack Xiaoduo from the left and right, but in reality, they were easily repelled by Xiaoduo. The spinning sledgehammer was as heavy as a mountain. The primordial phoenix circulated the phoenix hoe with all her might and counterattacked continuously. However, in the face of Xiaoduo, such a head-on collision actually caused her to spit out blood and retreat in less than 10 moves. The ancestral dragon was also forced to retreat. He called for the ancestral Qilin to join the battle and rush back to help the primordial phoenix. Now that the battle situation had changed, the 3 of them had to join forces to fight against Xiaoduo. If any one of them died first, the other 2 would not be spared. This is the combat power of a saint. After confirming Xiaoduo's strength, the ancestral dragon roared angrily. Xiaoduo, saint-level combat power, is not allowed to participate in mortal battles. This is the rule. You have broken the rule. You have broken the rule. Qilin, why are you still looking? What are you looking at? Hurry up. The ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix were drenched in sweat. Under Xiaoduo's continuous attacks, they staggered and spat out blood. They were in a sorry state. Xiaoduo's twin hammers were extremely powerful. They smashed back and forth like shooting stars chasing the moon. He cursed angrily, "To hell with your rules. I don't care what your rules are. I'm the rules now. What are you roaring for? If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you shouting?" The ancestral Qilin widened his eyes. What was going on? Not only were the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix unable to deal with Xiaoduo, but they were also forced into an absolute disadvantage. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly got up and joined the battle with a roar. When he rushed over, it happened that the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix were sent flying. The ancestral Qilin took advantage of this opportunity to face Xiaoduo, who had completely erupted. With 2 hammers, the Qilin pestle that the ancestral Qilin had cultivated was smashed into pieces. He was sent flying with a mouthful of blood. The speed at which he was sent flying was even faster than the speed at which Guyon rushed over. However, Xiaoduo did not hesitate at all. He continued to raise his hammers energetically and charged toward the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix. The ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix cursed in their hearts. This Cheelin, are you fucking here to be a joke? We were hoping that you would block us and let us take a breather. In the end, you retreated faster than you charged. What's the use of having you? However, the two heads could not say that the ancestral Cheelin did not try his best. After all, his treasure, the Cheelin pestle, had been destroyed in those two attacks. This could only mean that Zwishauduo was too strong. He was ridiculously strong. Unfortunately, there was no point in recognizing reality now. Zwishauduo rushed over again. The two cursed as they tried their best to block and dodge. However, the other party's hammers were too big. In Zwishauduo's hands, they were not clumsy at all. Instead, they were nimble. Wasn't this asking for their lives? Boom! Another hammer came crashing down and brushed past the ancestral dragon's waist. Puffed. The ancestral dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying with a pale face. For a moment, his organs burned and he almost fainted. Boom! 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 Zwishauduo became more and more courageous as he fought. He could not help but find it strange. He was facing 3 clan heads at the same time. Why did he feel so relaxed and easy? It was as if they were 3 children and he was an adult. That was probably how he felt. Of course, he could beat them up however he wanted. No matter how they struggled, no matter how stubbornly they resisted, they could not escape from his palms. Finally, he thought of the sage that the ancestral dragon had shouted. He could not help but think, could it be that I have reached the sage's cultivation that they mentioned? The pinnacle of this world? But why didn't I feel anything special? There was no vision of heaven and earth. Didn't they say that when a sage appeared, purple chi would come from the east for 30,000 miles? He really did not feel anything at all. It should be just a little bit more. Thinking of his own cultivation foundation, so Shauduo understood a little. He should have the combat power of a sage, but his realm should not be there yet. As Shauduo led reinforcements and entered the battle, the originally evenly matched situation was reversed almost instantly. After 100 breaths of time, the situation of the battle had become one-sided. After that, Zwishauduo blocked the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and ancestral Cheelin by himself. Immediately, all the high-level combat power of the astral souls were released. All troops attack. Finish this battle in one go. Li Qinglong jumped up from the commander's seat without a care for his image. He howled like a madman. All troops attack. Reserve troops, all of you attack. Don't let anyone escape. Today, I swear to destroy the 3 clans. We will not rest until we are dead. Once the order to attack was given, he did not even give any commands. Instead, he drew his long sword and charged into the army of dragons, phoenixes, and Cheelins. He started a massacre. In the army, Li Qinglong's combat power was second only to Zwishauduo and Zwishanyan. He was also a true god of war. However, as the military advisor, he had to lead the army to the final battle. That was why he could not enter the battlefield personally. Now that the battle had been decided, Li Qinglong naturally could not hold it in anymore. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged into the battle personally. He wanted to vent the anger that he had been suppressing for so long. Vengeance for Teacher Qin. Vengeance for Wang Lingyun. Vengeance for Heavenly King Yu. And vengeance for the billions of soldiers who had died in this battle. This vengeance and hatred was irreconcilable. From all directions, the sound of tsunami could be heard. The humans of the astral souls had finally started their attack. Yu Xingchen, Lei Chantian, Sword Sovereign Qin Sha, Yu Moyan, and the others. Suppressing their fatigue, they stuffed a bunch of elixirs into their mouths. Before they even chewed, they had already charged forward. They wanted to give it their all for this battle. Kill them all. Take revenge for the Heavenly King of the Right. Take revenge for the Heavenly King of the Right. The sound of spring thunder also seemed to shake the world. Zwishauduo was still fighting with the ancestral dragon, ancestral phoenix, and ancestral Cheelin. He was getting more and more proficient. Occasionally, he would find a time to throw out thousands of hammers and destroy tens of thousands of high-level experts of the dragon and phoenix races that, just as he was about to take advantage of the victory and finish the battle, he heard a voice that sounded like spring thunder. However, he was stunned at once. The heavenly king of the right? How could it be the heavenly king of the right? Could it be that the king of Zwalu, his senior brother, Yin Zhonghu, did not die? The one who died was actually Zhua Xiao's mind raced as he recalled. He could not help but recall that night when Yu Dantian looked for him. Is Yin Zhonghu's life and death tribulation true? It's true. How should we break it? Zhua Xiaoduo immediately recalled his response. Suddenly, a strong sense of sourness rose from his heart. At that moment, he wished that he could slap himself a few times. The heavenly Tao is constant. Destiny cannot be changed. Only variables can change. In order to break the destiny, someone has to defy the heavens and change their fate. It is unknown if they can change their fate in the end. However, those who try to change their fate will most likely not have a good ending. Zhua Xiaoduo completely understood. It turned out that Yu Dongtian had already made a decision from then on. He was determined to block this calamity for his brother, defy the heavens, and change his fate, using his body to replace him. Zhua Xiaoduo's heart surged like a tsunami. He felt his eyes ache for some reason, and tears were about to flow out. The heavenly king of the right, the heavenly king who had deceived the human race for tens of thousands of years, one of the pillars of the human race, he actually left just like that? At that moment, Zhua Xiaoduo heard something that made his soul tremble even more. Kill all the dragons and phoenixes. Avenge Teacher Qin. The voice was very close to him, as if it was shouting at him. Teacher Qin? Teacher Qin Fanyang? What happened to Teacher Qin? Zhua Xiaoduo's body shook violently. He turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw Li Chenglong's face full of tears. He was roaring and rushing toward him. He was shouting hoarsely, "Kill them all! Avenge Teacher Qin! They killed Teacher Qin!" Zhua Xiaoduo felt an explosion in his mind. It was as if all the emotions and everything in the world suddenly disappeared and no longer existed. His entire mind was blank. There was only one message echoing in his mind. They killed Teacher Qin. For a moment, Zhua Xiaoduo's aura suddenly surged. An endless, terrifying aura with the power to destroy the world. It rushed out. The dragon, phoenix, and Shilin, who had just rushed forward, retreated in unison. They did not dare to act rashly, and their eyes were filled with horror. Bullshit! Zhua Xiaoduo roared and instinctively denied. Li Chenglong, you're talking nonsense. How dare you curse Teacher Qin? I'll smash you to death with my hammer. At this moment, Li Chenglong was stirring up his maximum strength and infusing it into the long sword in his hand. It turned into a condensed chi light sword that was thousands of feet long. It swept left and right aggressively. It was now less than 10,000 meters away from Zhua Xiaoduo. It's true. The dragon and phoenix races used their racial talents to travel through the sky and arrived above Shangjing. At that time, we were all at the front line and were too far away to help. Only Teacher Qin arrived in time. In order to protect Shangjing, Teacher Qin stepped forward bravely and fought against the three races alone. In the end, he died heroically in battle. However, it was his delay that allowed him to hold on until we arrived. Otherwise, regardless of the outcome of today's battle, Shangjing would have been destroyed and its people would have been plunged into misery and suffering. Teacher Qin was killed by them. Li Chenglong said tearfully, "You must not let them escape." Zhua Xiaoduo's consciousness was in a daze. He muttered, "Teacher Qin really died? He still hasn't used the red spider lily. He died. Then, what about the reincarnation of the old principle? Could it be that my words are true? That's a wrong fate, destined to be deeply in love but shallow in fate, missing each other every time." In a daze, Qin Fanyang's stern but kind face seemed to appear in front of him, looking at him with a fierce face. "If you provoke me again, I'll beat you up," Qin Fanyang said. Zhua Xiaoduo's heart was instantly filled with sorrow. He muttered, "If you can, come out and beat me up. What's the point of talking without doing?" Woo-woo. At this moment, his mind was in a daze. He didn't know where his heart was and couldn't find a place to return to. Back then, when Qin Fangyang was asked to return to be the principal, Zhuo Changlu and Zhuo Xiaoduo made up countless excuses to coax Qin Fangyang back. The words that day were still ringing in his ears. They said that there would be a battle between the higher-ups in the future. Qin Fangyang could imitate Wang Feihong and step forward at the critical moment as a surprise attack. Every word was firm and resolute. If that day really came, Qin Fangyang would definitely be the first choice to go to war. Of course, with Qin Fangyang's strength and cultivation at that time, it wasn't unrealistic to use him as a backup. There was no doubt about it. However, as the situation developed, that kind of situation became less and less likely to happen. However, after a discussion between Zhuo Changlu and Zhuo Xiaoduo, they didn't summon Qin Fangyang again. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding did have some selfish motives when it came to the issue of Qin Fangyang's placement. On one hand, they were grateful for Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue's sacrifice for Zhuo Xiaoduo. On the other hand, they were grateful for their unswerving loyalty. Even if they were separated by life and death, they would still look after each other. They really wanted to facilitate the reunion of these two lovers. Letting Qin Fangyang become the principal of second high school was based on this consideration. This pair of lovers had already suffered a lifetime of hardship. They sincerely hoped that they would be able to reunite. Even if it was in He Yuanyue's next life, they would be reunited after all. Especially with the existence of the red spider lily, there wouldn't even be the problem of recovering their memories. It would allow them to experience a rare taste of happiness. This was the joint plan of Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoyan, Li Chenglong, Zhuo Changlu, and Wu Yuding, the placement of Qin Fangyang. Originally, this plan was carried out smoothly. Qin Fangyang also stayed in second high school well and enjoyed several years of peace and quiet. However, Qin Fangyang never forgot the task entrusted to him that day. Not only did his cultivation not languish, but it also improved a lot. Some time ago, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. The front line was about to start fighting, but there was still no news about his placement. Therefore, he took the initiative to contact Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Changlu felt that if Qin Fangyang came to the front line, where experts were as common as clouds, he should be fine. His entire family was a quasi-sage. In one force, there were 4 quasi-saints, more than 10 top-grade innate spirit treasures, 1 quasi-saint, and more than 10 peak grand heavenly realm experts. To be complacent, such a comprehensive combat power was not much inferior to the demon race, which was known as the strongest among all the races. Not to mention, his son and daughter had a solid foundation, and their foundation, potential, and luck were amazing. Although they had only reached the quasi-saint realm not long ago, they were outstanding talents among the quasi-saints, and few could match them. To put it bluntly, even the Demon Emperor and Dong Huang might not be a match for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. If Qin Fangyang wanted to come, there was nothing wrong with it. No matter what, they could ensure his safety. Therefore, they agreed without thinking. After a short discussion, they informed Qin Fangyang of the matter. But who would have thought that when Qin Fangyang was only halfway there, far away from Shangjing and much closer to White-Haired Mountain than White-Haired Mountain, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans launched an attack from all directions. If Qin Fangyang was only following a military order to go to White-Head Mountain, no one could say anything about it. This was a military order. However, Qin Fangyang immediately turned around and went to Shangjing. Then, such a tragic event happened. No matter who it was, this was something that no one had expected. What he said in jest at the time stood up at the critical moment, and it became a prophecy, causing this farewell. Destiny made fools of people. Those who were destined to die did not die. Those who defied the heavens and changed their fates died, and those who were well prepared could not be protected. The situation had changed to this point. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Could it be that this was retribution for boasting that he could predict all the heavenly secrets and protect everyone around him? He began to think that if he had let Sheen Fanyang go to Whitehead Mountain in the beginning, perhaps this would not have happened at all. At least he would not have died. When he thought of this, he looked at the ancestral dragon, ancestral phoenix, and ancestral Qilin in front of him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was these few fellows who killed my teacher Qin. Unforgivable. Don't let any of them go. Today, the three races will be wiped out and will not exist in this world. So Xiaoduo's body was full of murderous intent. It added 30% gloominess, 30% grief, 30% anger, and 30% sharpness. So Xiaoduo in this state made the ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix, who were hundreds of meters away, feel as if their hearts were being squeezed by a hand. They actually felt breathless. The battlefield was filled with incessant screams. The masters of the astral soul's human race became more and more ferocious as they fought. Now, the situation had changed greatly. It was no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Later, the battlefield was filled with cries of "Take revenge for the heavenly king of the right. Take revenge for teacher Qin," and so on. Many vassal races of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races began to flee in all directions. At this moment, even their last bit of confidence had collapsed. It could even be said that even the minimum courage to fight had been completely destroyed and disappeared. Now, there was only fear in their hearts. Originally, they had the advantage in numbers and thought that they would definitely win this battle. Who could stop the three races when they joined forces? But now, the leaders of the three races were beaten up like buns and were on the verge of death. On their side, there were almost no superclass experts, and a large number of those with weaker cultivation were killed. Many people thought that it was safer to hide in the center of the army, but they couldn't escape the fate of being shot to death. What kind of world was this? The only thing that everyone felt was that they had lost the most basic guarantee of safety. What else could they do if they didn't escape? The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin can't even protect themselves now. The situation has been set, and they have no strength left to protect us vassal races. If we stay here, only death will await us. Let's escape and leave it to fate. However, in this kind of battle, either the troops would fight stubbornly, or they would fight until they won. Only when the battle ended would it be considered over. The way the vassal races of the three races fled midway was truly seeking their own deaths. It was much easier to chase down these people who had lost their morale than to deal with an organized enemy. The deserters of the three races were easily killed by the experts of the astral souls as soon as they were caught up. They no longer had the courage to fight back. The troops of the three races who were still stubbornly resisting were surrounded by the army of the astral souls, who had the absolute advantage. Countless high-level demon beasts were captured alive, and they hurriedly begged for mercy. I'm willing to be a human's mount. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be a human's mount, a spiritual pet, or a toy. I'm willing to. I can fly, I can run, and I'm good-looking. I'm willing to be a human's. In short, under the threat of life and death, the three races showed all kinds of ugly behaviors in order to survive. Once they lost the pride in their bloodline, the so-called primordial dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races were nothing more than this. This was especially true for the vassal races of the three races below them. Some of the warriors of the astral souls hesitated because of this. They turned around and waited for further instructions from their superiors, other than thinking that by taking captives, they could further dissolve the last bit of morale of the members of the three clans. Subconsciously, they thought that it would be very cool to have such a beast as a mount, and it could even further improve their battle prowess. Dragon knights, phoenixes, and Qilin mounts. They were happy just thinking about it. So Xiaoduo roared to the sky, "We don't accept captives." Almost at the same time, Li Chenglong roared, "Kill them all. Every one of their hands is stained with the blood of your comrades. Every one of their hands has the lives of your brothers. You want to forgive them? Zwishauduo roared angrily. How can you face your brothers in heaven when you have such selfish thoughts? Do you want to show off how cool your divine beast mounts are when you return home to your brothers, orphans, and widows? Do you still have any sense of shame? With this loud roar, the countless star soul soldiers seemed to have been enlightened. In that instant, their minds became clear again. Yes, sir. We don't accept captives. Kill them all. Bright and shiny weapons rose into the air once again. They fell down. Blood flowed like a sea. The sky was dyed red. Brothers, we've avenged you. Brothers, we've won. Heavenly King, do you see this? We've won. Countless warriors who were close to you, Dongtian burst into tears. You Dongtian sworn brothers, the masters of heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star, were all gone. After this battle, only the wounded master Yu was left. He racked his brains, tears streaming down his face as he desperately searched for his brothers' corpses. But when he got there, he only found half of Master Yu's head. As for the rest, they had already turned into fine powder. He looked up to the sky and howled. He wrapped all the daily necessities of his brothers together, lit a fire, knelt down, and kowtowed a few times, shouting, Heavenly King, brothers are here, heaven and earth, life and death. Before his voice died away, he broke his own heart meridians, burned his own divine sense, and killed his own soul. His wounded body fell into the raging fire with a loud crash. In an instant, there were no bones left, and he no longer existed in this world. He was very determined to die, and he didn't give anyone a chance to stop him. Looking at the bodies that were quietly burned in the fire, many people couldn't help but cry. The battle hasn't ended yet. Why did you leave in such a hurry? Nan Zhengxian burst into tears. Go, don't disturb them. Yu Xingqian's expression was bleak. He seemed to have aged countless years in an instant. Even his usually straight back seemed to be bent. His brothers, the people he fought for all his life, are all gone. He lives alone. It's really worse than death. Let's fulfill his wish. On Zhuo Xiaoduo's side. Zhuo Xiaoduo held 2 hammers in his hands and strode toward the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and ancestral Qilin. The 3 of them were pale, and the corners of their mouths were full of blood. Only their gazes, which were fixed on Zhuo Xiaoduo's approaching figure, were still ferocious. As ancient powerhouses, they knew the principle of survival of the fittest. Even if they knew that they were going to die, they would not beg for mercy. Zhuo Xiaoduo, the primordial phoenix, gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, Don't tell me you don't want your wife to live. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. What do you mean? The primordial phoenix sneered, Ha! Fate really makes fools of people. Even though you have established the foundation of becoming a saint, you still can't escape the trap of karma. Back then, our phoenix race had already left behind a backup plan. When we were destined to leave this continent, we decided to leave behind the phoenix bloodline and the essence of the phoenix ancestor on this continent. Once the phoenix bloodline is formed, it will automatically give birth to a baby. Your family was extremely lucky. As the strongest astral souls on the continent, your parents discovered this baby and brought it home to raise it. In the end, it actually became your family's child bride. It's your wife, Zhuo Xiaoyan. That's the cause. However, there are naturally consequences. Your wife is a backup plan that our race had set up long ago. How do we let her go? Even though she was born from the will of heaven and earth and naturally took human form, she is still related to the essence of our phoenix race. Do you really think that our race would give you a peerless genius seed for nothing? We knew that such a prodigy existed, but we didn't summon her back. This calamity of heaven and earth has affected all the races. Our race has already set up a seed for all the races. The dark phoenix of the demon race is not an exception. The primordial phoenix laughed sinisterly. Zhuo Xiaoduo, how about we make a deal? Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression was as dark as water. A deal? Before you understand the truth, what do you mean by your backup plan? What do you mean by the providence of your phoenix veins, the essence of your ancestors? Is it the essence of the phoenix race, or the essence of your ancestors? What deal do I have with you? Primordial phoenix, aren't you going to explain the above to me in detail? The primordial phoenix sneered and said, "Of course I have to explain it. Otherwise, how would you ignorant natives know about the shocking situation that our phoenix race has been planning for billions of years? I like to hear the details. Back then, the ancestral land was destined to collapse. All the races scattered. Our race had already made arrangements and scattered many seeds. For example, the demon race's vermilion bird, the western sex Mamuri, the demon race's dark phoenix, and so on all originated from our race. After that, they each had their own opportunities and formed their own karma. As for Zhuoxianyan, before we left, we cut off a corner of the phoenix race's providence. We used the only remaining essence core of patriarch origin phoenix as a carrier and left it in the phoenix veins of the ancestral land. It was naturally nurtured and waited for the right time. It could be said to be the biggest part of the plan. Since it's the biggest part of the plan, how could we not be prepared for her? The primordial phoenix said proudly, "We left a trace of the absolute heaven poison in the essence core." The absolute heaven poison. Even the ancestral dragon and ancestral Qilin turned their heads and looked at the primordial phoenix in shock. Clearly, they didn't expect the primordial phoenix to have such a far-reaching plan. This earth-shattering event was simply unheard of. The absolute heaven poison can even kill a saint. The primordial phoenix sneered and looked at Zhuoxiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo sneered. What a shocking situation. What a far-reaching plan. However, do you think that I will believe you just because you casually made up some absolute heaven poison? Apart from the return of the Dark Phoenix, what other mighty figures have returned to your Phoenix race? If you had made arrangements long ago, why didn't you activate the restrictions and force those people to return? A shocking situation, a shocking scam. The primordial phoenix also sneered. You can choose not to believe me, but use your wife's life as a stake. Zhuoxiaoduo squinted his eyes. Unless you bring out the evidence, it's just empty talk. You're just shooting off your mouth. The primordial phoenix said indifferently, I personally arranged this situation. Naturally, I have evidence. He circulated his energy, and a seven-colored light appeared from the top of his head. Within the light, there was an ice flame. In the center of the ice flame, there was a faint pink light spot. This is the absolute heaven poison. This poison is extremely rare. Zhuoxianyan is a corner of our race's destiny. We must add the strongest restrictions to her body to prevent a backlash. Now, as long as I crush this pink light spot, even if your wife has the cultivation of a saint, she will immediately die and be consigned to eternal damnation. The primordial phoenix said indifferently, I know that you're Xiao and don't have much knowledge. You can find someone you know to see if I'm bluffing. There was no need to find someone to verify it. Zhuoxiaoduo knew that it was true. He had cultivated with Zhuoxianyan's soul many times, so he naturally knew that this mysterious ice flame and Zhuoxianyan's ice flame came from the same source. It was true. Looking at the expressions of the ancestral dragon and the ancestral Qilin, Zhuoxiaoduo was even more certain that it was not groundless. He pondered and said, Who is Origin Phoenix? The primordial phoenix's expression was a little ugly. Back then, two phoenixes were naturally born between heaven and earth. The first one was Origin Phoenix. She was from the same period as Lord Pangu. I only appeared after Lord Pangu opened the sky. However, it is not false that I am known as the first phoenix in this world, because Lord Origin Phoenix was born before the sky was opened. After that, Origin Phoenix died. The primordial phoenix clearly did not want to talk about Origin Phoenix's past in detail and intended to be vague. Zhuoxiaoduo sneered and said, Died? How can a chaos creature who was from the same period as God Panga die for no reason? I don't think so, right? You must have used some kind of trick to kill her and occupy the title of the first phoenix. Hee. If it weren't for this scheme, I'm afraid you wouldn't even say the two words Origin Phoenix, right? Also, your so-called cloth clan may not be fake, but many of those blood descendants are wandering outside. When they advance to a certain realm, they will naturally understand the past. They will be stupid if they come back. The primordial phoenix said coldly, these are not the main point. It is irrelevant to talk about these. The main point now is that I have planted a poison in the depths of your wife's soul. Do you understand now? The primordial phoenix said. So Xiaoduo snorted and said, "All right, cut the crap. Tell me your conditions." His gaze was cold and hard, and there was killing intent that penetrated her soul. He stared at the primordial phoenix's face like a poisonous snake. The monstrous anger in his heart could not be suppressed. This bastard, he actually used the missing cat to threaten me. However, this move was targeted and hit the place that Zhou Xiaoduo cared about the most. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but he did not dare to act rashly. If this poison was planted in Zhou Xiaoduo's soul, then the leaders of the 3 clans in front of him would have been reduced to powder. How could Zhou Xiaoduo accept such a threat? However, it had to be on Zhou Xiaoyan that Yin Zhonghu came over at a point in time. His eyes were about to crack. Primordial Phoenix, to think that you are an ancient mighty figure. Now that the outcome is clear, you actually used such a shameless method to threaten us and try to escape. Do you have any shame? The primordial phoenix turned a deaf ear and said indifferently, "What I want will not be overboard. I only want to be able to retreat safely today. We will take the remaining troops away. In the future, we will see. It is more advantageous for you to use this price to exchange for the life of a genius who has the potential to become a saint. As long as we reach a safe distance, I will naturally remove this absolute heaven poison. How about that?" Li Chenglong, who had rushed over, said coldly, "But how can we be sure that you can remove this strange poison that can kill a saint?" His words woke her up from her dream. How could this poison, which was said to be able to kill even a saint, be removed, just based on the words of a guy whose cultivation had not reached the saint stage? If they were tricked by this guy, wouldn't Xiaoduo and the other higher-ups of the astral souls be extremely stupid? Li Chenglong took a step forward and looked at the pink and indescribably beautiful absolute heaven, poison hidden in the ice flames. He said indifferently, "If my judgment is correct, the primordial phoenix, the phoenix head before the creation of the world, died under the absolute heaven poison, right?" The primordial phoenix's pupils constricted as she stared at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong said, "If we take it a step further, even if the primordial phoenix was poisoned, she would definitely use her entire life's cultivation to resist this poison. In the end, she was still unlucky. After the primordial phoenix died, when you retrieved this poison, you fused it with the primordial phoenix's soul and divided it into 2 parts to form a bond, and then used this to set up this trap? There's no need to flatter yourself. What do you mean by setting up the clans and shocking the world? Even if you have the intention of setting up the clans, there are not many descendants of the Phoenix clan among the major forces. This is enough to prove that you are not popular. If you had said that all the great cultivators were the descendants of the Phoenix clan would have long been the leader of the clans. Now, why do you need to join forces with the other 2 clans to attack the astral souls? Only sister-in-law Little Nian was really set up by you. However, the reason why you did this was definitely not just to create a peerless genius who could surpass you and the primordial phoenix, a peerless genius who grew up in the human race and is destined to oppose you. So your original intention was to use the resources of a human race to help you nurture a super fighter? After all, as long as this poison is in your hands, no matter when, as long as you want to use it, you can use it to control sister-in-law Little Nian and threaten the related people who care about sister-in-law Little Nian. Just like today, isn't it? Li Chenglong clapped his hands and said coldly, "This is a good plan, a good scheme, a good scheme." How despicable. Even if there's a chance, just like now, you can still use this to save your life, prolong your life, and even bargain. What a good plan. You used a divine item like the absolute heaven poison to beg for your life. Li Chenglong's sarcasm made the faces of the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the primordial Qilin turn red and white. They were almost too ashamed to show their faces. However, the 3 leaders did not say a word. Now, this was their only chance of survival. Whether they could survive or not depended on whether the absolute heaven poison in the primordial phoenix's hand was effective. The screams in the surroundings were getting fewer and farther away. At this moment, most of the troops of the three clans had been killed. Zhuo did not give the order to stop the killing, and neither did Li Changlong. The primordial phoenix did not ask for anything else and left with his subordinates because he felt that the sense of danger was getting heavier and heavier, and the suffocating feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Li Changlong took a deep breath and looked at Zhuo. He transmitted his voice, "Boss, why don't we?" Zhuo did not say anything, but his expression was getting colder and colder. There was complete silence. After a long, long time, Zhuo's face contorted in pain. He gritted his teeth and said, "This battle concerns the fate of the astral souls and the human race." The heavenly monarch of the right, Teacher Qin, Wang Lingyun, 5 of the heavenly monarch's protectors, 32 zenith heaven cultivators, 175 chaos prime seniors, more than 8,000 Dao integration cultivators, 153,000 Skyser cultivators, more than 3 million profound convergence cultivators, and more than 30 million below profound convergence cultivators. As he spoke, the rims of his eyes suddenly turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, "The culprit is right in front of us. I can kill them with a raise of my hand. I pray that the tens of millions of souls will not be forgotten. If I, Zhuo, let go of these 3 executioners whose hands are stained with human blood because of my personal gains and losses, how can I, Zhuo, face the tombstones that stretch for thousands of miles? Nian Cat is my wife. I can make the decision for her. At most, when the world is peaceful, I'll reunite with my wife." Zhuo's lips were bleeding. "You want to threaten me? Are you crazy?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to kill. The primordial phoenix shouted, "Wait!" The primordial phoenix raised his hand high, and the pink light in the ice flame flickered even faster. Zhuo. When he saw Zhuo's eyes become more and more ferocious, he could not help but laugh wildly. Good. Since you're so righteous, I, the primordial phoenix, will not hesitate to die. I'll take your beautiful wife with me. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of 1,000,000 years of planning?" Before he finished speaking, 2 fingers suddenly exerted force. Clearly, he was detonating the absolute heaven poison. The poison seemed to be in his hand, but it was actually connected to his mind. External forces could not stop it at all. Zhuo roared angrily and was about to rush forward and kill this person. Right at this moment, a strand of sword light suddenly surpassed the flow of time and the limits of space, and it flashed through the air like a white steed flashing through a gap. Then a voice sounded indifferently. "I remember telling you not to use this to make a fuss. Why didn't you listen?" The primordial phoenix's 2 fingers moved, and his mind was activated at the same time. It should have been an irreversible explosion, but when his 2 fingers touched each other and his mind was in a daze, he realized that the absolute heaven poison had disappeared. He cried out in disbelief, "Who is it?" Suddenly, a blue-clothed Taoist man appeared beside him. He carried a long sword on his back, and the sleeves of his clothes fluttered in the wind. He had one hand behind his back, and the other hand was fiddling with the absolute heaven poison. What was it? The ice flames jumped, still flickering with inexplicable magnificence. Zhuo cheered and jumped up, forgetting everything. The person who came had a handsome face and a tall figure. Just by standing there, he seemed to be stepping on the universe. It was the master of the GS sect, the Grand Master of Heaven, one of the 3 pure ones, perfected enchanting. The primordial phoenix trembled and roared with all his might. "Grand Master of Heaven, you haven't left yet." The Grand Master of Heaven smiled faintly. His eyes were sharp as he said, "Remember that in the Purple Cloud Palace, I told you not to act rashly. I'll protect Xiao Duo and Little Nian." He asked coldly, "Why? Can't you give me face?" The primordial phoenix was so angry that he panted and coughed violently. "Give you face? I'm about to lose my life. How can I give you face?" But now, He couldn't say a word because he was in complete despair. Not only did Grandmaster of Heaven's sword take away the absolute heaven poison, but it also cut off the connection between his soul. At the same time, it took away a large part of his soul. And what caused this stunning effect was the immortal slaying sword chi that was famous in the world. Good, good, good. The primordial phoenix laughed in despair. Grandmaster of Heaven, you are indeed the Grandmaster of Heaven. I admire you. Grandmaster of Heaven held the absolute heaven poison in his hand and said indifferently, Good, of course it's good. It's a pity that you don't even have the right to bicker with me now. Zhuo roared angrily and raised his sledgehammer high, overflowing with killing intent. Puff, puff, puff. Thousands of hammers were smashed down in succession without any fanciful tricks. The ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the Qilin did not resist at all. They did not move at all and allowed the hammers to hit them. They were already in despair. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. Before the primordial phoenix died, he only said coldly, Zhuo, you will never be able to cure your wife's absolute heaven poison. The absolute heaven poison hidden in the depths of her soul will grow stronger with the growth of her cultivation. Her comprehension of the ice flame is the starting point of her journey to the end. It's just a matter of time. Just you wait. The laughter was smashed by Zhuo and then turned into a piece of minced meat. There was silence in the field. They came with great momentum and were determined to win. The three races of the dragon and phoenix were overturned in one day and eliminated from the world. Their nest, Zhuo would never let it go. Even at this moment, Li Qinglong had already begun to formulate a plan to eliminate all future troubles. After a while, the soldiers of the astral souls were all silently cleaning up the battlefield. They carefully rummaged through the debris on the ground, hoping to find traces of their brother's existence. During the battle, everyone was risking their lives. They were in a precarious situation and had no time to care about how many people had fallen around them. But now that the battle was over, all the survivors regained their senses and rationality. Everyone was heartbroken and in pain. They choked with sobs as tears streamed down their faces, searching carefully for her. At the edge, Mu Yinyan stood alone, like a soul that would disappear with the wind at any time, an empty soul. Bai Yunduo was not far from her, paying attention to her. She stood alone, and there was no familiar figure beside her. The two familiar figures were nowhere to be seen. Sister Lan had also died in this battle. Now, only a strand of long hair was left when Sister Lan self-destructed to prove that the woman who had been silent her whole life and sacrificed her whole life had once lived, fought, and existed. Mu Yinyan clutched Sister Lan's hair tightly in her hand, her eyes empty. Now, at this moment, she couldn't find the meaning of continuing to live. She could clearly feel that. This world no longer had anything to do with her. Yu Xingqian, the emperor of the star-plucking emperor, walked over with a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, Mu Yinyan you. But Mu Yinyan turned around as if she had been electrocuted and shook her head sadly. I am Mu Yinyan, and I have nothing to do with the heavenly king of the right. Everyone was silent. Mu Yinyan laughed self-deprecatingly and said softly, as if she was talking in a dream, He has already left. His wife is waiting for him over there. No matter if they are alive or dead, they are a pair for life and death, and they are very precious. No matter if it is this life or the next, they are a pair. I have no right to disturb them. Hearing this, Bai Yunduo and Yu Xingqian only felt a sharp pain in their hearts. For a moment, they were speechless and stunned on the spot. Yu Dantian got what he wanted and left without any worries. But Mu Yinyan, who is still alive in this world, would bear endless recollection and pain, without any hope. Even more than Yu Dantian and Qin Fanyang, there was only despair, because not only did she never have it, but she also never got it. Not only in this life and this life, that even in the next life and the next life, she couldn't look forward to and hope. Yu Xingqian scolded with a trembling voice and red eyes, this bastard. In his last moments, he is still harming people. He didn't harm me. He just misses his wife too much. I understand, I understand. Mu Yin whispered. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame me for having a face that is too similar. I envy the person who has the same face, that's all. Yu Xingqian said with a trembling voice, Child, you should be the reincarnation of Fenghua. Little you shouldn't be mistaken, whether I am or not. It doesn't matter anymore. From now on, it is only Mu Yin, and it can only be Mu Yin. Mu Yin smiled bitterly and said, I'm leaving. Bai Yundua's body trembled. Where are you going? She asked. Mu Yin shook her head blankly. I don't know. The road is under my feet, and I will go wherever I go. Then why do you have to go? If you stay with us, Bai Yunduo was only halfway through her words. Please forgive me. I'm going to be a deserter. Because I really don't know who I should fight for, who I should live for. I don't have any goals anymore. Mu Yin slowly turned around and bowed to the battlefield that was being cleaned. She slowly but firmly kowtowed 3 times. She was at a loss. I hate you. You miss your wife, but you came to provoke me. After touching my heart, when I began to try to accept and look forward to the future, you only got an apology in return, and you turned into eternal dust, an immortal star. With your death, perhaps you won't let down everyone in the world. You won't let down your brother. You won't let down Yin Fenghua, and you won't let down the entire continent. But you are worthy of me? Are you worthy of me? Should I hate you? She was at a loss for a moment, then stood up and went away like a ghost. Don't follow me. I'm afraid to see you. I don't want to see any acquaintances, and I don't want to remember those old things. Bai Yunduo chased after her for 2 steps, then stopped in a daze. She understood this sentence very well. In the future, no matter who it was, the people present today, if they appeared in front of Mu Yin, it would be an unspeakable hurt to her that Mu Yin's speed was not fast and could even be said to be very slow. But it was full of an empty atmosphere and determination. From afar, everyone could clearly see that the thing that floated away was just an empty shell. It wasn't a living person. Bai Yunduo watched Mu Yin gradually go further and further away. She actually widened her eyes and looked at her with tears flowing like a spring that as she slowly went further away. Mu Yin's black hair, at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually turned gray and white, and slowly became the same color as her white clothes dot a field of snow white. Her white hair fluttered in the mournful wind that finally she disappeared into the distant wilderness and could no longer be seen. He was like a wandering soul that had permanently dissipated between the heavens and the earth. For a moment, she could not help but feel sad and couldn't help crying bitterly. I left a spiritual imprint on her body. Yu Xingqian said shakily, Let this girl calm down for a while, rest for a while. After the war, then, Bai Yunduo shook her head with tears streaming down her face. Along with the shaking of her head, her tears sparkled and scattered everywhere. She did not speak. She did not have the heart to speak, because she knew in this life perhaps no one would be able to find Mu Yin or see Mu Yin. As a woman, she knew Mu Yin's current situation and could understand and empathize with her. Old man, you don't understand women. You don't know, when a woman reaches this step, she is really disheartened and has nothing left to live for. Later, the spiritual imprint that Yu Xingqian left on Mu Yin, for some reason, disappeared without a trace. In this world, no one had ever seen Mu Yin again. Until after the war, when the strong people of this world had left this world for a long, long time, an old lady with white hair and wrinkled skin appeared in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. No one knew where she came from, and no one knew what her real name was. They only knew that she called herself Zi Yun. This old lady Zi Yun taught students in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school for a short few years. One day, when the sun rose, purple clouds came from the east, and purple clouds filled the sky. She seemed to suddenly feel something and quietly left Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. Facing the sun, she headed east. From then on, her whereabouts were completely unknown. Chapter 1419. Take this. Tontian handed the absolute heaven poison to Zwishaoduo. Is this really a poison that can kill a sage? Zwishaoduo asked. Yes, it is. Since you know the origin of this thing, do you know how to detoxify it? Zwishaoduo had high hopes for the sect leader. The sect leader shook his head. This thing has never appeared in the world, and I don't know much about it. However, this poison did kill the primordial phoenix in the past. It is no different from a sage, and it might even be stronger than a sage. You can only find a way to detoxify it slowly. At the very least, I can't detoxify it. Perhaps in the future, when your cultivation has reached a level that transcends the way of heaven, you'll be able to detoxify it. What should I do now? Should I just let this time bomb stay in my body? Zwishaoduo was dumbfounded. What are you afraid of? The sect leader was a little amused. Half of it is in your hands. If your wife still can't sleep peacefully, I really don't know what else is safer. As long as you don't activate it, the poison won't break out even after billions of years have passed. Zwishaoduo asked worriedly. Will it affect my ability to give birth to a child? The sect leader touched his nose and said, I really don't know. You could try it yourself. As far as I know, as long as you don't activate it, it won't affect you too much. That's good. Zwishaoduo was relieved. He carefully put away the absolute heaven poison and placed it in his mind's divine sense space. In this way, even if all the experts in the world, including the way of heaven, joined forces, the most they could do was to kill Zwishaoduo. However, they would never be able to take away the absolute heaven poison. To think that even a saint would not be able to cure this poison. Looks like I'll have to level up and surpass a saint. The road ahead is long. I can't slack off. Zwishaoduo muttered to himself. According to the prime of Tontian, Origin Phoenix is not inferior to the sages. She might even be stronger than them. Therefore, it is not safe to just surpass the sages by one level. It would be best to surpass them by a few levels. Only by surpassing 10 levels would I have a 90% chance of success. Yin Yin Cat is also improving with me, so it will be even faster. When I'm able to turn a saint expert into dust with a single breath. I feel that it's about time. At the side, the prime of Tontian rolled his eyes. Clearly, he felt offended. His fingers twitched, almost gripping the hilt of his sword. He sighed and said, The other purpose of our visit this time is to bid you farewell. After we return, we will be leaving. Sectmaster, may I ask where you plan to go? The starry sky is vast. Where can I go? Isn't it too fast? No, we're already too late. If we're any later, we won't be able to avoid the vortex of catastrophe. The prime of Tontian smiled warmly. Indeed, he could have left long ago. The main reason why he stayed in this world was because he was worried about the relationship between Zwishaoduo and Zwishaoyan and the Phoenix race. Now that he had completely settled it, he could be considered to have returned the karma that Zwishaoduo had done back then. He no longer had anything to worry about. Actually, I have a space. I've already opened the earth, fire, water, and wind, and it has become a new world. Zwishaoduo said, I remember that you were very interested in some of the completely open worlds that I mentioned. The prime of Tontian looked at him from the corner of his eyes. I really don't know where this kid got his courage from. He actually wants to put me and my GS sect into his space. If it was really as he thought, wouldn't the entire GS sect become his personal fighters? This brat is really bold. Who gave you the courage? Ahem. I'm just saying. What if you agree? Who can't have a little extravagant hope? Smack. The well-mannered prime of Tontian finally broke his cultivation. He could not help but knock on the kid's head. He scolded, Get lost. Then he floated up and disappeared in a flash. However, a ring fell from the sky and accurately landed in Zwishaoduo's palm. The prime of Tontian's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. This is all the ancient books that I have studied in my life. They're all jade slips and divine consciousness. They can be considered as branches of the GS sect's inheritance. You can mess them up. When your new world is really opened, it will be scattered in the new world, waiting for fate. Back then, I comprehended and cultivated bit by bit. The descendants can't get it too easily. You don't cherish it. If you don't cherish it, You won't have much motivation to move forward. You can set up any obstacles in this inheritance. I'll entrust it to you completely. If the GS sect doesn't succeed in the starry sky, it will naturally turn into ashes somewhere in the starry sky. Then, this will be the only inheritance of the GS sect. Actually, I really want to see if there will be another prime of Tong Tian after a few years. As for that person, how far can he go? The prime of Tong Tian's voice was ethereal and sorrowful. In fact, there was one thing he did not say. There is also the cultivation method that he had created after being trapped in the God investiture tribulation in his life. However, he had only completed half of it, and the process was still being explored. Even the prime of Tong Tian himself did not know how powerful this cultivation method would be. His voice was so faint that only Zhou Xiaoduo knew it in his heart. In a flash, the prime of Tong Tian disappeared completely. Zhou Xiaoduo put away the ring carefully. Hearing the prime of Tong Tian's words, he thought of something interesting. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild as he looked at the little dragon, who had already devoured the fortunes of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races, flying back with a satisfied expression. When a new world is really established, I will also throw in everything I have learned in my life. When all the clans are wiped out, I will also throw in the cultivation methods of each clan. I don't know if there will be another prime of Tong Tian, but it will be difficult for another one like me to appear. He. Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but laugh to himself as he imagined the scene a few years later where someone would treat his foot washing cloth as a treasure. Should he rub a few mud balls from his body and throw them in? Maybe they would be treated as divine creation pills? So, what are you laughing at? Why are you laughing so sneakily? Li Qinglong approached and asked curiously. Nothing. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Li Qinglong vigilantly, as if he was guarding against a thief. Why are you sneaking here? Why aren't you working? By the way, when will those IOUs be redeemed? Li Qinglong immediately fled. Boss, don't worry. I will repay them in this life. The war was finally over. They were cleaning up the battlefield and preparing to pay respects to the heroes that, however, Zhou Xiaoduo had already disappeared. He was already on his way to reinforce with Chonglu and Wu Yuding that in the southern battlefield of the astral souls, the battle between the human race and the demon race had already reached a state where the sun and moon were unable to shine. The devastation of the battle could no longer be described as just shocking. So Chonglu, Wu Yuding, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the hundreds of Dao integration stage chaotic essence cultivators and 6 million soldiers that they had brought with them had already been wiped out by the time Xiaoyan arrived. That's right, they had been wiped out. There were less than 800,000 soldiers left, and they were still putting up a resistance. This was a casualty ratio of less than 1 in 10. Escape? Strategic retreat? On such a large-scale battlefield, there was no escape. No matter how they tried to escape, they would not be able to. Once they turned their backs to the enemy, they would only die faster than if they were facing the enemy head-on. They were all-powerful beings who had experienced hundreds of battles. Who didn't understand this principle? Moreover, they had all rushed over to reinforce the human race. Wouldn't it be the biggest joke if they were to abandon the battle and flee? Even if they knew that they would die if they continued, they could only grit their teeth and persevere with all their might. Every minute counted. The more demons they killed, the more capital they would earn. The soldiers of the astral souls who were still fighting no longer thought about what to do after they survived. Instead, they racked their brains to think about how they could take away as many demon bastards as possible before they left. A series of explosions rang out continuously from all directions. These were the self-detonations of the human warriors and demon warriors. They were continuously self-detonating. They were using all means to kill the enemy. More and more demons gathered. Wu Yuding, Zhou Chonglu, Long Yuxing, and Wan Lixiu worked together to support each other. With their tacit cooperation, they were indeed able to stall the demon ancestor Rahu to the greatest extent. However, they no longer had the energy to take care of the others on the battlefield. The demon ancestor was too strong. The god-slaying spear's lethality was too fierce. It was beyond their imagination. When the four of them joined forces, their combined combat strength should be above the demon ancestors. In fact, they were much stronger than him. However, the actual battle situation was that they were suppressed by the demon ancestor Rahu alone. Not only were they at a disadvantage, they were also constantly injured. If the four of them did not have a large piece of heaven-mending stone on them, if one of them was in danger, the other would have to risk his life to save them. Perhaps none of the four of them would be able to survive until now. However, since the battle had reached this stage, they could only try their best to hold on. They could only drag it on for as long as they could. Zhuanglu's cultivation was the strongest among the four of them, but he was also the one who suffered the most injuries. His entire body was riddled with wounds, and his entire body was riddled with holes that had been pierced by the god-slaying spear. In the end, the heaven-mending stone had also turned into powder in his hands, and there was no longer any leeway to turn it around. He could not help but turn a look at his wife. Wu Yuding's condition looked even more miserable than his. Her hair was disheveled, her body was covered with cuts and bruises, and her face was deathly pale. The heaven-mend stone in her hand had been used up even earlier than Zhuanglu's. Long Yuxing staggered. At this point, he no longer had the strength to transform into the Azure Dragon. He could only hold on with all his might. One of Wan Lixio's shoulders had been injured and shattered. She had used up the last of the heaven-mending stone. Unfortunately, the remaining energy was not enough to heal her injuries. Fortunately, the demon ancestor Rahu was also not having it easy. The wounds on his body were even more than the four people in front of him. He did not have the heaven-mending stone to heal himself. The demonic aura of the god-slaying spear was also dim. However, his overall situation was still much stronger than the four of them. However, the demon ancestor Rahu did not expect that the four human ants in front of him would be able to fight him for so long. Even though they were defeated, pushed back, injured, and seriously injured, that they still charged forward again and again to block his path. They were not afraid of death. They knew that if they continued to fight, they would definitely die. There was no chance of luck. However, none of them retreated. They had already spent too much time in this battle. Let's end this. The demon ancestor Rahu raised the god-slaying spear. Copious demonic aura was poured into it. The god-slaying spear shone brightly again. Zhuanglu laughed. Ha ha, the demon ancestor is indeed an invincible expert. To have such a battle, this life is worthy of you. This life is worthy of you. Long Yuxing coughed and laughed, then followed up with a sentence. The demon ancestor took a deep breath and said, "Left Minister of Astral Souls, I admit today that you are a good opponent. It's a pity that you can no longer continue. This battle should end. With this attack, I will send you on your way." To be called an opponent by the demon ancestor, I am deeply honored. Zhuanglu used all his strength to lift the Sky Patrol saber and propped himself up. He said, "This day in life is inevitable. Please." The four of them struggled to stand up. They gathered their remaining strength and waited for the final attack. The demon ancestor roared and was about to attack. At this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed. He took 3 steps back for the first time. In front of him, the space suddenly tore apart. A chilling light surged out forcefully. Demon ancestor Rahu, don't be presumptuous. In the blink of an eye, thousands of miles were wrapped in silver. All the demon soldiers in this area were turned into ice sculptures. Although the Tao integration stage, Chaotic Prime, and above, did not turn into ice sculptures, they still had difficulty moving. Even the god-slaying spear was covered in frost. Demon ancestor Rahu, you haven't won yet. His white robe flickered as Xiaoyan stepped forward. The spirit snatcher sword flashed with cold light. She stood in front of Zhuanglu and the others. Xiaoyan had been rushing with all his might, and at the last moment, he finally arrived. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that her parents were still alive despite their injuries. Then, Yun Xiao, and Zhu Yin appeared in a flash from the torn space. The ice-flame blazing sky swept over. As the ice sculpture was ignited by the sky-scorching ice flame, Zhu Yin swiftly moved Zhonglu and the other three to the rear. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao controlled the Grand Sun primordial fire and added another sea of flames to the icy plain, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. In less than 10 breaths, the surging Grand Sun primordial fire forcefully separated the armies of the two races. It even used the blazing Grand Sun primordial fire as a barrier to divide the battle into two. After forcing Rahu to retreat, Zhuo Xiaoyan's ice flames followed the direction of the Grand Sun primordial fire and continued to spread out. Everywhere it passed, all the demon experts were attacked by frost. Those with weaker cultivation were all frozen into ice sculptures. Yun Xiao held the golden dragon scissors and leaped into the air. Her power was locked onto the demon ancestor. Demon ancestor Raha's condition is not good now. It's better not to act rashly. Yun Xiao said calmly, "Don't force me to make a move and create unnecessary karma." Rahu saw the opportunity and did not continue the battle. He glanced at Yun Xiao and Zhuo Xiaoyan, laughed, and flew away. His actions were extremely carefree. He was well aware that he was in a slightly better state than Zhuo Zhonglu and the other three. However, he wasn't sure how much stronger he was. In fact, he was almost like an arrow at the end of its flight. If he was facing an ordinary opponent, he might be able to put up a fight. But facing Zhuo Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao, if he forced himself to fight, not only would he be left with irreparable injuries, he might not even be able to withstand the joint attack of Zhuo Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao. With that thought, he turned around and said calmly, "Since the Astral Soul's continent is not destined to die, then today's battle will end here." After saying that, he gave the order to retreat. The battle ended the moment the reinforcements of the Astral Souls arrived. The god-slaying spear circled in the air and slowly landed. Demon ancestor Rahu waved his hand and kept the god-slaying spear. He did not stay any longer and turned to leave. The demon army retreated quickly like the tide. Zhuo Xiaoyan still couldn't believe it until the demon army had retreated to the end of the horizon. They retreated just like that? What did I do? Why did the demon ancestor retreat the moment I arrived? Am I that powerful? Zhuo Xiaoyan turned around and looked at Fairy Yun Xiao, not knowing what to do. Yun Xiao knew very well. She even guessed what demon ancestor Rahu was thinking. The current situation was very clear. Other than saint-level experts, no one in the world could face the siege of Zhuo Changlu and the other three experts for a few hours without suffering any losses. Although demon ancestor Rahu was extremely powerful and was second only to saint-level experts, he was not a saint-level expert after all. The reason why a saint-level expert was a saint-level expert was that other than his realm, his recovery speed was much faster than other realms. Strictly speaking, it was purely based on combat strength without using the saint-level domain. There was not much difference between a saint-level expert's power and a saint-level expert's power. In a short battle, it was hard to say who would have the upper hand. However, as the battle dragged on, the difference in their states would appear. A saint-level expert could be at the peak of his power for a long time, but a saint-level expert would not be able to recover in time due to the huge amount of output. Demon ancestor Rahu was the best representative of this type. With a god-slaying spear in hand, he was quite confident even if he faced a saint-level expert. In a head-on battle, he could really have the upper hand for a certain period of time. This was the fundamental reason why Zhuo Changlu and the other three experts could not defeat him even when they joined forces. This demon was really powerful, so powerful that it was shocking. However, Rahu was facing the joint forces of 4 experts, including Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding, 2 saint-level experts. After such a long battle, he had consumed a lot of energy. When he was exhausted, a new enemy suddenly appeared. Other than being difficult to defeat, another extremely important thing was that most of the other operations had failed. In other words, at least one of them had failed. What was worse was that Zhuo Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao were in their peak states when they arrived. Didn't this mean that the battle over there had ended very easily? Under such circumstances, demon ancestor Rahu quickly came to a conclusion. Even if he used all his trump cards and won the battle, he would most likely not be able to kill his way in from this side. Moreover, Rahu was not confident that he could defeat the two major forces in front of him and the danger of their death. Zhou Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao were both related to Grandmaster Tong Tian. One was his disciple, and the other was the benefactor of the GS sect. No matter which of the two was hurt by him, he would inevitably have to face Grandmaster Tong Tian. Among all the sages, Rahu was most afraid of Grandmaster Tong Tian. The other sages were more concerned about their reputation and were not good at attacking. Even if he faced them directly, Rahu was confident that he could escape unscathed. However, Grandmaster Tong Tian was also in charge of killing weapons. His murderous heart was not inferior to Rahu's. He was also a very protective ancestor. Once provoked, he would not rest until one of them was dead. Especially now that the GS sect had no target, it was the delicate moment before they left that they were bored out of their wits. If fiend ancestor Rahu caused trouble at this time, it was very likely that it would be a super luxurious gift for the departure of the GS sect. Rahu could even imagine that if he killed Yun Xiao, the entire GS sect would descend on his head with a bang. They would beat him up crazily and turn him into ashes. Then they would leave satisfied that that was probably the case. On the other hand, if fiend ancestor Rahu was defeated by Zhou Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao because of fatigue and injuries, or died in their hands, not only would the Grandmaster of Heaven and the entire GS sect not care, but they would also praise him and spread the news everywhere. It was the same as using the fiend ancestor's life and eternal reputation as a springboard to help the two girls. Fiend ancestor Rahu was naturally even more unwilling to do such a thing. That's my life. Therefore, fiend ancestor Rahu turned around and left without hesitation. He could not stop now. He had to weigh the pros and cons and retreat. Fiend ancestor Rahu could roam the world unhindered. How could he be a brave man? How could he not understand the pros and cons? He retreated as soon as he said so. He did not hesitate at all. After Rahul left for a while, he, who had already left the continent, clearly sensed something. The ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the ancestral Qilin have fallen. Fiend ancestor Rahu was speechless. They died just like that. Rahu's malicious eyes looked in the direction of the astral souls and did not move for a long time. If I were to fight against the combined forces of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, in terms of combined combat strength, the dragon and phoenix would be stronger after a long battle. However, I can use the power of the god-slaying spear to kill one of them. Although I will inevitably have to pay a price, it is more likely that I will have to escape at least one or two of them. It will be difficult to chase after them. Fiend ancestor Rahu felt fear for the first time. Could it be that the person who attacked is stronger than me? Is he closer to the saint realm than me? Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the demon army to retreat another 8,000 kilometers. As he thought about it, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen Zhu Yan just now. His heart trembled, so he ordered all troops to retreat to the demon continent. In fact, fiend ancestor Rahu had obviously overinterpreted the fall of the three heads. He only sensed the fall of the dragon and the phoenix, but he didn't expect that. The dragon, the phoenix, and the Qilin would be in the same situation as him. After a great battle, they would meet Zhou Xiaoduo, who was at his peak. Of course, even if Zhou Xiaoduo took advantage of the situation, the number of people in the world who were qualified to do so could be counted on one hand. The demon army finally retreated. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding finally heaved a sigh of relief. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu also felt the same way. The four of them felt relaxed at the same time. Then, they fainted one after another. There was only one thing to be thankful for. They won. Zhou Xiaoyan rushed over. She first checked on her parents' condition and fed them a few pills. Then, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu, and finally, she ordered the remaining leaders of the demon army to gather. She gave out a large number of pills to stabilize the injured and pull the dying back. As for cleaning up the battlefield, it could be delayed. At the moment, they had to save the lives of those who could survive first. After busying herself for a while, she stood up and looked at the scene of devastation. She couldn't help but sigh deeply. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. In some places, there were even piles of corpses that were tens of meters high. In many other places, there were huge pits, which should have been caused by the explosion. However, each of these huge pits was filled with corpses. The pungent smell could not be blown away, even if Zhuo Xiaoyan waved her hand to summon a strong wind. Plumes of thick smoke rose from the battlefield and were blown far away by the wind. The wind whistled and whimpered. It was as if the souls of tens of millions of people who had died in the battle were hovering in the air, unwilling to leave. A total of 6 million soldiers, 5,219,327 died in the battle, and the rest were seriously injured. Zhuo Zhonglu's battle against the fiend race was desperate to the point where it could not be any more desperate. In the entire continent, only Zhuo Chonglu and his wife could complete this task and hold on until Zhuo Xiaoyan's reinforcements arrived. Even if Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were here, they might not be able to do it. Only Zhuo Zhonglu, who was astute, calm, and steady, could present such a result of the battle. In short, when Zhuo Xiaoduo arrived, not only was the battle over, even the battlefield was almost cleaned up. Countless corpses of demons were gathered together and turned into thousands of mountains. Then they were gathered together and burned. They had to be burned. After the battle, if these corpses were not dealt with properly, it could easily cause a huge plague to sweep across the entire continent. The corpses of the warriors of astral souls were also being burned. However, each of them had a place to return to. Under the careful care of their comrades who were still alive, their ashes were collected and placed together with the relics they found. With so many corpses, it was naturally impossible to pull all of them back. However, out of the 5,210,000 soldiers who sacrificed their lives, only less than 2 million of them were left with ashes. The rest only had a name. Many of them were found on the flower list before the war, because the troops they were in had completely disappeared. From the commander to the ordinary soldiers, not a single one of them was left. And such troops were not a small number. They could be found almost everywhere. After all, nearly 90% of the 6 million soldiers had died. Such a tragic result caused all the surviving Star Soul warriors to feel a heart-wrenching pain, as if their guts had been cut to pieces. After Zhuo Chonglu woke up and learned about the result of the battle, he almost fainted from the heartache. "How's the situation in Shangjing?" Zhuo Chonglu asked. After learning about the situation in Shangjing, Zhuo Chonglu was speechless for a long time. His whole body was trembling slightly. One day, in just one short day, the continent of astral souls lost 50 million elite soldiers. Most of these dead soldiers were veterans who had fought in the Sun and Moon Pass for more than 100 years. Every single one of them was the best of the best. They were elites who had been fighting with the Umno Alliance for thousands of years. They had been through countless trials and tribulations to cultivate these elites. After the battle, 50 million of them had died. Zhuo Chonglu clutched his chest in heartache. His face was pale, and he didn't breathe for a long time. "There's no war for now. Return to Shangjing and prepare to pay respects to the martyrs." After Zhuo Chonglu finished speaking, he walked out with Wu Yuding. He checked the names, belongings, and family information of every soldier who had died in the battle. He looked at the names that used to be alive, but now they were silently curled up in a palm-sized jar that all of you are 8 feet tall. Brothers, you are all curled up in this small jar. Can you even move freely? Zhuo Chonglu didn't even look at 1% of the names, but he already felt that he couldn't control his emotions. But he still persevered and looked at them one by one. "They're all my brothers. They have gone on their way, but I have to look at every single one of them." Zhuo Chonglu looked at them one by one. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. The familiar names made his heart tremble. It was as if he could still hear the vows of these warriors in front of him. We are willing to follow the minister and fight hundreds of battles. Protect my home. Protect my people. What is there to fear? I will die 10,000 deaths. When he closed his eyes, he could still feel them charging behind him. He could still hear them roaring resolutely, "Kill!" Zhuochanglu's tears flowed down his cheeks. He remembered some of the names clearly. These people had been at the Sun and Moon Pass since they were young. They had been fighting for thousands of years, but they had never enjoyed the prosperity of the world. In their long lives compared to ordinary people, they had only been fighting. Before the war, there was once a warrior who laughed and said, "After this war, I will definitely ask for leave to go back and see the legendary feasts and the legendary modern pleasures. I have lived my whole life, but I have never even gone to a nightclub." Now, they were all lying in this small jar. They would never have the chance to see it again. They had given their all, their lives, to protect the prosperity of the world, to stabilize their homes, and to create peace. But they didn't even get to see their achievements until they died. It's not fair. I am too harsh. Zhuochanglu looked up at the sky and sighed. Brothers, if there's a next life, I hope you could still be my soldiers. At that time, I will create all the benefits for you. I can't bear to part with you. Don't worry, I will take care of all the funeral matters. I will protect all the family members. I will not allow them to be bullied. Leave in peace. We will meet again in the next life. I hope to share the prosperity of the world with you in the next life. I hope that in the next life, there will be no war, no danger, no hardship, only peace and harmony. This life is too tiring for all of you. Take a break, take a break. Chapter 14:20. 5 days later, 3 teams led by Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoyan, and Li Chenglong had returned from annihilating the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin races. From this moment on, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin races were history. Even all the inheritances of the 3 races had been looted by Zhuo Xiaoduo. At this moment, a majestic monument had been erected in Shangjing City. Behind the monument was a huge palace that was far more majestic and solemn than the Imperial Palace. Heroic Spirit Palace. Memorial tablets were placed inside. The few people in the middle had portraits, and the ones in front of the portraits were their individual memorial tablets. They were the Heavenly King of the Right, Yu Dongtian, Wang Feihong, Qin Fangyang, Saber Demon, and other heroes who had perished in the heavenly tribulation. The doors of the Heroic Spirit Palace opened, and the people who had come to pay their respects filed in. This was the unanimous decision of everyone. Annihilate the 3 races completely and offer sacrifices to the heroic spirits with the ashes of the primordial gods. Now, this day had finally arrived. In the portrait, Yu Dongtian stood with his hands behind his back and stood in the clouds. White clouds flew wildly, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. There was no trace of his previous cynicism. There was only disdain and infinite sharpness in his eyes. Wang Feihong stood with his sword behind his back, his face cold and proud. Qin Fangyang's face was filled with a warm smile, but his eyes were filled with determination. Behind him were rows of memorial tablets. They were so densely packed that it was too much for the eye to take in. Wang Lingyun's memorial tablet was placed behind Wang Feihong. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding stood in front of Yu Dongtian's memorial tablet and stared at the name on it for a long time. Finally, they could not help but tremble, and tears fell like rain. "Little Yuer," Wu Yuding cried out in pain, feeling as if her heart and liver had been shattered. "I've raised you for so many years, but I've never thought that there would be a day when I have to send you off. Why don't you come out and push the blame again? You heartless thing." Wu Yuding's tears gushed out like a fountain. "If you leave like this, who will you be able to face?" Zhuochanglu took a deep breath and tried his best to stabilize himself before supporting his wife. His feelings for Yu Dongtian were no less than his own wife. At this moment, he felt as if a pot had been opened in his heart. On the other side, Yu Xingchen was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Silently, tears rolled down his cheeks. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others all knelt in front of Qin Fangyang's memorial tablet with tears streaming down their faces. Teacher, teacher, so Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Li Changming, and the other 5 students from Phoenix City's second high school knelt and kowtowed. They were paying homage to this teacher who had single-handedly created their knowledge, martial arts foundation, outlook on life, and values. He had always been a role model for them. From the beginning to the end, Qin Fangyang had always been their guiding light in their lives. Later on, they were promoted to Hidden Dragon Academy. Later on, Qin Fangyang went to the capital to teach. Later on, when he came to Phoenix City, he single-handedly fought against 3 tribes and protected the capital. It's said that in the new society, there's no need to kneel. But how can a teacher like this not be worthy of our worship? Teacher Qin will be our teacher for life. To be taught by such a teacher in this lifetime is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. So Xiaoduo's tears gushed out like a fountain. From the moment he entered the martial arts class, the past was still vivid in his mind. Every detail of the past flashed before his eyes. For a moment, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. If I could have dealt with the Ashura tribe earlier, if Xiaoduo's heart was filled with regret. He hated his previous decision. Li Chenglong and the others raised their heads and quietly looked at Qin Fangyang's face on the portrait. They allowed their tears to flow freely, but they did not wipe them away. Teacher, don't worry. We will definitely protect the stability of the continent. The first batch of people to pay their respects were the Emperor, the Marshal of the 4 Directions, and other high-ranking officials. Everyone stayed in the hall for a long time. The entire capital was filled with the smell of incense and candles. Almost every family had erected the memorial tablets of the Heavenly King of the Right, Qin Fangyang, and the others. The mountains and rivers were covered in mourning, and the cries of the people shook the heavens. With the passing of a heavenly king, the people of the astral souls had lost their pillar of support. The sacrifice of tens of millions of soldiers caused many families to lose their pillars of support. The entire astral souls fell into a sorrowful atmosphere. Cigarettes and paper money were scattered all over the sky. The tens of millions of memorial tablets in the heroic spirit palace stood upright, solemn, and motionless. They were like an orderly army that was ready to set off. It was as if under the leadership of the Heavenly King of the Right, who stood tall in the clouds with his hands behind his back, they were continuing to fight in another world. They no longer cared about the sorrow and joy of the astral souls. Zhuo Changlu and the others walked out of the heroic spirit palace. Everyone was still unable to calm down, and traces of tears could be seen. In the huge square outside, countless soldiers were already lined up neatly, stretching all the way out of the square. The soldiers watched as Zhuo Changlu and the others left the heroic spirit palace. Everyone bowed in unison, their eyes full of respect as they looked at the group of people. They were the true high-ranking officials of the human race and the hope of resisting the other races. They were the true main force. It was also them who held up the sky of the entire human world, preventing the star soul human race from being annihilated. Greetings to the minister and the emperor. Zhuo Changlu waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Go in and pay your respects to the Heavenly King and our brothers." He could only wave his hand, and the group of people disappeared without a trace. Everyone respectfully watched them leave. Then, group by group, they filed in to pay their respects to the heroic spirit palace and mourn the martyrs. The construction of the heroic spirit palace added a sense of solemnity to the whole of Shangjing City. The entire Yu clan was dressed in mourning clothes as they sent the Heavenly King of the Right off. There were hundreds of thousands of people who came spontaneously along the way. If it weren't for the ban, the number would have only increased. It would have been reasonable for all the people of Shangjing City to send him off. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others went to the Heavenly King of the Yu clan to offer incense. At night, the high-ranking officials of the astral souls gathered together. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, Qin Sha, Sword Sovereign, the four great commanders, Lei Changtian, Xiao Duo, Xiaoyan, Li Chenglong, and the others were all present. Taoist Lei and the others from the Tao League also rushed over. However, they were all seated at the back. The five Taoists looked haggard. They didn't have the sage-like demeanor of the past. Their hair was really white, but they didn't look childish at all. The high-ranking officials of the astral souls were all present. Only Yu Xingqian wasn't here. Today was the day of Yu Dongtian's funeral. Emperor Zhaixing had returned to the Yu clan early. Tonight, this old man must be very sad. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding weren't the only ones who had to send off their children. Yu Xingqian was the one who had to bear the pain of losing his son. Everyone was very sad about the death of Yu Dongtian, Qin Fangyang, and the others. However, they had to live on. No matter who died in the cataclysm, it could happen in the blink of an eye. Nothing was impossible. For example, Zhuo Chonglu, Qin Fangyang, and the others were in a precarious situation when they fought against the demon race's Luo Ho. If Zhuo Xiaoyan and Yun Xiao hadn't arrived in time, they would have most likely died. Even though they defeated the allied forces of the five races, there were still many difficulties ahead. They couldn't afford to be careless. For us, we've passed the most difficult stage in the struggle for hegemony over the continent. After this battle, not only the Dragon race, Phoenix race, and Shilin race were completely annihilated. The Lord of Azura, Nether River Patriarch, has also suffered great losses. His overall strength has fallen to the bottom of all the races. He can't reach the top anymore. Also, the Tao League has decided to submit to the astral souls and integrate into the astral souls. The spirit race isn't known for their combat strength, and they're not good at fighting. If we persuade them nicely, they might follow the example of the Tao League. What's left are the Wu people, the demon race, the Western sect, and the demon race. Zhuo Chonglu reported the situation in a low voice. The demon race suffered great losses in this battle. They lost more than 30 million soldiers. However, this isn't the main point. After all, as long as the demon race has demon ancestor Luo Ho, it's enough to pose a great threat to us. Zhuo Chonglu said slowly, "The most important thing is that after the battle a few days ago, I can clearly feel that there's a strange fluctuation in the demon ancestor Luo Ho's cultivation. It's very likely that he comprehended a new realm during the battle. In other words, he might be on the verge of a breakthrough, or even in the midst of a breakthrough, if my feeling is right." At this point, Zhuo Chonglu sighed. Wu Yuding, Long Yuxing, and Wan Lixiu didn't look good either. Everyone was astonished. The demon ancestor Luo Ho's breakthrough should be facilitated by the few of us. Zhuo Chonglu explained rather helplessly. At that time, the four of them were trying their best to deal with the demon ancestor. Naturally, they neglected that in this battle, the demon ancestor wasn't the only one bullying them. The four of them fought back with all their strength, which also posed a great threat to the demon ancestor Luo Ho. The experience of walking on the edge of life and death in battle had always been to strengthen one's foundation, accumulate experience, and even break through one's current realm. Therefore, a breakthrough in battle wasn't a rare thing for a heavenly son of heaven. However, no one would have thought that the opponent they thought they were just trying their best to deal with and barely holding on would have a difficult time coping with it. It even made this old demon, who had no scruples in the ancient times, have a realization because of the fierce battle. He kept using the pressure of the four of them to taste the danger of life and death again and again, and then tried the possibility of a breakthrough. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, although Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding had just broken through to the sage-to-be level, they were fundamentally at the same realm as the demon ancestor. Their all-out attack could, of course, pose a considerable threat to the demon ancestor. There was also Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu. The combined strength of the four of them wasn't weaker than the demon ancestor. They could really surpass him. However, the upper limit of strength was never the same as the limit of strength. Zhuo Chonglu, who knew the truth of this, felt that this wave was simply fucked up. We were fighting with our lives, but the other party was using our lives. Ever since he became the sky inspecting minister, this was the first time he had tasted such a feeling. However, he was helpless and couldn't interrupt the other party's realization. He could only follow the other party's pace. This was because if he relaxed, one of the four of them would probably die immediately. As long as any part of their cooperation was broken, the other three would only be defeated faster. Especially in the situation at that time, no one was allowed to leave the battlefield and escape alone. This is fine. The next time we meet the demon ancestor, let me deal with him. I don't believe he can overturn the heavens. Zhuo said sarcastically. This sentence instantly attracted 3 rolls of eyes. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Lei Changtian. Dad, Mom, and Grandpa. In one sentence, Zhuo Xiaoduo had collectively offended them. Zhuo Changlu was indescribably unhappy. You mean I'm not as good as you? And a kind that's greatly inferior to you? Wu Yuding also felt the same. Even if you're stronger than your mother, you don't have to announce it like this, right? Are you not putting your mother in your eyes and heart? You're really too unfilial. There was also Lei Changtian, who had a stomach full of strange feelings. Deal with the demon ancestor. I'll let you deal with the demon ancestor. What the fuck? That although he knew that the demon ancestor they were talking about wasn't him, he still felt uncomfortable. After all, that was his nickname. Do you think you can deal with me? You brat. Are you trying to rebel? Don't you know how to be filial? Lei Changtian was full of displeasure. He couldn't help but snore a few times. Zhuo Changlu's gaze immediately swept across his face. Lei Changtian suddenly became serious. He said flatteringly, "Boss, what's your order?" Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding's faces darkened at the same time. On the side, Yin Zhonghu, Nan Zhengxian, and the others were expressionless. They looked up at the sky. The beam in this room was really worth studying. Everything else was insignificant. They were all younger brothers. Then there's the demon race. Zhuo Changlu thought for a long time when he mentioned the demon race. He said, "Xiao Duo, in your opinion, is it feasible to have a gentleman's battle with the demon race?" Everyone's expression became serious. A gentleman's battle. If they could really have a gentleman's battle with the demon race to decide the winner, it would be enough to avoid countless casualties. In terms of strength, the demon race was the strongest race. If they avoided the final battle, they could easily avoid hundreds of millions of casualties. But would the demon race agree? Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a long time and smiled bitterly. I'm really not sure about this. If it's a battle with the Wu people, it's possible. But the demon race, it's difficult. The reason why I didn't mention the Wu people is because of this. Zhu Wu of the 8 great clans has returned to the world. Although the overall combat power of the Wu people has soared to the top of all races, a gentleman can bully them. I mean, we can take it slowly with the Wu people. There will be plenty of opportunities. Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, "The most difficult thing to deal with now is the Western sect. I still can't see through them. What are the 2 sages thinking?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Previously, sect leader Tong Tian said that this clear heavens tribulation is the only chance for the sages to escape. So, the 3 pure ones left one after another at the beginning of the clear heavens tribulation. And sect leader Tong Tian will leave immediately after helping us this time. Because once the continent is united, the heavenly Tao will be complete and will be controlled by the heavenly Tao again. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered and said, "Does this mean the 2 sages of the Western sect will also leave? If they leave, what will they do? On the other hand, if they can't let go of the Western sect, will they do something else? Anyway, I don't believe that they will be willing to be the pawns of the heavenly Tao forever." Everyone fell in a deep thought. This was indeed a confusing and inexplicable situation. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and thought for a long time. Then she said, "Dad, if you become a sage, will you be willing to be the pawns of the heavenly Tao forever?" This question was really earth-shattering. Zhuo Changlu pondered and pondered. After a long time, he answered, "Everything in the world has its advantages and disadvantages. This time, the clear heavens tribulation made me break through and become a sage to be. After the battle with the demon ancestor, Not only did the demon ancestor's bottleneck loosen, there's a great chance for him to go further. I also gained a considerable amount of benefits. I feel that I'm not too far away from that step. If I could become a sage, then, as long as the human race can exist forever and become the dominator of the continent, in the future, we can live in peace and prosperity. So what if I become the pawns of the heavenly Tao? What if the human race can't become the final dominator? Yin Zhonghu asked. Then, there's no need to think about it. Zhuo Changlu smiled casually. Because if that's the case, I would have already fallen in the battle for the survival of my race. I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to become the pawns of the heavenly Tao. Everyone was silent, but they could not help but admire him. This sentence had already carried out Zhuo Changlu's life. He would do his best until his death. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. As long as the human race exists, he would naturally protect them. The human race would only cease to exist after he fell. It was that simple. Everyone's work was done. Naturally, it was Li Chenglong's turn next. While everyone was talking, Li Chenglong had already finished drawing a new map of the continent. The Tao League's dragon, phoenix, and Qilin were no longer included on the map. Although the Azura tribe had not been destroyed yet, Li Chenglong's map did not show the extent of their power. Obviously, in the eyes of the swollen military advisor, the Azura tribe was no longer a concern. The human race, the spirit race, the Wu people, the demons, and the Western sect. Li Chenglong pointed at the 5 directions on the map. The human race is now in the northernmost area. Another great advantage after this battle is that we don't have to consider the possibility of being attacked from the front and back. The Wu people are in the south. The spirit race, the demons, and the Western sect are in the east, south, southeast, and southwest respectively. However, in the general direction, we don't need to send troops to guard the north. We don't need to send troops to the west either. The troops of the entire continent can be concentrated on this line. Our other advantage is, this line happens to be the Sun Moon Pass and Whitehead Mountain. The weakness is the Tao League's defense line. There is no heroic soul pass. Li Chenglong said, that way, if the enemy attacks, be it the demons, the astrals, or the monsters, they'll all be heading towards the Tao Alliance continent. They definitely won't choose to attack the Sun Moon Pass or Whitehead Mountain. If the Wu people want to attack us, they will have to go through the Sun Moon Pass. The threat of the Wu people. Can we ignore it for now? Li Chenglong asked. After all, the astral souls and the Wu people were in an alliance before. Of course, no one could be sure whether the Wu people would break the alliance agreement and attack them. After all, it was no longer a matter of victory or defeat. It was a matter of the survival of the human race. It involved the entire race and went beyond principles. Any noble hero could instantly become the most despicable and shameless bastard in the eyes of the enemy. There would be no criticism. If one still talked about loyalty and principles with the enemy when it came to the survival of the human race, then one was not a hero, but an idiot. Therefore, no one could guarantee that the Umno Alliance would not add insult to injury. Right now, Li Chenglong also had a headache. We can't find a target. Right now, the battle between the Wu people, the demon race, and the Western sect is still ongoing. Li Chenglong rubbed his eyebrows and said, then let's do this first. Order Taoist Thunder and the others to build the Brave Soul Pass while moving the people. The requirement must be no less than 5,000 passes. Besides, we have to prepare more than 200 million elite soldiers, the kind that can be deployed at any time. We can't just be their protection. They have to pay a price. If the Tao Alliance doesn't do anything and we protect them all, what's the point of belonging to them? Isn't it like raising rice worms? Taoist Thunder, Taoist Wind, and Shuang Shuayu's faces turned red. Their breaths were heavy, but they couldn't do anything. Because although Li Chenglong's words were impolite, it was an ironclad fact. If you don't do anything, why do we need you? Okay, we will do our best, Taoist Thunder said with a dark face. It's not about doing your best. It's about doing it. Li Chenglong's face was stern as he said in an impartial manner, 5,000 brave souls must be passed. The quality of the brave souls must be met. Furthermore, 200 million elite soldiers can only be more, not less. This is the sincerity that the Tao Alliance must show. Taoist Thunder sighed and said firmly, "We will do it." Only then did Li Qinglong give up. Taoist Wind sent a voice transmission to Taoist Thunder indignantly. "Boss, this little bastard is taking revenge on the Tao Alliance for assassinating them back then. He's too narrow-minded. Such a narrow-minded person." But halfway through the transmission, Taoist Thunder stopped him with a stern look. "What time is it now? You're still in the mood to talk about this? Are your eyes blind? Previously, the 5 of us were considered the best in this group of people. Naturally, we had the right to speak. However, the 5 of us are actually ranked last amongst this group of people. Moreover, this is because the Tao Alliance can't find anyone with a higher cultivation base than the 5 of us. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to attend this meeting. Now, you still want to talk about the assassination back then? Are you looking for trouble for yourself or for the Tao Alliance?" Now that they had decided to join the Alliance, they were family. Their interests were aligned. What was the point of talking about these things? It was really inappropriate to talk about being persecuted. Taoist Thunder still believed in Zhuo Chonglu on this point. If Li Qinglong really had selfish motives, Zhuo Chonglu would definitely stop him. To be fair, Li Qinglong's request, at least in Taoist Thunder's opinion, was reasonable. At most, his tone was a little harsh. That was all. When it came to a real war, there would definitely be sacrifices. But the higher-ups of Astral Souls could not bring themselves to use the entire Tao Alliance army as cannon fodder. Zhuo Chonglu looked at Li Qinglong and the others with a comforting gaze. With so many people here, Zhuo Chonglu could see the prosperity of the human race. There was hope for the future. Previously, the entire continent couldn't even gather half of such a large force. But now, things were really different now. Just looking at these energetic young people, Zhuo Chonglu was suddenly filled with confidence. The current situation of the continent was improving bit by bit. Everything was moving in the direction of the ideal. What else did he have to worry about? The foundation of this group of little fellows was shockingly deep. In the past, there was not a single genius like them. That's all for now. Li Qinglong decided. Let's wait for the battle between the Umno Alliance, the demon race, and the Western sect to come to an end before we continue. Let's see what the outcome of this battle is. Only then can we sort out the situation and take advantage of the situation. Hence, the meeting ended. 3 days later, the battle between the witches, demons, and Buddhists finally came to an end. Astral souls attacked from all directions. It seemed chaotic, but in fact, it ended in less than a day. Although the battle was tragic and the casualties were shocking, it was short. The battle between the witches, demons, and Western sect lasted for 10 days. The demon race suffered heavy casualties. The Wu people also suffered heavy casualties and almost caused internal strife. This was because the higher-ups of the Wu people suffered casualties. 3 Grand Magi died in battle. Grand Magi Lei Bao, Grand Magi Ranju, and Grand Magi Zhu all died in this battle. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that a Grand Magi of the Wu people had died. It was unprecedented. The reason for this situation was because of a wrong judgment of the situation. Because of the wrong order and wrong timing, they attacked and lost their lives. The Flood, which was heartbroken. She directly went to find Dijiangzu Wu, who was in charge of the battle command, and quarreled. She directly smashed Dijiangzu Wu's table into pieces and pointed at his nose. She was extremely sad and angry. What do you fucking know? So what if you're older? Do you know how to command? Do you understand the battlefield? This is war. This is not a fight in the martial arts world. War requires teamwork. It's not the same as the one-on-one battles in the ancient times. Dijiangzu Wu's face darkened, and he did not say anything. However, Liangzu Wu stood up and refuted the Flood. In other words, there was naturally a unified strategy in war. You're just a junior. How could you have a right to speak here? The Flood, which was even angrier. She stood up on the spot and argued with each other. The situation took a turn for the worse. In the end, the Flood Witch and Chong Zhu Wu fought on the spot. In the battle, Chong Zhu Wu was seriously injured. He was almost smashed into ashes by Flood's 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer. The Great Fire Magi and the other Zhu Wu came up to mediate the fight. It was not easy to persuade both sides. The Flood Witch was still angry. She held 2 hammers and pointed at the other Zhu Wu. She said loudly, "If I had known that you would do this, I wouldn't have tried so hard to rescue you. In the past tens of thousands of years, we've done a very good job. With one heart, there's nothing we can't do in this world. In the face of countless strong enemies, we can always maintain the situation of the Wu people. When have we ever caused the death of any of our brothers? We can have the current situation. We have allies outside, and we are united inside. But as soon as you came out, you became the enemy of the whole world. Now, because of a wrong strategic decision, you've ruined 3 of my good brothers. If I had known, why would I have saved you? Did we save you just to harm our brothers' lives? You don't understand strategy or tactics. Why do you have the power to command in your hands? Do you really think that it's still the ancient times, where you could be brave and have nothing to worry about? So what if you're a hero? What's the use of having heroes who don't feel sorry for their deaths? Why would we let you ruin the elites of the Wu people?" The Flood Witch scolded for a long time. All the Zhu Wu were red in the face and couldn't say anything. Even as the Flood Witch scolded, he still couldn't calm down. Instead, he became more and more depressed. He had no confidence in the future of the Wu people. The 12 shamans of the Umno Alliance have never been killed. Their fate is complete. They are the foundation of the Umno Alliance. Originally, when the 8 Zhu Wu returned, their fate suddenly flourished. However, their fate is unstable and will inevitably decline. Now that 3 shamans have died, this will be the starting point of the gradual decline of the Wu people's fate. Perhaps the fate of the Wu people is to fight against the heavens and the earth and then die. It was like this in the ancient times, and it's still like this now. What can we do if our fate is like this? The Flood Witch turned and left. His entire body was filled with desolation. He had painstakingly maintained the situation for tens of thousands of years, but in the end, he only hoped to return to this situation. The Flood Witch's heart was as cold as death. The overall strength of the Umno Alliance had indeed increased. How could it not be strong with the addition of 8 pre-saints? Looking at all the races in the universe, who could bring out a lineup of 8 pre-saints at once? However, with the return of the Zhu Wu, the highest decision-making power and command authority had also fallen. At least in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Wu people, it had evolved into a situation where an outsider was commanding an expert. The 8 Zhu Wu were all experts in one-on-one combat. At the same time, none of them had the ability to command. However, they were all ancestors. Who dared to command them? If it was just a mission to kill the enemy, all they needed to do was point at the target, kill that team, that person. They could casually send out any one of them to take the head of a general from an army of 10,000. It would be a piece of cake. This wasn't bragging at all. It was the truth. If they only said, "We need to guard this mountain pass. We can't retreat even a single step," then they could casually send out any one of them. It would be like one man holding back 10,000 men. It would be guaranteed that their defense would be watertight and unbreakable. However, when it came to putting these people on the command post to command the battle, the result was even more terrifying than an outsider commanding an expert. They were too used to thinking about problems with their own thinking and commanding the army with their own combat methods. However, could an ordinary army be as fast as them? Could they be as powerful as them? Strictly speaking, their plan wasn't wrong. They had already intercepted the 4 demon crown princes and the 2 great saints, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise. They had also completed the encirclement that in such a situation, the demon race would definitely come to help. Therefore, the Rock Demon Master came to help. Dijiang Zhu Wu sent out 3 great shamans to intercept the Rock Demon Master. As long as the 3 great shamans could stop the Rock Demon Master, they would definitely be able to defeat this elite team of the demon race. There was no doubt about it. However, Lei Bao, Ran Zhu, and Zhu Meng were only great shamans. How could they be a match for the rock demon master, who was a top-level half-saint? Sending the three of them was no different from sending them to their deaths. Some knowledgeable people raised doubts, but it was useless. How could they question Zhu Wu's strategy? As a result, not only did the three great shamans fail to stop the rock demon master, they even caused their own army to be wiped out. After that, the rock demon master led the army straight into the battlefield and supported the elite team of the demon race inside. They cooperated from the inside and the outside and defeated the Wu people's army instead. The Flood Witch, who only knew about this after the battle, was furious. You sent a baby to stop a big man. What the hell were you thinking? What were you thinking about with such a weird commander? After asking, she found out that the few Zhu Wu didn't take the rock demon master seriously. They felt that any one of them could stop the rock demon master. This kind of thinking was so weird that water had entered their brains. How could the Flood Witch not be furious? She could accept her brothers dying on the battlefield, but dying in such an unjust way that the Flood Witch couldn't accept it. The higher-ups of the Wu people fell out on the spot and almost broke up with each other. Raging Fire, Icy Abyss, Golden Scale, Poisonous Wind Emperor, and the other great shamans all left with the Flood Witch. Only the 8 Zhu Wu were left in the tent, looking at each other in confusion. Gong Zhu Wu sighed and said, "You can't blame them for being angry. Dijiang, the results of the last few battles were really bad. They were so wrong. We can't use the same old tactics after tens of thousands of years." Dijiang Zhu Wu said sullenly, "I'm just trying to gain experience. Do you think I want to be defeated and be humiliated by those guys?" Sigh. The few Zhu Wu sighed deeply. They also felt that the situation wasn't as optimistic as they had imagined. The Wu people back in the day seemed to have been wiped out like this. Now, the shamans had finally recovered some of their vitality. Could it be that they were going to use the same method to destroy them? Were they going to be wiped out again? Maybe we should hand over the command, Gong Zhu Wu suggested. However, this suggestion was immediately rejected by the other ancestral sorcerers. We're all ancestors. Why should we listen to a bunch of kids? We've eaten more rice than they've walked on. Ridiculous. We've been fighting since the ancient era. Who have we ever been afraid of? Emperor Dongwang? Bullshit. I'm not afraid. No one has ever been able to command me, except for Gong Zhu Wu and Candle Dragon Zhu Wu. Only Dijiang Zhu Wu, who had just made a mistake, was a little bit regretful and a little bit shaken that, as for the others, they still firmly denied it. If this goes on, I'm afraid we'll repeat the mistakes we made and even destroy the Wu people's hard-earned future. Gong Zhu Wu looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. The Wu people were all gloomy. The monsters weren't having an easy time either. Compared to the Wu people, the monsters were severely injured. The White Tiger Saint, one of the 4 extreme saints, was ambushed by the Western sect. He was forced to burn his soul to its limit. Although he managed to hold on until reinforcements arrived, his soul was already exhausted, and there was nothing he could do. Emperor Jun's heart ached. Looking at the White Tiger Saint, whose lower body had already turned into specks of starlight, Emperor Jun activated all his power, trying to delay the White Tiger Saint's death. "Your Majesty." The White Tiger Saint smiled and held Demon Emperor Jun's hand. He said softly, "Don't waste your cultivation anymore. I have already reached the day of nirvana. Before I leave, I have something to ask of you. Go ahead. My White Tiger race doesn't have any outstanding descendants. I've searched my entire life, but I still haven't passed down my legacy." The White Tiger Saint smiled and said, "Just a while ago, I accidentally found 2 baby sword-winged tigers. They were very talented. However, I could only bring them back, but their foundations weren't solid enough. I couldn't pass down my legacy. I thought I still had a lot of time to train and nurture them, but now I'm afraid. It's impossible. Looking at the relatives of the White Tiger clan, there is no one with exceptional aptitude. However, There are actually countless people who practice crooked practices and have ulterior motives. Now that I have left this world, how can those two young beasts keep their inheritance? I'm afraid that they are in a precarious situation and can only be divided among themselves. Your Majesty, please help me pass down my legacy. I hope that in the future, my white tiger race can still be loyal to your Majesty. After the white tiger saint finished speaking, his body turned into starlight and disappeared, reaching his chest. He held Emperor June's hand tightly and pleaded, "Your Majesty." I agree. Emperor June's tears fell. White tiger, brother, this journey is all thanks to you. Today, as a brother, I will help you. I hope that in the next life, we can reunite. As he said this, he resolutely plucked out a golden crow feather and used the backtracking technique. After 30 breaths of time, the golden crow feather turned into flames and burned the half of the white tiger's body that hadn't been dissipated by the starlight. That weak soul power was enveloped by the grand sun true fire. Emperor June opened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach, keeping it in his sea of consciousness. White tiger, wait until we either rule this world or settle down in the starry sky. At that time, I will nurture your true spirit. Even if it takes forever, I want you to return. Don't worry, your white tiger race's legacy will not be cut off. I will help you protect those two sword-winged tigers. Go in peace. In the distant Western race, it was a different scene. After the war, the Western sect had captured countless Wu people of the demon race. There were millions of them. It's enough. When we leave, there will be enough people to spread the Tao in the starry sky. Everywhere we go, there will be people to spread the Tao. Excellent. 9,800, rounded up. Chapter 1421. On this day, only Li Chenglong and Zhua Xiaoduo sat side by side on a hillside outside Shangjing City. Ever since the Battle of the 10 Directions encirclement, all the officials and people in Shangjing City had sent off the dead soldiers. The atmosphere in Shangjing City had become unprecedentedly gloomy and solemn. Everyone's heart was heavy. Almost no one in Shangjing City was smiling. The passers-by were all in a hurry, with gloomy faces. The whole city was filled with an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard for people to breathe. Even though many days had passed, this kind of oppressive atmosphere was still increasing day by day. Zhua Xiaoduo had an indescribable and complicated feeling for the Palace of Heroic Spirits. As long as they entered the Palace of Heroic Spirits, they wished they could stay there every day to be closer to the dead. They could feel their lives and souls being purified bit by bit. However, when they didn't go there, they were very afraid of going there. That was because the sourness, the disappointment, and the feeling of the world being empty were really uncomfortable. They even thought that they would never set foot in it again and never see the people they missed. That way they would think that they were still alive, that if they didn't go there, they would miss it. If they went there, they would be sad. The negative emotions were increasing day by day. They couldn't get rid of them, so they simply ran out to relax. The situation of the battle between the Wu people and the Western sect has been reported. Li Chenglong said, "The battle is also unusually tragic. It doesn't seem to be a fake battle." So Xiaoduo nodded. White Tiger Star of the Demon Clan was also annihilated. On the contrary, the Western religious sect gained the upper hand. It is said that they have captured millions of soldiers of the two clans. According to the information given to me by sect leader Tong Tian, this is the usual practice of the Western religious sect. They habitually convert the creatures of other clans, bring them into the Western religious sect, and turn them into their own force. In the past, it was like this in the investiture of God's cultivation tribulation and the journey to the West. Now, it is probably like this. Li Chenglong pondered and said, "But I think the Western sect is planning to leave." Zhua Xiaoduo scratched his head and said in surprise, "How did you come to such a conclusion? Boss Zhua, you only saw the Western sect's advantage in this battle. Why don't you think deeper? According to the intelligence, This battle should have been started by the Western sect in some way, and what they did after that could be said to have revealed their purpose. When the two sides fought, they took some advantage and left immediately. The reason why they risked defending both parties and provoked a huge battle. Their intention was definitely not to fight for hegemony. Instead, they wanted to withdraw and leave after getting some benefits. They could also use that to make up for the combat power of Chan School and Jie School. This move was very ruthless. After the battle, although the liches and demons are angry, they have to deal with the post-war affairs. If they want to take revenge, they won't do it now. This gap is the best time for the Western sect to withdraw, and it is also the last time. Li Chenglong said, "If we miss this opportunity, the liches and demons may join forces to fight against the Western sect." How can the Western sect withstand the attacks from two sides at the same time? Are you sure that the Western sect will give up the opportunity to clear the heavenly tribulation and become the protagonist of the world? The reason is simple. The Wu people, the demon clan, the human clan, the demon clan, and even the spirit clan are all bloodline clans. But the Western sect is not. The Western sect is a sect. Since it is a sect, it needs to develop followers. And in a special environment like the ancestral land, disciples, especially those with high quality and high cultivation, who could do everything directly, are not easy to develop. I even suspect that the reason why the three pure ones left so quickly might be because of this. In the war between clans, you want to develop the backbone of the fighting clans as followers. It's easier said than done. Although the Western sect has kidnapped many liches and demons, as long as they haven't left the ancestral land, they can't convert these people. So, they must leave. Also, with the combat power of the sage, they can use this opportunity to break away from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What's more, once they leave this world, the two sages of the Western sect will be truly free. They can even find a planet with life and develop the entire planet into a Buddhist kingdom. Then, they can spread Buddhism to more universes. There will be no power to restrain them anymore. To be fair, if it were you, would you leave or not? So Xiaoduo immediately nodded. I understand. If it were me, I would leave too. So this time, they snatched a group of people from the two clans. Li Chenglong sighed. It is said that there are more than 8 million of them. There is no lack of high-level combat power. Zhou Xiaoduo's face twitched. Li Chenglong said, back then, during the Great God-Confirmant Tribulation, the feud between Jie School and the Western sect lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. It is said that they only swept away 3,000 mortal guests. Now, this wave of 8 million, although the quality is far inferior, the quantitative change is enough to trigger a qualitative change. Li Chenglong chuckled coldly. They're really generous. Moreover, after these people are taken away and leave this world, they will have a lot of time to collect and sort them out. In the future, they will be under the Western sect. There will no longer be a situation like Chan School and Jie School, where they have merit and belong to others, because the roots of this world have been broken. So, if it were you, wouldn't you do it? So Xiaoduo sighed dejectedly. If it were me, I would do the same. Moreover, I would only take away more people. Isn't that settled? Li Chenglong chuckled and said, but in order to avoid some unexpected situations, they still need to do something before they leave. Otherwise, there will be flaws in this matter. Seeing that you have the pearl of wisdom in your hand, you must know what else they want to do. I can't think of anything. Retreating now is already a huge advantage. They have achieved their greatest goal, and they have retreated unscathed. What else can they do? So Xiaoduo's only feeling now was that Li Chenglong, yes, not only Li Chenglong, but these people who played tactics were all dirty. The only oversight now is not on the side of the magi and demons. The simplest and most direct example is that the Western sect took away so many people from the Wu people and the demon race. But what if the Wu people or the demon race won in the end? In the end, which one of the Wu people or the demon race will become the only master of the ancestral land? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, "If that's the case, then all the merits of those who were taken away from the ancestral land's sovereign bloodline will still belong to the ancestral land's clan, because the other side has its roots. If I were the two sages of the Western sect, in order to eliminate this possibility, I would definitely find a way to cut off this root and this possibility. That is, the Western sect will leave and go out to conquer the world, but the Magi and the demon race won't be able to stay here. So, what we're going to do next is very likely to be a change that will greatly benefit the human race. Because only when the races other than the Magi and the demon race become the masters of this world, they can relax and expand their territory as much as they want without worrying about future troubles. Based on the current strength of all the races, the human race is the most likely to seize this benefit." Li Chenglong said, "The only uncertainty now is that we don't know how far they will go, but I have no doubt that we will benefit from it." Zhuo Xiaoduo was completely shocked. Damn it, how meticulous was his calculation? Wasn't it too sneaky? Swollen. Could your heart be any dirtier? Just wait and see. Li Chenglong glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo mysteriously. "So, if I'm right, you will soon have a big gift." "A big gift? For me?" Zhuo Xiaoduo pointed at his own nose. "Let's make a bet. If I'm wrong, all my IOUs will be doubled automatically." Li Chenglong said, "If I'm right, all my debts will be written off." "This is a fair bet, isn't it?" "You think too much. I never gamble." Zhuo Xiaoduo very straightforwardly refused. "How dare you trick me? Even if I don't believe the prediction of a military advisor, I won't bet with you. How dare you dream of writing off all your debts? You don't look good, but you're dreaming. Boring. You're really boring, too ungentlemanly. You've wasted so much of my saliva for nothing." Li Chenglong was very disappointed. This was an excellent opportunity to be debt-free. How could he have missed it? Sigh, it couldn't be helped. Zhuo was such a person. Li Chenglong felt that he was more skillful than Zhuo Xiaoduo when it came to scheming. This guy was definitely not as scheming as he was. However, there was a big advantage to this guy. Well, it might be the biggest disadvantage for debtors like Li Chenglong. That was, once something fell in his pocket, he would never take it out again. No matter how smart you were, how extravagant your words were, and how you had thousands of brilliant plans. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who adhered to rules, would not be fooled. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning, he would not give you this 1 in 10,000 chance. He would only say, "You want to fucking cheat me? Your interest should be increased." Sure enough. You brat, you actually want to scam me. You should raise the interest a bit more. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared at Li Chenglong from the corner of his eyes. Li Chenglong was like a deflated ball. He sat down on the ground. His heart was dead, and he had nothing left to live for. As expected, my understanding of Boss Zhuo was deep to the bone. I guessed that his words were 100% correct. Sure enough, it was the most unreasonable sentence. I analyzed for a long time, but in the end, I did not take advantage of him at all. Instead, I lost interest worth a few continents. If it was during the peaceful era, Zhuo, you would definitely become the richest man on the continent. However, you might be captured early and killed. Li Chenglong sighed. Faced with such a mischievous loan shark, even someone as ruthless as him was at his wit's end. Li Chenglong's guess was not only going on there. It was also going on in another place. In the Green Turing Palace, Fairy Yun Xiao, who had returned, gathered with the disciples of Jie School. The Grand Master of Heaven had already made all the preparations. At that instant, a cloud slowly descended from the sky. It was Zhu and Ti, who had come together. Is Senior Brother Tong Tian here? The Grand Master of Heaven was puzzled. Why did the two of them come together? Are they trying to scare me? Could it be that they are here to fight? However, even if the two of you join forces, you can't do anything to me. Can't you be emboldened by numbers? What's the matter? The Grand Master of Heaven did not have a good expression. One of them spoke more than the other, but they were the same in their bones. The Grand Master of Heaven felt that he would definitely not be able to beat the two of them in terms of tricks. There's a great opportunity that I want to discuss with you, Senior Brother. What's the matter? Just say it. The Grand Master of Heaven became even more impolite. Fellow Taoist, are you leaving this world? Is everyone in Jie school fully prepared? Kundi's face was full of amiable smiles. What does it have to do with you? The Grand Master of Heaven was still not polite. Of course it has nothing to do with me. However, fellow Taoist, once you leave, you can only take the path ahead and turn back. May I ask if the karma here has been severed? You don't have to worry. It has naturally been severed. As the saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. What are you trying to say? Hurry up and say it. You make it sound like I'm the only one who wants to leave. You just want to make more money before you leave. Otherwise, why would you come to me? Fellow Taoist, you are a discerning person. However, my suggestion is beneficial to the Western sect, but it is also beneficial to you. Since you and I are about to leave this world, why don't we arrange everything again? I don't have as many dirty thoughts as you. Tell me your true intentions. This place is still the ancestral land and our source. Although you and I are called saints, we are still connate life forms who grew up in the ancestral land. We always hope that this world can be better and that our luck will not be lost. I think that the human race should be the ruler of this continent in the future. What do you think, brother? What do you want to do? Although the human body seems weak and the physical strength is the worst of all the races, the human body is born with a Tao body. It is the easiest to enter the Tao and cultivate. Take you and I as examples. Didn't we cultivate in the human body and walk in the world? Zhua Xiaoduo of the human race is young, but he has the appearance of a saint. Brother Tong Tian, you know that. So what? It's just that the karma is over. If we leave now, we might miss the opportunity. That's also my business. Zhua Xiaoduo was tasked with collecting the descendants of the primordial gourd. I'm ashamed to say this. Back then, the mighty figures of the various heavens had a fortuitous encounter with the Hu Lugan. The primordial spiritual root of chaos before the creation of this world was divided among the various parties. The 7 gourds belonged to the Tao ancestor, the Grand Supreme, the primordial beginning, the Demon Emperor Dijun, the Empress Hua, Taoist Tong Yun, and Taoist Tong Tian. Tong Tian said sternly, "As far as I know, the reason why you didn't participate in the gourd competition was that you targeted the last 2 gourds that were not mature yet. You even set up many killing moves on them. If Zhua Xiaoduo did not break your arrangement intentionally or unintentionally, the last black and white gourds would have been in your pockets." Kundi's face flashed with embarrassment, but he still smiled amiably. Supernatural powers are not as good as fate. No matter how we planned, we still made a wedding dress for others. It's time, luck, and fate. However, Zhua Xiaoduo is indeed the son of fate. As far as I know, he has collected 7 gourds. There's still 2 gourds outside. The one in Emperor Hua's palace is fine, but the last one is in the hands of the Taoist ancestor. I don't know when he can complete it. Tong Tian looked at him with a mocking gaze. Kundi, you're actually targeting the Taoist ancestor? No. Brother Tong Tian, you're too optimistic. This matter needs the cooperation of many parties to have a chance. Kundi still smiled. Since we're leaving, why don't we go together? Tong Tian frowned. Do you mean we have to add Emperor Hua? Not only that, if we can add the few people from the Fire Cloud Cave, the success rate will be the highest, Kundi said. Tong Tian calculated in his heart. Clearly, he was tempted by Kundi's words. Although the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave did not have high combat power, each of them was a person of boundless merit. They were also the true ancestors of the human race. Did the Fire Cloud Cave look for you first this time? Tong Tian asked. No, Kundi said. I've looked for you previously, Jie said calmly. Kundi was stunned. Jie said, when I first returned, the 8 people of the Fire Cloud Cave had visited together. They said that if things could not be done, please leave 10 million people for the human race. As long as the human race was not extinct and could still reproduce, they were willing to accept the teachings of the Western sect. However, from the looks of it, this agreement is just a precautionary measure. It's completely different from the current situation. That's reasonable. They have also looked for me. After leaving my place, they should have visited the palace of Empress Wa. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave did not participate in the battle of the heavenly tribulation. They hoped that they could use themselves as a bargaining chip in exchange for the survival of the human race. Therefore, they have placed bets on you, me, and Her Majesty Emperor Nuwa. They have put in a lot of effort, as expected of the source of the human race. Zhuan Ti was silent. A look of admiration flashed across Zhuan Ti's face. Since the ancient times, the human race has always existed. However, from the beginning, they were as insignificant as ants. They kept becoming stronger. Their luck was different, but it was not only because they were born with a Tao body that made it easy for them to enter the Tao and cultivate. Do you know the reason behind this? Jane also let out a long sigh and asked his junior brother, "Why?" Zhuan Ti asked, "It's because, no matter what crisis the human race encountered, all the ancient experts of the human race did not attack or even appear. It was the human race that managed to get through it. The more they persevered, the harder their bones were, and the stronger they were. Each generation was stronger than the previous generation. Naturally, their foundation was rich. If not for that, how could the human race be as prosperous as it is now? On the other hand, the demon race, the Azure race, the spirit race, the Wu people, the dragon race, the phoenix race, and so on. Even the Western sect. Jie sighed softly. Every time a crisis comes, the people at the peak of the various races will always feel pity. Even the saints can't help but personally go down and try to salvage the decline of their race. This has also led to the fact that for countless years, no junior of the demon race can surpass Demon Emperor Jun and Dong Wang Tai. The same situation happened to the Azure race of the demon race. The demon race only has one fiend ancestor, and the Azure race only has one patriarch Nether River. No matter how talented the descendants are, they can't reach the heights of the two of them. As for the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the Qilin race, their situation is even worse. Not only did they not improve, but even their peak experts were regressing. Even in the Western sect, after so many years, the burden on our shoulders has never been put down. Because, in our opinion, there are some things that we have to do ourselves. Otherwise, the Western sect will suffer a great loss. This also leads to the fact that although the Western sect seems to have a lot of talents, none of them can really reach the level of the two of us. This is our mistake. But the human race is different. There is a huge difference between them. Even now, when the world is in danger, the ancestors of the human race still won't join the battle in person. They will only seek a way for the human race to reproduce and rise again in the dark, just like now. And for this way, they can even exchange their own immortal lives for the price. In exchange for a glimmer of hope that the human race can have a person who can turn the world upside down in the future. So the human race has no one to rely on, but there are still many powerhouses. It's the same this time. All the humans know that they have nothing to rely on. They can only rely on themselves. So they broke out. There is another race that is almost like the human race. They are the Wu people. For so many years, the Wu people, like the human race, have been striving to improve themselves. So, after the 12 Zhu Wu, the 12 great shamans were born again, and their providence was full again. If it weren't for the rescue of the ancestral sorcerer in the Demon Imperial Palace, I think that the current 12 great sorcerers would have transformed into new ancestral sorcerers, the 12 ancestral sorcerers. At that time, the Wu people will rise completely and become the new masters of the world. They will be invincible. It's a pity that the return of the 8 ancestral sorcerers destroyed the best opportunity for the sorcerer tribe to rise. Because the great shamans of the Wu people suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. They feel that they have someone to rely on. And once they breathe a sigh of relief, no matter how the situation changes in the future, they will never be able to breathe again. This is the biggest mistake of the Wu people. Jean sighed. Since you asked whether the Fire Cloud Cave is looking for us, it means that you also see this point. Tong Tian nodded slowly. That's right. So, In the future, the people who will unify the continent and become the masters of all living things will definitely be the human race. This is the trend of the world, and it is the will of the heavens. This is also the reason why the providence of this clear heavenly tribulation comes back and forth. The clear heavenly tribulation has long been destined to eliminate us and the other races. Only the races that constantly strive to improve themselves are qualified to become the masters of the world and the eternal protagonists. You know why the heavenly Tao gave us the chance to transcend and leave? Is to prevent us from using our supernatural powers to go against the heavens. And after we leave, this continent will have a lot of potential, and even more things that are beyond our imagination will happen. Do you agree with me, Tong Tian? The Prime of Tong Tian took a deep breath and said, I agree. It was because he saw this future that Tong Tian wanted to leave this world after helping Zhuo that time and leave his cultivation behind. This was an investment in itself. Why did the people of the Fire Cloud Cave stay in the palace of Empress Hua for a long time? Because when the great world was destroyed, it was Her Majesty Empress Hua who mended the sky. Moreover, they could also persuade Her Majesty Empress Hua to come forward when the human race was about to be destroyed, hoping to preserve some seeds for the human race. They have indeed given up everything for the future of the human race. And we have also given up a lot for our respective sects and races for a long time. It can be said that we are on the same path, but return differently. Our methods are different, so the results are naturally different. Therefore, after finding a new foothold, we will do the same in the future. Even if there are things that the younger generation can't solve, even if the sect suffers a great loss because of this, we will not come forward. Jiayin's words were full of sighs. This was also Tong Tian's plan. However, the two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Whether it was Zhuan Ti, who took care of everything personally, or Tong Tian, who was super protective of his disciples, it wasn't very likely that he would be able to wash his hands of this matter completely. What should they do when their disciples were in danger? Should they save them or not? Should they really not save them? This would be a problem that would never be solved. Since that's the case, since the human race still doesn't know the fate of their race, why not? Before we leave, form another good karma and help them? Leave a memento. Jie smiled. What do you mean? You and I will go to Emperor Hua's palace together and invite Emperor Hua and the others to go with us. Perhaps the people of the Fire Cloud Cave will be willing to follow us and take care of each other. I think whether they know or not that's what Xiaoduo is working hard to search for the Chaos Gourd, they will definitely be embarrassed to ask. However, you and I don't have to worry about that. We can just ask Emperor Hua for it. After leaving the starry sky of the ancestral land, the people of the Fire Cloud Cave and the others can go wherever they want. How about that? The Grand Master of Heaven narrowed his eyes and said, It's still the same question. What is your true intention? I just want to leave the Tao teachings behind before I leave. However, our Western sect doesn't have as much face as Taoist Brother Heavenspan. We don't even have any credibility. Jie smiled bitterly. So, I'm here to ask you for a favor today. The Grand Master of Heaven sneered and said, I think you want to take away the cultivators of the Wu people and the demon race, but you're worried about the backlash in the future. You're afraid and hesitant. That's why you want to destroy their hope of becoming the ruler in the ancestral land, right? Kundi's expression did not change. He said, Do you want either the Magi or the demon race to dominate this continent? The Grand Master of Heaven laughed. Kundi was right. According to the relationship between the Jie school and the human race, he naturally did not want Xiaoduo's side to be defeated. Jie and Kundi's trip was an open conspiracy. It was an open conspiracy that only the Magi and the demon race were not good. In other words, the Grand Master of Heaven's original intention was no longer important. Whether he agreed or not could not change the outcome of this matter. If the Grand Master of Heaven did not agree, the two saints would go to Emperor Hua and do the same thing. Then, they would go to Xiaoduo to repay the favor and then leave. However, in that case, the Grand Master of Heaven would be worried. The two of them came here today and talked to this point. The Grand Master of Heaven asked himself if he really had any better choice, because he could not let the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave follow the Western sect. In that case, he would leave as soon as he said so. The 3 big shots had already left the Aquamarine Palace in a flash. Soon, the 3 of them arrived in front of Emperor Wa's palace. Their trip was naturally very smooth. Her Majesty Empress Wa seemed to be waiting for their arrival. Before he even made a request, Emperor Wa took out her 10,000 demons gourd with a smile and handed it to the Grand Master of Heaven. Please send someone to send this over. I hope that it can end the karma of that day and fulfill the wish of the old gourd's family to reunite. Your Majesty seems to know that we're coming. Of course. What's your plan, Your Majesty? The clear heavenly tribulation is our only chance to escape the heavenly Tao. It will not come again. I believe Your Majesty has your own considerations, right? Of course there are considerations. Speaking of which, it's a pity. If we knew that we were going to wander the starry sky, we would be free. Why do we have to come back? Divine powers are indeed not as good as fate. No, if we don't come back, how would we know that freedom is right in front of us? Fate is on our side now. Haha, fellow Taoist, you're right. May I ask what your plan is, Your Majesty? When the time comes, I'll go on my own. I'll just travel with the fellow Taoists of the Fire Cloud Cave. Your Majesty, don't you want to consider traveling with the demons? Or with Jeschool? Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. You and I are free this time, and going to the universe's starry sky is an opportunity to seek a longer great Tao. You and I each have our own Tao. If we travel together, wouldn't we have doubts and worry about our own understanding? Your Majesty is right. Although we're leaving, we have some thoughts. We want to leave our Tao teachings in the ancestral land. If Your Majesty has any thoughts, why don't you? I don't have to leave my Tao teachings. Emperor Wa smiled gently. I was going to leave a few days ago. However, because of this gourd, I knew that you would come and take it. That's why I delayed for a few days. Now that the karma is settled and our mortal ties are over, it's time for us to set off. Emperor Xin Yuan and the others stood up with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they were all ready to leave the ancestral land. Everyone is carefree and farsighted. The human race is showing signs of rising now, and all of you have contributed greatly to it. However, the golden age is coming. The day when the human race dominates the ancestral land and becomes the protagonist of the universe is not far away. Wouldn't it be a pity if we leave just like this and don't witness it with our own eyes? Kundi said enviously. Fellow Taoist, you flatter us. For the human race, we're not important anymore if we stay. We're satisfied that we can see the human race prosper in this lifetime. If we stay, we'll just be shamelessly accepting the merit from incense offerings. Instead, we'll weaken the human race's destiny. Let's go. Our descendants will have their own blessings. From now on, we'll truly feel both physically and mentally happy and relaxed. Have a safe journey. Peace. Under the gazes of Tong Tian and the others, Emperor Wa and the 8 elders quietly traveled through the air with a few disciples and disappeared in an instant. Tong Tian looked in the direction in which they left. Zhuo Ran stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression bleak. Fellow Taoist? Next. You guys go. Tong Tian only felt unprecedentedly complicated. He turned and left directly. The fetters of the mortal world are deep. Why bother thinking about it? I won't wait any longer. I'll leave now. The two of you, from now on, there will be no more karmic consequences. Take care. Fellow Taoist, take care. We'll meet again in the future. Don't. I don't want to meet you again. Tong Tian left in a flash. In the starry sky, only Zhuoti and Jie were left. Go. Zhuoti sighed and said, don't go too far. Okay. When you come back, we'll leave immediately. Okay. The 2 white clouds separated. One leisurely headed west, the other east. So Xiaoduo walked out of the conference room with a gloomy face, scratching the back of his head. These days, Xiaoduo had been having meetings every day and studying here and there. Finally, he fell asleep in the conference room. The moment he started snoring, Zhuo Chonglu slapped him. "Get out!" Zhuo Chonglu's face was full of anger. Yu Xingqian's face was full of envy, and his eyes were full of sadness. Previously, during the high-level meeting, only his son Yu Dongtian was snoring in the conference room. Then he slapped him out. Now, there was another person snoring in the conference room, but this person was not Yu Dongtian, Nan Zhengxian, Dongfang Xingyang, Yin Zhonghu, and the others looked at Xiaoduo, who was scratching his head and walking out dejectedly. Their eyes were full of reminiscence and sadness. Bai Yunhua's tears rolled down her cheeks. This scene was so familiar. Yin Zhonghu stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo's back in a daze, as if he saw his brother Yu. He quietly lowered his head and wiped his eyes. He only felt endless bitterness in his heart. Brother Yu, I miss you so much. How I wish you would push the blame to me again, and I would fight with you and argue with you again. It turns out that there's a day when a scapegoat can't get what you want. So Xiaoduo obediently rolled out. So Xiaoduo really couldn't be blamed for sleeping during the meeting. How could he be blamed for fighting between his upper and lower eyelids? Besides, when did he have anything to do with the meeting? From the beginning to the end, he just sat there and did nothing. Then at the end, when the task was assigned, he would ask, "So, what are you doing? Why do you think I'm wasting a few hours of my time? Why didn't you just tell me when a meeting was over?" Meetings are purely a waste of money and manpower. So Xiaoduo complained in his heart. Formalism. However, this sentence could not be said out loud. Bored to death, he went to the entrance of the military headquarters and sat on the steps to look at the female soldiers. His face was serious, and his eyes were rolling back and forth. He really didn't have any thoughts about these beauties, but this didn't stop him from admiring the beautiful scenery. No wonder there are so many female generals and soldiers in the military headquarters. Sure enough, walking around is a natural scenery. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly sat up straight, because a female general who weighed more than 150 kilograms walked over. So Xiaoduo instantly entered a cultivation posture and closed his eyes tightly. He couldn't afford to offend her. This female general had reached the peak of the Tao integration stage and was only one step away from the primordial chaos. It could be said that if she wanted to remodel her body, it wouldn't be difficult for her to become a 17 or 18-year-old beauty. However, she didn't have the slightest intention of doing so. It is said that this General Lu Mimi once rejected the pursuit of Nan Zhengxian's Uncle Nan. So Xiaoduo broke out in a cold sweat for Nan Zhengxian. "Uncle Nan, fortunately, she rejected you back then. Otherwise, you would be now." I suddenly thought of a very strange question. "Uncle Nan, your aesthetic standards when you were young." Ouch! So Xiaoduo shuddered, and a layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. He scratched his head twice with his hands. At this moment, there was no alarm or abnormality. Xiaoduo felt something and looked up. He saw a white-robed Taoist appear out of thin air at the door. He was tall and straight and had a handsome face. He walked toward him calmly with a smile on his face. Duo Rely, you are indeed charming and handsome." The white-robed Taoist was full of smiles and spoke softly. It was extremely pleasant to hear. So Xiaoduo instantly glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or I will sue you for slander and let you know the sharpness of the law." "Here so Xiaoduo in the law. You have to watch your words." Take a day off tomorrow to organize my thoughts." He thought about how to start the war. "I can't make up my mind." Chapter 1422. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo had seen such an otherworldly and handsome person before, and it was unforgettable. Well, especially for this person, he dared not forget. The last time they met was at the Purple Cloud Palace. The person who came was Saint Juanti. What made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel strange was, how did he know that he used to be called Duo Rely? It seemed that he had only mentioned a few times to Li Chenglong and the others about how he had turned into Amitabha and caused a ruckus in the demon forest. Moreover, he had only mentioned it briefly. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had not mentioned it in detail. But he did not know that he did not take it seriously, but someone else did. The story that he turned into Duo Rulai and made a scene in the demon forest to rescue Zhang Xuejuan was something that Xiang Chong and Zhang Xuejuan always talked about. They would talk about it from time to time, and so far, it had spread to many people. In particular, Zhang Xuejuan was grateful to Zhuo and felt that she could not repay him. At that time, although Zhuo's personal strength was not ordinary, in the environment and atmosphere at that time, the level of the enemy's strength was disproportionate. But he still took action without hesitation and rescued her from the base camp of the demon tribe. Although there was the intervention of the demon ancestor, late Changtian, Bing Ming, and other great sorcerers, that was later. Without Zhuo's strong intervention, Zhang Xuejuan knew that she would have died long ago, and maybe she would have died with her soul scattered and her divine soul destroyed. At that time, it was a shocking and incomprehensible operation. After all, according to the situation before Zhuo took action at that time, it was simply suicide. But Zhuo still did it, and he did it resolutely. Therefore, the person that Xiang Chong and Zhang Xuejuan admired and appreciated the most was Zhuo. She had long liked Xiang Chong, and Zhuo had his Xiaonian. Otherwise, she would have repaid him with her body. Probably because of this, sometimes when Zhang Xuejuan could not control her demonic nature, Zhuo could stop it with a look. And this was unique. Only Zhuo could do it. Even Xiang Chong, who had become her husband, could not do it. But she did not have to worry about Xiang Chong's jealousy. Since the return of Zhang Xuejuan, Xiang Chong had become Zhuo. If Zhuo fought with his sister, Xiang Bing, and brother-in-law, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong would not even think about it. He would stand on Zhuo's side without any hesitation. It must be your fault to have a quarrel with Zhuo. Under the couple's intentional efforts to spread the news, Zhuo's glorious deeds had spread throughout Star Soul Realm. Everyone knew about him, and he was praised by everyone. It was as though he was no longer in the martial arts world, but the martial arts world still had his legend, and Duo Rulai's name became popular, almost surpassing that of Iron Fist Young Master. Therefore, it was not rare for Zhuo's name to be known by Junti. Saint Junti, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with the Western sect. I have a family and a wife. I can't be happy without meat. I'm greedy for flowers and lust. My 6 roots are not clean. The 4 elements are not empty. The 3 poisons of greed, anger, and infatuation always linger in my heart. Zhuo gave a long speech. Every word he said was about the fact that he was not fated to be with Buddha. The amiable look on Junti's face deepened. Benefactor's words are profound. Every word and sentence of yours touches the key points of our Buddhism sect. If you don't have a deep understanding of our Buddhism sect, how can you be like this? It seems that you have reached a very high level of being unaffected by the wind and untainted by troubles. Sure enough, there's only a wrong name, not a proper nickname. Amitabha Rulai deserves his reputation, and his reputation is well-deserved. Can you not mention these words? My head hurts. This humble Taoist is here to give you a big gift and form a good relationship with you. Junti smiled. Give me a big gift? Build good karma? Zhuo was thinking about one thing now. Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't bet with Swollen. Otherwise, this guy would really be free of debt. He had to remember this. In the future, he would never bet with Swollen, no matter how high his chances of winning were. He had to take this as a warning. Betting with someone with a heart was not a bet. It was asking to lose and making himself uncomfortable. What kind of big gift is it? How embarrassing it is for you to send in person. Upon hearing that he was here to send a gift, Zhuo immediately became polite. You could just send someone to send it. Junti could not help but smile bitterly. He had lived for countless years and naturally had seen many amazing people. However, there were not many people who were so casual and lazy in front of him like Zhuo. The kid's eyes lit up as he asked, I wonder what good stuff it is? It must be something that can make you come in person. It must be something fantastic, right? Of course it's not an ordinary thing. Zhuanti smiled and said, "After today, I will leave this world. However, before I leave, I still want to build good karma with you." As he spoke, he clenched his fist and stretched out his white fingers slowly. The moment the fingers opened, Xiaoduo suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the Crown Prince Academy, that chaotic world that when the Huahuang swords suddenly flew out. In the middle of the way, a white finger stretched out, as well as half a, on me. He suddenly understood. He blurted out, "So it's you?" Zhuanti's fingers had been completely opened, revealing a small and exquisite gourd inside, emitting a soft light. So Xiaoduo snatched it and could not put it down. This gourd is really beautiful. Whether it's worth or not is another matter. Just its appearance has conquered me. Before he finished speaking, he had already put it into the Tower of Destruction. Zhuanti was speechless. Although it was unexpected and unexpected, how could this brat snatch it so quickly that I didn't even have time to react? Yes, I really didn't react just now. Zhuanti had never thought that the ruthless person who often talked about the treasure being fated with the Western sect would have it snatched from his hands in the end. "I've been entrusted by Her Majesty, Emperor Enrich, to deliver this demon-gathering gourd to you." Zhuanti did not seem to be offended at all. He did not seem to feel embarrassed. At least, that was what he looked like on the surface. "This is a token of Her Majesty, Emperor Enrich." So Xiaoduo nodded and said respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiaoduo, will never forget your kindness." After saying that, he rubbed his hands and said to Zhuanti with an embarrassed expression, "I've troubled you to deliver Her Majesty's token of appreciation." "Ahem, then, where's your own token of appreciation?" Zhuanti immediately broke down and was stunned on the spot. This guy was really impolite. Moreover, he had an unbridled feeling of disrespect towards him. This strange atmosphere made Zhuanti feel very strange. No matter what, he was one of the 6 Khanate saints. And this time, he had said that he was here to deliver good things to him and form good karma. Why did this kid treat him like this? Thinking of this, he asked with a smile, "Little friend, do you have any misunderstanding about me?" "Misunderstanding? No. Xiaoduo said lightly. "But senior, you still owe us an explanation." "It's true. Zhuanti was going to leave after today." Xiaoduo did not avoid it. If he beat around the bush, he would have left. What else could he do? He went straight to the point. After the battle a day ago, Xiaoduo defeated the joint forces of the 3 clan leaders. His confidence was unprecedentedly high. He also knew that Zhuanti had fallen from the position of saint because of the past. If he did not ask for an explanation now, when would he? "Oh, explanation? May I ask what explanation?" "The 7th prince of the demon emperor, Yiqiong." So Xiaoduo reminded, "He has lived 2 lives. Now he's my son. As the saying goes, the son pays the father's debts, and vice versa." I see. Zhuanti was stunned for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, "In that case, there really is some karma." What kind of person was Zhuanti? Now that he had seen through Xiaoduo, he understood why Xiaoduo had such an attitude towards him. I see that after pondering for a moment, he took out a ring and said, "This is a little essence of the true fire of the great path that I accidentally obtained many years ago. I'll give it to the 7th prince to express my sincerity." Xiaoduo was stunned. "So straightforward? I thought you were going to explain." Xiaoduo had found out a lot about Taoist Zhuanti's past achievements from Sect Master Tong Tian and Demon Emperor Dongwang. He had been on guard, but he did not expect Saint Zhuanti to be so easy to talk to today. Zhuanti looked calm. Although the original plan is useless, there are consequences. Who is right and who is wrong? How can a few words explain it? The so-called explanation is just sophistry. Since I've done it, I'll admit it. Buddha is indeed open-minded and has a superhuman temperament. Little Zhua has learned a lot. I came here today because I have something on my mind. He held the 9th grade golden lotus in his hand and looked at it with some reluctance. He said, The karma of that mosquito belongs to you. The third-grade golden lotus that was lost back then must have fallen into your hands. The 12th-grade golden lotus must see the light of day again. Since it can't be perfected in my hands, it's better to help you and make it perfect. Hearing this, Xiaoduo could not help but sigh at Junti's generosity. This was a Khanate treasure, the 12th grade golden lotus of merit. He gave it away just like that. Xiaoduo knew that he could not do this. It was indeed the work of an expert. It was unfathomable and unexpected. Senior, since you know that the third-grade golden lotus is in my hands, why? Xiaoduo asked. He did not say a word. Why don't you snatch it? Junti could not help but laugh. As the saying goes, the sky is 9 feet high and a swallow plucks its feathers. How can you take it out when it's in your hands? It's still the same sentence. People's names are often wrong, but their nicknames are rarely wrong. Xiaoduo's face immediately darkened. You're making me very unhappy. Am I that kind of person? Even if I am that kind of person, is it suitable to say such words in person? Senior, since you sent me such a dreamy treasure before you left, you must have a purpose. Even if it's a good fate, you should be looking forward to it. You're a discerning person. You hit the nail on the head. Junti smiled kindly. I just want to ask you to leave behind the inheritance of the Tao manuals for the Western sect. He smiled meaningfully and said, It's good to be like fellow Taoist Tong Tian, but I don't dare to ask for it. Xiaoduo scratched his head and thought for a while. It did not seem to be a big deal. Besides, the Western sect's method was also very beneficial for educating the world. At the very least, it could comfort people's hearts. Is that so? No problem. Xiaoduo agreed without hesitation. Junti was overjoyed and said with a smile, Thank you, young friend. Thank you for your trouble. As he spoke, he took out a space ring and said solemnly, This is the inheritance of the Western sect. There is the inheritance of the protectors, the inheritance of Taoism, and the inheritance of Buddhism. I'll leave it to you. Speaking of which, when Senior Tongtian handed over the inheritance of the Jie School, he only told me to scatter it at will and seal it everywhere in the world, waiting for fate. Since the sect master said that the inheritance of the Jie School is like the inheritance of the Jie School, then the inheritance of your sect has to be done in the same way. I have a lot of things to do. I don't have the time, energy, or time to find a successor for you. Xiaoduo immediately distanced himself from the matter. Xiaoduo was unique in that he did not do anything even though he had received benefits. Ordinary people would not be as shameless as him. Of course, Junti did not mind and said, It should be so. Only the fated person can obtain the inheritance of my sect. Those who are not fated will not know each other and return empty-handed from the treasure mountain. Saint Junti, aren't you afraid that no one can find what I hide for you? Won't it be a waste of effort? I have nothing to begin with. How can I be disappointed? As long as there is hope, it's fine. Junti's face was full of kindness. He raised one hand and bowed with his palms together. Little friend, the galaxy is vast and the universe is boundless. In the future, we will meet in the starry sky. Xiaoduo also said seriously, I wish you a safe journey and an unobstructed path. Junti smiled slightly. His body did not move, but he had already turned into starlight that filled the sky. Xiaoduo heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was as Li Chenglong had expected. He left after giving the benefits. At this moment, he vaguely sensed that a few people seemed to appear in front of him with a smile. They were Duo Bao, Yin Xiao, Gui Ling, and the others. They smiled and waved at the same time. Junior brother Xiao Duo, let's meet in the starry sky. In this world, the human race will dominate the world. We will wait for you to transcend. Xiaoduo smiled sincerely. There will definitely be a day when we meet again. As long as I settle the matters here, I will look for you. I haven't had the time to get to know many fellow Taoists of Jie School. Wouldn't it be a pity? The three of them laughed and disappeared from Xiaoduo's mind. In the distance, a sword aura suddenly soared into the sky. It did not escape quietly. Instead, it tore through the sky with earth-shattering might. That was also a unique way of bidding farewell that belonged to the Grand Master of Heaven. In the entire East Ocean, Punlai Island and Golden Ao Island had also disappeared, leaving only the dreamy legend of Punlai Immortal Island at the right time. The waves roared and surged into the sky. That was also the Grand Master of Heaven's farewell to the world in Zhuoxiaoduo. He left in an earth-shattering way. In the next moment, seven-colored light flickered on the western sect side. The entire continent shook. The merciful Buddha's Buddhist chant echoed in the hearts of everyone on the continent. A sense of mercy spread throughout the world. The seven-colored light that was unique to the western sect grew brighter and brighter. After a long time, it disappeared. Zhuo Chonglu and the others, who were in the middle of a meeting, also felt the shock. They all went out to look and witness the two waves of unprecedented grandeur. All the peak-level masters were shocked by the grand scene in front of them. At the same time, they also felt the sense of farewell. The Jie school and the Western sect have even uprooted their foundations. This is a complete separation from the ancestral land. Zhuo Chonglu's eyes were solemn, and his face was a little strange and complicated. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. The two saints of the Western sect had put too much pressure on everyone. The Western sect had many experts, and they had the advantage in numbers. Now that they had left, everyone felt that they had gotten rid of their biggest enemy. The departure of the Grand Master of Heaven led the Jie school, made everyone feel disappointed. After all, the Jie school was the most reliable ally of the human race. They rarely had conflicts of interest. They only had goodwill towards each other. That Wu people, Gonggong Zhu Wu and Dijiang Zhu Wu, both looked at the void with complicated expressions. The Jie school has left, and so has the Western sect. They are really free and easy. Gonggong's words revealed a rare hint of envy. The world has become much quieter. Dijiang sighed. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. Tian Wu Zhu Wu sneered and said, "They are just three cowards. They are afraid of being tied down by the Tao ancestor again. For freedom, they ran away without caring about anything." A light voice came. It was ancestral, which Xianming, at least people have the qualifications to be afraid. They're doing it openly. You're seemingly heroic in sour words, but in your bones, you don't even have the qualifications to be afraid. How can you have the nerve to say it? Only sages have the right to be afraid, and only sages have the right to pursue freedom. Brother Tian Wu, no matter how sour you are, it doesn't mean anything. Tian Wu had already turned around with a dark expression. Xianming, you're speaking so happily. Could it be that you've advanced to the rank of a sage? Xianming Zhu Wu spread his hands and said, "No, so I didn't say anything sour. You're not as good as them. What's wrong with admitting it? You're not as good as them. Do you think you can compare with them just because you are jealous? Ha ha. I'll kill you." Tian Wu Zhu Wu jumped up. Xianming Zhu Wu didn't want to be outdone. He fought back fiercely. The two Zhu Wu fought fiercely. Instantly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Everything was devastated. Boom, boom, boom. Dijiang and Gonggong had a headache. Wu people were already suffering from internal and external troubles. There were many differences between them. However, there were two people who specialized in slandering their own people. This made the situation even more troublesome. That's right, there were two of them. Before they came out, no one thought that there would be someone who could rival Xianming Zhu Wu's mouth. After all, everyone thought that. Xianming's mouth was already a strange existence that appeared once in a billion years. He would say whatever he wanted to say. When he faced the enemy, he didn't think that his mouth was so sharp, let alone that he could talk so much. But when he faced his own people, his mouth was simply a cheat. What the seven Zhu Wu didn't expect was that after they got out, they found that there was another one outside. Not only did he also argue with the sky, the earth, and the air, but he wasn't afraid of being beaten. The most important thing was, That guy was actually a direct descendant of Xianming Zhu Wu. This made Di Jiang and the other 7 Zhu Wu's eyeballs almost fall out. Every time they met, it was really pleasing to the eye. Xianming Zhu Wu was dressed in snow-white clothes. His face was cold, and he kept people thousands of miles away. He was really as pure as ice and as cold as jade. It was lonely at the top. At first glance, one could tell that he was a man of few words. The ice nether which was dressed in white, and she was colder than frost and snow. Her face was full of arrogance. Anyone who got close to her would feel cold. She really sealed the world with ice, and the cold air was awe-inspiring. No matter how one looked at her, she was a man of few words. When the two of them stood together, it was simply a double beautiful scenery. They were handsome, they were tall and straight, and they were dressed in white, without a speck of dust. So good, so pleasing to the eye. But how did these two guys grow a mouth? Just a mouth. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. It's all tears. The Jia sect and the Western sect have already left. This also means that the war is about to break out. Once it breaks out, it will be the end. Gonggong Zhu Wu said softly, Di Jiang, we have to be prepared. Di Jiang said, I want to know, what are your plans? The Wu people. It's not realistic if they want to follow the Jia sect and the Western sect and wander the universe. We don't have so many treasures, and we can't take so many people with us. Gonggong sighed and said, even if we do our best, we can only take a small number of people with us. However, the Wu people now have a population of 10 billion, which is even more than when the Wu people were at their peak. At that time, when the ruler is determined, the heavenly Tao will punish us. I'm afraid that these 10 billion people will all die. But what can we do? Di Jiang was silent. Although it's ungrateful to start a war with the humans, we can only fight for a slim chance of survival under the calamity. We can't give up these 10 billion lives no matter what. The few ancestral sorcerers fell silent. On the other side, the flood witch, it didn't feel right to call her Zhu Wu, stood with her hands behind her back. She was also asking herself, in the war for the survival of all races, although some races were destroyed, some races left, and everyone had their own opportunities. The final battle with the humans was getting closer and closer, and there was no way to avoid it. The flood stood on top of the mountain, looking down at the land of the Umno Alliance and the smoke rising from the chimneys. She was overwhelmed with emotions. What should I do? What should I do? On the other side, Demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Huangtai of the demon race were also silently sitting opposite each other. The two brothers had been sitting like this for a while, and they were thinking about the same thing as the few Zhu Wu. The Western sect left and withdrew from the conflict. Now, only the humans, the monsters, and the Wu people were qualified to compete for the position of a ruler. As for the demons, they didn't even consider it, let alone the spirits. What should they do? The two emperors wouldn't hesitate to fight the Wu people, even if they had to kill all of them. But for the humans, for Zhuo Chonglu and Zhuo Xiaoduo, whether they could defeat them or not was secondary. The key was whether they could bear to do it. Demon Emperor Dijuan sighed melancholically. But this matter had to be done. What should he do? So Xiaoduo, who already had 8 gourds in his hand, was now rich to a certain extent. Fate points were like the sea and the tide. Countless natural treasures and spatial treasures entered the world of the Tower of Annihilation, one mountain after another, and were decomposed in the world of the Tower of Annihilation. All the fate points obtained from defeating the foreign races were transported into the space by Xiaolong. Now, the Tower of Annihilation had been completely stabilized. The Taiji diagram separated a part of its spirit and merged into the space. It was called, I have to make a great contribution in every world. So Xiaoduo knew very well that this guy felt that there was no place for him to be used after coming out, so he was trying to find a sense of existence for himself. However, after the Taiji diagram separated a part of its spirit and merged into the Tower of Annihilation, the Tower of Annihilation was completely completed. Moreover, it directly formed a vast universe. So Xiaoduo scattered the 12th grade Golden Lotus and most of it turned into the stars in the sky. After a discussion, the 8 gourds also separated a part of the Sea of Vitality, which was refined by the Taiji diagram and merged into the stars, further forming a small universe. Xiao had already become the scorching sun in the sky. The unparalleled sense of achievement made the 7th prince extremely excited. Now, the space of the Tower of Annihilation hadn't been fully formed, so this sun was playing happily in the sky. 1 second, the sun rose from the east, and the next second, the sun set in the west. He was dancing in circles in the sky, as happy as a stray dog that had let go of its leash. Of course, when Zhuo needed it, Xiao could instantly turn from the sun in the Tower of Annihilation to the killing god on the battlefield. Zhuo didn't care about him. Next, when Xiao broke through to the peak of the Grand Heavenly Realm, he would cut out a clone from his body, and that clone would naturally be treated as the moon. So Xiao moved a lot of the mountain peaks where the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins were. As the Tower of Annihilation had been completely stabilized, the need for the Astral Soul's jade powder had completely disappeared. Next, it was the complete land. What Xiao needed to do was to continuously strengthen the foundation of this land. After a period of strengthening, he would be able to move or directly create the will of heaven and earth inside out at that time. The sky would be infinitely high, and the earth would be infinitely deep. Of course, it was still too early to talk about that now. During this time, the Huahuang sword was full of spirit and energy, and it had made another breakthrough to become a true divine weapon. His murderous aura, sharp aura, and destructive aura, the coexistence of various attributes was suitable for the tribulation lightning of the future world. The sword spirit of the Huahuang sword would also become an existence similar to the Tao ancestor of the origin world. The Huahuang sword was extremely satisfied with this arrangement. Xiaolong hadn't reached his limit yet. In the future, his fate dragon would transform into the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. It would be illusory, but real. When the world was fully formed, it would evolve into all the great Taos it wanted to evolve. For example, the origin world was the 3,000 great Taos evolved from the creation jade disc. At that time, no one knew how many great Tao Xiaolong would evolve. Zhuo buried the Grandmaster of Heaven's inheritance and the inheritances that would be handed over to him in advance. He also sealed all the inheritance jade slips that he had collected during this time and scattered them. Whether you can see the light of day again depends on your own fortune. Zhuo thought to himself. This was because he clearly knew that when the world was completely formed, it would inevitably be turned upside down. At that time, the destructive power would be immeasurable, and some of these jade slips would definitely be damaged. In the end, how many of them could be preserved would depend on fate. This will be a chaotic world. I won't make any rules for this world. Everything will wait for the latecomers to make their own rules. Zhuo did not want to use his brain at all. Not only did he not care about the rules of this world, but he also did not care about the rules of the heavenly Tao. Xiaolong, Huahuang sword, and Xiao, you can discuss it. I won't be responsible for anything. As for his inheritances, Nian Cats, Li Chenglong's, and so on, Zhuo did not put them into the space-destroying tower. Because this space was created by him, his inheritances were naturally invincible in it. Whether it was the Huahuang sword or Xiaolong, he would deliberately protect them. So Xiao thought for a long time, but still gave up. Let all creatures compete for freedom in this frosty world. Who will rise and fall is the inevitable result of the law of the jungle. Fair enough. Zhuo could feel that his cultivation was about to reach the limit of this world. Perhaps the moment he broke through would be the time when this space was completely formed. Or perhaps it would need the final integration of the creation jade disc. Zhuo did not let anyone interfere with the arrangement of this space. Not even Zhuo. He knew very well what he was doing. However, he didn't know what it would mean after he completed this world. During this time, with the departure of the 3 pure ones, the 2 sages of the West, Empress Hua, and the other sages, peace seemed to be slowly restored. And the integration of the heavenly Tao seemed to be speeding up. The 9 great heavenly Tao gradually showed signs of unification. Ordinary people could not feel anything, but in the hearts of cultivators above the zenith heaven level, they could vaguely feel that something was going to happen, as if something was slowly awakening. The upper echelons of the various races were at a loss. They were all pulling at their hair. Conscience, morality, affection, friendship, past. All of these were tying each other down, that it seemed that the Wu people and the demon race were too embarrassed to attack each other. But that whether it was the Wu people, the demon race, or the human race, they were all sending all their combat power to the front line. Some things had to be done. Chapter 1423. Originally, the flood which would come to the astral soul's continent every once in a while. She would drink and chat. She would talk about her troubles and helplessness. She would burn incense for the king of the right and other heroes who died in the siege. Another thing was to spar with Zhuo Xiaoduo and experience the so-called higher level of atmosphere and battle prowess. After all, although he was still some distance away from that level, it was not unattainable. In the entire shaman tribe, he was the one with the greatest hope of reaching that level. Practicing with Zhuo Xiaoduo was the Flood Witch's favorite thing to do. They were evenly matched. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had a slight advantage. The Flood Witch always learned a lot from Zhuo Xiaoduo, but she wouldn't come for a while. First of all, she didn't know what to say. Could she say something like, "Let's have a life-and-death battle in a few days"? Second of all, she didn't have the face to come. She didn't have the face to practice with Zhuo Xiaoduo. As a father, a godfather was still a father. The Flood Witch's relationship with Zhuo Xiaoduo was just that they were not related by blood. As a godfather, she didn't know how to avoid suspicion when she was about to fight with her godson's clan. Instead, she wanted to use her godson to improve her personal ability. The Flood Witch was not a shameless person like the Deep Ice Witch. She really couldn't do that. It was not a pleasant thing to talk about. One day, the Flood Witch suddenly had an idea. What would happen if, after the heavenly tribulation, there were still several clans coexisting without a ruler being decided? Could it be that the existence beyond the heavenly Tao could wipe out the entire continent? Besides, it seemed that no one stipulated how long it would take for the clear heavens tribulation to end. In terms of protracted battles, the Flood Witch thought that she was the best in the ancestors' land. No one could compare with her. Even Zhuo Changlu, Yu Xingqian, and Thunder Taoist were much worse. They were either latecomers or mediocre people. No one could be compared with the Flood Witch. At the moment of enlightenment, the Flood Witch felt that she seemed to have grasped a key point. She couldn't help looking up at the sky. She combined the Qi observation technique and the star observation technique to think about the feasibility of this. At the same time, Demon Emperor Dijun was also thinking about this possibility that based on the current situation, among the original 9 clans, the ancient god clan had passed away. Azura's strength had been destroyed in the previous battle, and it was difficult for them to do anything. The Spirit clan had always been the weakest among all the clans. Although the Demon clan was brave, they lacked strategies and tactics. The Demon ancestor also lacked a view of the overall situation. As long as the fighters had enough strength to restrain the Demon ancestor, destroying the Demon clan would be a piece of cake. It was impossible for them to dominate the ancestors' land. Now, with the confirmation of the Western religious sect's departure, the Tao League had merged with the Astral Souls. The top forces were only left with the Astral Souls, the Witch clan, and the Demon clan. Who would have thought that the Human clan, which had been a foil and advancing desperately for tens of thousands of years, would become one of the clans that finally competed for the world's dominator? Moreover, their strength was not inferior to the Witch clan and the Demon clan. Although there were only 3 clans competing for supremacy, the strength of the 3 clans was unprecedentedly strong. With the 8 Zhu Wu in charge, the Wu people generally believed that they would win this battle. The only thing they needed to consider was, how could they kill their former allies or benefactors? This couldn't be justified. They had seen the notes. Zhuo Changlu had helped them a lot. It didn't seem right to repay kindness with enmity. As for the Demon Clan, the Demon Clan had similar thoughts. Demon Emperor Di Jun, Dong Wang, Tai, and even Demon Master Koenping were full of confidence. Everyone felt that the Demon Clan would win this battle, no matter if it was against the Human Clan or the Wu people. We are so invincible. So what if it's the 8 Zhu Wu? Didn't we suppress them in the past? If we could suppress you once, we can suppress you again. The rest of the Wu people's descendants are just mediocre. What's there to be afraid of? At the same time, there was another thing to consider. Zhuo Xiaoduo had done a favor for the Demon Emperor's bloodline. He saved the Demon Crown Prince, and now we have to turn around and stab him? Directly kill him? Even if their standpoints were different, there would be a battle or something. This matter was easy to talk about and unpleasant to hear. As for the Human Clan, there was no need to talk about the Human Clan. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, Lei Changtian, Yu Xingqin, Yin Zhonghu, Bai Yunduo, Qin Sha, Sword King, and Zhuo Xiaoduo were not enough for the entire team. There was also Nan Zhengxian, Dongfang Xingyang, and the others. Everyone's strength had increased unprecedentedly. After the Battle of the 10 Directions siege, the demon ancestors' strength had increased. All the high-level cultivators who survived this battle had achieved breakthroughs in their strength. Everyone felt that. The Human Clan's strength was unparalleled in the world. His martial prowess had never been seen before. The unprecedented victory in the siege gave them unprecedented confidence, unprecedented morale, and unprecedented, insufferably arrogant and condescending. However, the Human Clan's confidence was not blind. Just by listing out the data of their strength, one could prove that this confidence was not baseless. Now, the Human Clan's demi-saint combat strength was Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, Zhuo Xiaoduo, and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Among them, Zhuo Xiaoduo was the strongest. His actual combat strength was beyond imagination. After all, he was the man who killed 3 leaders in one battle. To say that his combat strength was comparable to that of a saint might be an exaggeration, but it was not unbelievable. As for the combat strength of a half-saint, this was a little awkward. Currently, there was only Li Chenglong, and he did not even have the combat strength of a demi-saint. However, there were many peak-stage grand heavenly immortals below them. If not for the entire team, there were also veteran experts like the Arch. For example, Yu Xingqin, Lei Changtian, and the others said that in a while, even if they could not become demi-saints, it would not be a problem for them to become half-saints. At that time, the overall strength of the Human Clan would definitely improve. Everyone felt that the Human Clan's current strength was enough to defeat the Wu people and defeat the Demon Clan. We are already the most powerful beings in the world, the masters of the ancestral land, and the protagonists of the world. Who else could be more powerful than us? Unifying the entire continent would only take a little bit of effort, but it would only take a little bit of effort. The problem was not much. Even the key issue had shifted to the 9 Grand Sorcerers of the Umno Alliance. Demon Emperor Dongwang and the Demon Empress were all close friends with the Zhuo family. They were even relatives. Not long ago, they were drinking at the same table and bonding with each other. But now, they had to think about a life and death battle in the future. This matter was easy to talk about, but not pleasant to hear. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, Zhuo Xiaoduo, and the others felt that if they really had to face Flood and the Demon Emperor, they would not have the heart to kill them. They really could not bear to kill them. What was even easier to talk about, but not pleasant to hear, and most sorrowful of all was, in fact, the strongest expert in the world, Demon Ancestor Luo Ho, was being ignored by the 3 clans. Among the experts of the 3 clans, no one was a match for Demon Ancestor Luo Ho in a one-on-one battle. Whether it was the Demon Emperor with the He Tu and the Luo Shu, the arrogant Zhu Wu, Zhuo Xiaoduo, or Zhuo Xiaoyan, none of them had the confidence to face Demon Ancestor Luo Ho and the God-slaying spear. Even with the 8 great gourds, the god-slaying spear replica, the Wahuang sword, the Tai Chi diagram, the cat spirit sword, and the 2 cat hammers, the quasi-saints with Shaoduo with 15 innate divine weapons, he could only protect himself against demon ancestor Luo Ho. It was a joke to say that he could lose his life at any time. However, this #1 expert who had dominated the world had been ignored. That was it easy to talk about, but not pleasant to hear. Fortunately, they were discussing it in secret and did not announce it. Otherwise, if demon ancestor Luo Ho knew about it, he would most likely be furious. What a bully. What a belittling. What a condescending person. But it could not be helped. The conditions of the demon race were right there. The reason why the 3 races abandoned the demon race was the same. The demon race was a race supported by demon ancestor Luo Ho. The others were not a concern. Moreover, the demon race did not have the luck of being the ruler of the continent. How could they be qualified to compete for the ruler of the continent? They looked like that, and their actions were so cruel. Even if the heavenly Tao was muddle-headed, it would not choose the demon race. This reason was so dignified that no one could refute it. The standard appearance and strength of the demon race were beyond doubt. Now, the 3 races had begun to send more troops to the front line. Each race was showing signs of pressuring the border, and more were accumulating. Everyone revealed the same mentality and emotions. I really don't want to fight with you. Look, how powerful is my side? If we fight, you will only be sacrificing your life in vain. Why bother? Take a look at my lineup and weigh the pros and cons. Either retreat or surrender. Why should we harm our relationship? Although this kind of thinking was very childish and impractical, but it was undeniable. The Wu people were doing this now. The demon race was doing this now. The astral souls and the human race were doing this too. The 3 races were practicing super large-scale exercises, all kinds of drills, all kinds of military parades, and all kinds of muscles. Are you retreating or not? If you're not retreating, I will send more troops. I will practice again. I am super fierce, super ruthless, super powerful. Why can't you see the situation clearly? In fact, the higher-ups of the 3 races knew one thing very well. If this continued, the problem would not be solved at all. In the end, they would still have to fight. But no matter which side, no one was willing to make the first move. Under such circumstances, it was awkward. They froze. The other forces were either weak or did not dare to act rashly. For example, the Azura race. The Nether River Patriarch did not dare to show his face. If the Azura race dared to act rashly, the 3 races would definitely destroy them first. The demon race did not make any moves. They did not want to participate in the farce of the 3 races at all. It seemed that they had accepted their fate. However, everyone knew that Rahu, the demon ancestor, was not a person who would resign himself to fate. As long as the 3 races fought, it would be best if all 3 of them were injured. Then, when one side had paid a huge price to win, the demon ancestor would suddenly attack. That would be a joke. A big joke of sacrificing oneself for others and risking one's life to support the enemy. The demon race did not move. The spirit race became even more fearful. The spirit race had never possessed any high-level battle prowess. They were just a bunch of plants that had turned into spirits. Their talent was obvious. To be honest, their battle prowess was even inferior to the current Azura race. Yes, even the Azura race at the current stage could still defeat the spirit race. It was obvious how weak the spirit race's overall combat power was. In such an atmosphere of a world war, the entire spirit race had been in a state of fear for a long time. They were afraid that the spirit race would be in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Of course, it was not that the spirit race did not have any ambitious people. They said that there was a ray of hope in the heavens, and that the spirit race should rule the world. But as soon as these warmongers appeared, they were firmly suppressed. What time was it? What time was it? Rule the world? What the fuck was that? If they could not suppress it, they might as well get rid of it. This was not cowardice. It was just that after assessing the situation from all sides, The spirit race's current situation was not something that a bunch of radical idiots could have the final say in. If they caused any trouble, it would be a true disaster that could wipe out the entire spirit race. The only pity was that the current situation was not clear enough. If either side displayed absolute strength, the spirit race might just submit to them. During the witch-demon cataclysm, the spirit race did this. At that time, they submitted to the demon race and considered themselves to be a lower race of the demon race. However, it had to be said that because of this decision, the spirit race managed to survive the witch-demon cataclysm and reach the time when the other races separated their ancestral lands. Time seemed to pass peacefully under the stalemate between the shaman race and the demon race. Every day that passed, the hearts of the normal citizens would mysteriously calm down by a bit. As the days went by, the entire world seemed to have changed. The originally frequent natural disasters began to lessen. Gradually, the seas and rivers became clear, and the weather was good. Even the large waves that would occasionally cause huge waves in the sea also showed ripples, sparkling with golden light and very docile. In the peak of the 9 heavens that no one could see, many of the cracks were being repaired bit by bit, slowly recovering like a piece of broken glass. It was slowly but surely recovering at an extremely small but unstoppable speed, bit by bit becoming a complete piece. 3 months later, demon ancestor Rahu held the god-killing spear and was currently cultivating in a secret place. That during this period of time, the demon ancestor did not feel good at all. His cultivation was the highest in this world, so his senses were naturally sharper than other cultivators. He felt more and more that the current state of the world was close to being fixed, although it seemed to be a dangerous balance. If the danger did not explode, then wouldn't there only be balance left? Although demon ancestor Rahu was unwilling and unconvinced, he also knew that with the strength of the demon race alone, there was no way to reverse the situation, and the end that awaited the demon race was to be destroyed forever in this world. Although it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape with his life, if he wanted to live a long life, the only way was to leave this world. Other than that, there was no other choice. Even if he was confident that no one in this world could defeat him, it was also a fact that he was not a match for any of the 3 races, as long as the other party attacked together. No matter which race it was, they all had the ability to slowly grind him to death, because they had the power to kill the entire demon race. Furthermore, it was not difficult for the 3 races to do so, as long as the demon race was killed. The demon ancestor Rahu would be like water without roots, without the luck of his race. It would also be impossible for him to have an undying body like before. After confirming this understanding, demon ancestor Rahu was very unhappy. He wanted to go on a killing spree to vent his frustration, but he knew that now was not the time for him to be willful, especially when he saw the shamans, demons, and humans acting coy with each other. Demon ancestor Rahu dared to swear that as long as he dared to make a move, what awaited him would be the encirclement of the 3 races. This was a certainty, without a doubt. I can only wait for the dust to settle and see if I can fight against the last remaining race, hoping for a fluke. Demon ancestor Rahu sighed in his heart. He had no choice but to entrust the survival of the demon race to the flimsy luck of the heavens. The clear heavenly tribulation this time was really fucked up. It basically made the demon ancestor lose his original transcendent standpoint. Originally, demon ancestor Rahu did not care about the life and death of the demon race. No matter what, it was impossible for a race to be completely destroyed. As long as there was a seed left, it would naturally be able to start fire again. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, he could be very transcendent, looking down on everyone and everything. But it was different this time. Under the clear heavenly tribulation, there really was a race extermination. The dragon, phoenix, and Chilan races, the 3 great primordial god races, were really exterminated. This reality was already proof that after the clear heavenly tribulation, only one race could remain in this world. The other races would be wiped out and would never exist again. How could this be? Rahu also wanted to be like Tong Tian and the others, leaving with his race. But to be honest, demon ancestor Rahu was not a saint. Although his combat strength might surpass that of many saints, he was still not a saint in his bones. He just lacked the qualifications to transcend. As for the other saints who left, none of them were willing to take him with them. Who would be willing to take an enemy? Who could kill them with them? Would they be looking for trouble? Not to mention that demon ancestor Rahu's popularity had never been good. Cough. It should be said that Rahu never had the so-called popularity. He only had karma and hatred. Taking 10,000 steps back, demon ancestor Rahu had always thought highly of himself. No matter what, he could not bring himself to hide in someone else's heavenly abode magic treasure and leave, being put into a pocket and taken away like a pet. Is that still me, demon ancestor Rahu? Who are you looking down on? Another reason was, even if Rahu could leave, he would definitely not take the current demon race with him. The reason was very simple, because even Rahu hated these things in the current demon race. These filthy, ugly monsters, inhumane things. What the hell are they? Although it should not be, this was demon ancestor Rahu's true opinion of the demon race. Too disgusting. How did these existences come about back then? Not only are they ugly, inhumane, but they also stink. What the hell, they stink. This was also the fundamental reason why demon ancestor Rahu, although he was the oldest ancestor of the demon race, had never lived in the demon race's territory for even a day. Now that things had come to this point, although he shouldn't have any sympathy for Rahu. But to be honest, the one who was the most conflicted, the most uncomfortable, the most unwilling, and the most aggrieved was none other than this super demon who had been invincible since the beginning of time. Because he clearly hated the demon race from the bottom of his heart, but he still risked his life for them. What the hell is this? Just as Zhang Xian was in the midst of his cultivation, he suddenly felt something. Rahu furrowed his brows and looked up. He saw that the space in front of him suddenly rippled slightly. The feeling was like a pool of still water that had been calm for thousands of years, suddenly being blown by an almost imperceptible breeze. Buzz! The god-slaying spear felt an inexplicable threat and immediately flew to the demon ancestor's side, its body still trembling slightly. It did not know who had come, but even the demon ancestor could not give the god-slaying spear a complete sense of security. Demon ancestor Rahu furrowed his brows. "It's you." The ripples gradually expanded, and in just a moment, a young man with a distant smile slowly walked out from inside. The person who had come was handsome, and his movements were indescribably elegant and unrestrained. His movements naturally overflowed with endless charm. If there was a cultivator here, just by seeing his movements, he would probably immediately fall into an epiphany. It was really as if every movement of his was accompanied by the great Tao. Every word and action seemed to be mixed with the natural rotation of the starry sky and the universe. There seemed to be a galaxy in his eyes and the universe in his hands. Although he was standing here, he gave people a subtle feeling that he was not here at all, or that he did not exist at all. But no matter whether he existed or not, this entire world was filled with him, and he was everywhere. This feeling was very mysterious, but also very real. It was real and not fake. The young man smiled faintly and looked at Rahu with his clear eyes. "Fellow cultivator, long time no see. How have you been?" Rahu sneered. "I can eat, drink, and be free. I can do whatever I want. Of course I'm fine. It's much better than you being torn apart." The young man smiled freely. "This tribulation transcends the starry sky and the universe. If I can't do it, what else can I say?" Rahu mocked. "How does it feel to be a dead person for hundreds of thousands of years?" The young man walked a few steps with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with emptiness and clarity. He looked around and said softly, "It's just a dream. That's all." Rahu rolled his eyes. "It seems that this dream is very satisfying." "Haha, then continue." Don't worry, no one will snatch it from you. Those disciples of yours, no matter if they're accepted or just a name, are all gone. The young man smiled. Rahu, you weren't so sharp-tongued before. When Rahu heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Indeed, he was not like this before. But after coming out this time, even his habits of speaking seemed to have changed a lot. Who did he learn this from? It was impossible for the demon race. It was impossible for the demon race. It was impossible for the Wu people. Demon ancestor Rahu thought for a long time and was shocked to find that he had learned it from the human race. Is the human race's way of speaking so awesome? It can actually affect me without me knowing it? Whether he's sharp-tongued or reticent, there's no need for you, Tao ancestor, to worry about it. Could it be that Tao ancestor is only concerned about these minor details now? Luoho sneered. Although he was unwilling to admit that he had been affected by the human race, he had to admit that this way of speaking was indeed very satisfying, especially when it came to this guy in front of him. Especially when his thoughts were clear, the young man's faint smile did not change. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and the demon ancestor's place of seclusion suddenly turned into green mountains and clear waters. Flowers bloomed like brocades, and green grass covered the ground. It was extremely elegant and quiet that in front of the two, a small lake appeared out of thin air. The lake water was long, and one could see the bottom at a glance. It was extremely clear. The demon ancestor's place of seclusion, which had nothing but desolation as far as the eye could see, suddenly turned into a paradise. The style just now was full of desolation. After a long time, it will inevitably breed hostility. It's really not a good place to talk. The young man said indifferently, What do you think? Is the scenery now more pleasing than before? Demon ancestor Rahu rolled his eyes. I don't feel anything. Ever since I was born into this world, I have never had a graceful bone in my body. The young man smiled faintly. If you had a graceful bone, you wouldn't be the demon ancestor. Rahu clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the sky, arrogant and speechless. A comfortable chair quietly appeared under the young man, and he sat down naturally. He said very comfortably, Back then, before the chaos was formed, there were only two living beings in the endless chaos. One was you, and the other was me. One was good, and one was evil. They were the two extremes in the vast universe. I was good, and you were evil. Speaking of which, the two of us have a deep relationship. Bah! Demon ancestor Rahu spat in disgust. Don't flatter yourself. I'm evil, and I've never been good. I admit that. However, when did you, Hongjun, claim to be the good of the heaven and earth? I'm also not your twin brother. At this point, he said with disgust, Just tell me directly what you want from me. I don't have time to chat with you, and I'm not interested in anything related to you. Be straightforward, the young man said indifferently. Do you really not know why I'm here? Rahu said, Of course I know why you're here. However, if you want me, Rahu, to bow and listen to you, that's impossible. The young man smiled. Of course, I won't do such a tasteless thing. However, this is a special time, and it's very important. I believe you don't want to sit and wait for death, right? Rahu said, Are you willing to die slowly? I won't die. I'll only weaken and enter a long period of waiting. The young man spoke very slowly, but his words were very clear. However, you're destined to die. Luo Hun didn't object to this. He pondered for a long time, then frowned and said, This clear heavenly tribulation. What's going on? I still don't understand. The meaning was clear. Explain it to me. This clear heavenly tribulation doesn't belong to this world. That's why it's beyond the control of the heavenly Tao. The young man sighed a little worriedly. It's hard to say exactly when it started. Back then, the War of the Nine Races was destined to be a calamity for the common people. However, in the middle, that person suddenly appeared. Do you still remember? Yes. When that person appeared, the heavenly Tao was immediately obscured. After that, it even split the heavenly Tao. The young man smiled bitterly. And it was at that time that I lost all senses. It wasn't until recently that I woke up. It was also at that moment that I found out that this chaotic world had actually split before. Now it's just reunited. As for the various things in this world, I only learned a thing or two from collecting materials in this world in these 2 days. Indeed, I don't know as much as you do. Raha's mouth involuntarily opened wide. He really did not expect that there would be such a thing. Moreover, it would happen to the Tao ancestor, the real number one person in this world. You should know what that person's name is, the young man said. Rahu said, the demon continent was the first to be split apart. At that time, I don't know how, but I had already drifted out with the continent. At that time, I had never met this person, nor had I fought with him. How would I know his background? This person single-handedly caused the continent to split apart, and now caused the clear heavenly tribulation. He must have a great purpose. The young man sighed. Before, I always knew that you and I were the strongest in the starry sky universe, but now, with a bitter smile, he shook his head and said, now half of the clear heavenly tribulation has passed, and the world is about to be united again. However, the clear heavenly tribulation indirectly caused the 6 saints to leave, causing the eldritch world to lose its foundation. From now on, the great Tao has no master. However, because the 6 saints left in advance, the eldritch world reunited as one. This gave me the opportunity to wake up a little earlier and not be completely unable to deal with it. The clear heavenly tribulation caused 8 out of the 9 races to perish and 1 to survive. It either completely exterminated the 8 races or completely expelled the 8 races. This is a heaven-defying act. This is because the 9 races were the source of the eldritch world's fortune and the fulcrum of balance. 8 out of the 9 races are gone, and only 1 reigns supreme. This is equivalent to causing the 3,000 great Tao to return to nothingness. The gods and Buddhas in the sky no longer have any room to maintain. The heavenly Tao collapses, and the great Tao collapses. In other words, after the eldritch world is united, the heavenly Tao's monitoring of the world will no longer exist. And you and I will fall into eternal silence from then on. Perhaps I will wake up someday, but you will never wake up again. The young man smiled faintly. So, you only know that you don't want to join forces with me. But how can I like to join forces with you? However, the situation has forced us to work together to overcome this crisis of life and death. Luo Ho frowned and said, eternal silence. That's right, eternal silence. Luo Ho said doubtfully, one race only rules the world, but the eldritch world is still the eldritch world. How can the heavenly Tao be eternal silence? This is the truth, because when that time comes, the heavenly Tao will only have a weak power to maintain the cycle of the world. Everything from the ancient times until now will gradually fall silent, including the heavenly court, the underworld, the gods, and ghosts. The human world will no longer have any scruples, and humans will become the true eternal protagonists. I didn't expect this volume to have so many words. This chapter has 8,000 words. Chapter 14:24. Understand. In other words, your so-called I die and you live is just a struggle at death's door. Because at that time, you will lose control of all living beings and passively fall into a deep sleep. Only the natural laws of the heavenly Tao will remain and nothing else. Even if you can wake up, it will be a very long time later, and you might not even wake up. Luo Ho grasped the main point. The young man said faintly, the heavenly Tao is constant, and it is difficult for anything to last forever. When I wake up at that time, I will definitely wake up. However, you won't have such an opportunity. If you die, you will truly die. There will be no second chance. Luo Ho fell silent. Even though he didn't have any good impression of the fellow before him ever since he was born, and he even treated the other party as his mortal enemy. However, he still trusted the other party's words, since he said that after the protagonist of heaven and earth was chosen, he would fall into eternal silence. Then he would definitely fall into eternal silence. Then how can we change this situation? You came here with a purpose, not just to inform me of this, right? You came to me only to save yourself. Demon ancestor Luo Ho naturally did not want to fall into eternal silence, but he did not want to fall into a disadvantageous position. This clear heavenly tribulation has already formed. Currently, the fates of all races are tilting, and hundreds of rivers converge into the sea, all flowing into the astral souls. The general trend is set, and it is difficult to reverse the collapse of the heavens. The youth's eyes were filled with worry. In other words, the human race will definitely win? Luo Ho was stunned. If this did not come from a Tao ancestor, he would not believe it. After all, in his opinion, both the Wu people and the Yao race were above the human race in terms of overall combat strength. How could the human race decide the protagonist of heaven and earth in advance? It is without a doubt. The human race will definitely win. This is the general trend. The Wu people and the Yao race have a huge flaw, and their fates are not enough. They have no hope of winning. Then, that is why we have to change this ending. You said it is the general trend, so how do we change it? Demon ancestor Luo Ho sighed inwardly. No one understood the meaning of the words, the general trend, better than them. It was truly a surging current that could not change anything. In fact, even a single individual could not be easily changed. More than 80% of this situation has been decided. But even if it's fixed, there are still variables that can interfere with it. It's not easy to mess up the general trend, but it's not impossible either. For example, as long as we can change the situation where the human race is sure to win, we can make this catastrophe last for a long time. Then, we can seek for changes in it. Continue for a long time? How long do you plan to last? How can we change? It can be that there will never be a victor. You can also use human power to change the outcome of the battle, allowing the Wu people or the Yao race to obtain the final victory. This way, the destiny will be changed, and changes will occur naturally. The young man sighed deeply. I still remember that the demon clan that won the Shaman Demon Cataclysm was so glorious. Yet, you single-handedly took control of the situation and beat them down. Could it be that you also deviated from your destiny and caused a natural change? Luo Ho sneered. It's just adapting to the circumstances. There shouldn't be an eternal protagonist in this world. Wouldn't the eternal protagonist remain the same? Don't talk to me about your specious principles. Just tell me what I should do now. Right now, we should make them fight as soon as possible. Fight as soon as possible. Luo Ho's heart was filled with confusion. Didn't they say that they should delay entering this cycle as much as possible? Why do they want to fight as soon as possible? Wasn't this a contradiction that couldn't be explained? If they don't fight for a while longer, the son of destiny of the astral souls will probably cultivate to the point where he could defeat both the Shaman Demon clan and the Yao clan. The young man sighed. When that time comes, I'm afraid that you and I won't be his match. Demon ancestor Luo Ho was truly shocked this time. Are you serious? Can he really be that powerful? This kid's karmic luck transcends the heavens, and he sees the boundless karmic luck of this world. By relying on this karmic luck, he was able to transform an extremely ordinary spatial artifact into the level of a world. That's a level that transcends the heaven Tao of this world, and it's a level of its own. The young man smiled helplessly. This is also why I can't stop him. He swiped his hand across the space in front of him. Like a mirror, a person appeared in it. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, there was now a dense rainbow aura above Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. Above his head was a huge umbrella that was tens of thousands of meters wide. It was slowly rotating. As it rotated, the providence scattered between heaven and earth rapidly gathered toward the umbrella. It was just a glance. Luo Ho was already shocked. He was completely stunned on the spot, speechless for a long time. This is, this is the providence of eternity. The amount of providence has even surpassed the entire continents combined. It has surpassed the providence of the heavenly Tao. Why is this? How is this possible? The young man didn't answer. He only smiled bitterly. I've been painstakingly searching for this path for so many years. It turns out that someone has already completed it and walked far ahead of me. Demon ancestor Luo Ho watched as the young man waved his hand. A wave of purple providence rushed over, wanting to break through the umbrella or forcefully absorb it. However, no matter what the purple providence did, it couldn't affect the umbrella at all. After being entangled for a while, the purple providence that couldn't do anything could only leave. However, in that formless entanglement, it actually lost a small portion of its providence. It was a classic case of going for wool, but coming home shorn. So, have you seen it clearly? The young man stared at the void. Xiaoduo's image in the void mirror gradually faded. Such providence is indeed unstoppable. I can see that this child has already achieved great things. If I want to break it, I'm afraid I'll have to pay a huge price. If I want to gain something, I naturally have to be generous. However, I can't afford to pay that price alone. Otherwise, why would I need to find you? Luo Ho pondered for a moment. If this succeeds, you'll naturally regain control of the heavenly Tao and become the sole ruler of the universe. However, what good will that do for me? Eternal silence sounds scary, but if I analyze it in detail, as long as I'm willing to abandon the entire demon race and walk the sea of stars alone, I might be able to live a good life. Following you might instead be a path of no return. The young man said, "You've had a considerable amount of enlightenment recently. You've probably found a way forward. This is also why I took the initiative to find you. You're wrong to have taken the previous path. If this succeeds, I'll help you break through the shackles and bottlenecks and reach a new realm. That's what it means to roam the heavens and be indestructible." He paused and said, "Even if we meet someone who's really several realms higher than us, I can guarantee that you'll be able to survive under any circumstances. You'll be immortal and indestructible." Luo Ho frowned. Immortal and indestructible under any circumstances? That's right. The benefits you're giving me are beyond my imagination. I need proof. What's in it for me if you just talk about it? Your current demon only has a demonic nature and some unorthodox methods. The young man knew that if he didn't take out something solid, demon ancestor Luo Ho wouldn't believe him and wouldn't help him obediently. If he didn't do anything, it wouldn't help. After thinking for a while, he said straightforwardly, "You've already reached the pinnacle of your martial strength. There's no room for you to go any further. If you go any further, you'll be using strength to prove your Tao. Unless you're willing to abandon the god-slaying spear, it's impossible, since proving your Tao with strength is destined to be fruitless. Your new direction can only be another direction, which is the heart." The heart? Demon ancestor Luo Ho was deep in thought. Yes, the heart. The heart demon. The young man said indifferently, "Among the thousands of living beings, there are only 3 paths: strength, heart, and Tao. All 3 paths lead to the same destination and can prove one's Tao. Your strength path has ended, and your Tao path isn't clear. Only the heart path is the path to prove your Tao. You must know that regardless of whether you're human, demon, shaman, spirit, demon, dragon, or phoenix, all have hearts and thoughts. As long as you're a living being with a heart, you'll naturally have fetters. There's a good side, but there's also an evil side. The evil side is usually suppressed by morality and reason. It's usually not obvious, but I can tell you responsibly that most living beings, when faced with a desperate situation, will have thoughts of wanting to destroy the world with them. And the origin of such thoughts is the heart demon. As long as you master this cultivation technique, as long as there's still living beings in the world, you won't die. What's more, you won't die in any world, including the myriad heavens and the Milky Way. You don't have to care if it's human, ghost, shaman, or demon. As long as it has thoughts, you won't die. You'll live forever. Even if the heavenly way is destroyed and the universe collapses, as long as there's still a living being in the Milky Way, no matter if it's a fish or a snake, you'll be able to live because of your thoughts. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not only did demon ancestor Luo Ho understand, he was also stunned by the young man's words. This was a path that he had never thought of before, but it was also a path that was so awesome that it could explode. As long as there were thoughts in this world, he would exist, and he would exist forever. This is just a theory. Where should I start? Luo Ho muttered. He had already calculated countless paths in his mind, and then he rejected them one by one. The cultivation of the heart demon naturally comes from a heart. This is the starting point of the heart demon, and it's also the end. Everything is based on the heart. All things move according to the heart. The young man said calmly, I've taught you the eternally indestructible method. Next, it's time for you to cooperate with me. All right. The young man walked with his hands behind his back, his green robe fluttering. Demon ancestor Luo Ho was thinking about something, and he fell behind by a few steps. When he looked up and saw the young man's back, he vaguely felt ethereal. He asked himself in his heart, should I do this? But then he became determined. The other party had helped him understand the heart demon cultivation technique. Not only was it the eternally indestructible method, it was also the right way to prove one's Tao. He owed the other party so much karma. Even if he didn't want to help him, he couldn't. Besides, was he really going to walk the Milky Way alone, hide in the chaos, and watch his entire race get slaughtered, and then weaken bit by bit until he had no choice but to die underground? The originally vast and boundless Blood River had now become a large lake. Although it still occupied a vast area, one could already see the edge. It was no longer as boundless and infinite as before. Compared to the original scale, it was 95% smaller. The Blood River was calm and still, like a pool of stagnant water. The boundless red land around it was where the Azuras lived. A black shadow flashed. It was demon ancestor Luo Ho who appeared beside the lake. Nether River. His voice reverberated deep into the Blood River. Moments later, Nether River Patriarch leaped out of the lake. His face was still pale and abnormally weak as he stood beside the lake. Lord Demon Ancestor, why have you come here today? Sorry for the lack of hospitality. Demon Ancestor Luo Ho did not beat around the bush. How much combat strength do you have left? Nether River's expression was somewhat ugly. Less than 70%. If you absorb the Blood God's son and all the Azuras. Nether River Patriarch calculated in his heart before answering seriously, I can recover about 90% of my combat strength, but I can't reach my peak strength. Nether River did not dare to lie to Luo Ho, because Luo Ho could tell at a glance and had his own understanding. Asking him was just a way to establish temporary trust. 90% is enough. Luo Ho said, you have to do this. Spirit Race's Sovereign Palace. Spirit Emperor was playing chess with Wan Minsheng. Among the 9 races in the myriad heavens, the Spirit Race was considered to be very comfortable now. They had survived the witch and demon cataclysm. This time, they could use the same method to survive the clear heaven cataclysm. It was still the same no matter who they depended on. They had an old friendship with the demon race and a close relationship with the new nobles of the human race. This was an invisible bet on both sides. No matter what, they would be able to survive safely and enjoy peace. The next moment that a green-robed Taoist suddenly appeared, that Wan Minsheng's expression did not change. With a thought, the backup plan that he had set up long ago was immediately activated. The youth smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Taoists, you two are quite free. You're in a good mood. All of a sudden, the entire space seemed to be frozen in all directions. Spirit Emperor stood up and said respectfully, to think that Lord Tao Ancestor would come personally. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you. The youth smiled and waved his hand. I'm just here to chat with the two of you today. It has nothing to do with anything else. You two don't have to be nervous." As he said that, he smiled and looked at Wan Minsheng. "This is the grasshopper with the merit of saving the world? Wan Minsheng, right?" Wan Minsheng stood up nervously and bowed. "Greetings, Tao Ancestor." The youth waved his hand and smiled. "You're a saint without being a saint. Wan Minsheng is a good fortune." Wan Minsheng was terrified and said that he did not dare to. The youth sat down and said, "I'm not here for anything urgent. I just want to ask the two of you, what do you think about the clear heaven cataclysm this time?" Then he persuaded them. Just like how the demon ancestor persuaded them, they reached the same goal. The more Wan Minsheng listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He could not help but frown. As the youth spoke, he looked at Wan Minsheng. He vaguely felt that this grasshopper had done something just now. However, after careful inspection, he did not find anything wrong. That was because there were countless grasshopper plants in the vast land around them. They were so densely packed that they could connect to the ends of the world. There was nothing that they could not reach. The Tao Ancestor pondered. There seemed to be a flash of inspiration just now. However, my technique of sealing the universe is enough to block any method of transmitting information in this world. It should be able to seal it, right? In this world, how can anyone break through my seal? The Tao Ancestor's technique was not wrong. If the technique of sealing the universe was activated first, there was indeed no method of transmitting information that could break through the seal. However, Wan Minsheng was not set up after his arrival. Instead, it was set up many years before he came. The only action just now was just a slight movement of his mind. Fortunately, it was just a movement. Just as the youth thought, if he had done something in front of him, then no one in this world, including the demon ancestor Rahu, could have done it. However, it was set up many years in advance when the Tao Ancestor was still asleep. It became the key to rewriting the future and even rewriting the survival of the entire ancestral land's living beings. A ray of inspiration had already spread out along with the grasshopper plants that covered the continent. It was because the people of the people's lives felt that everything in front of them was wrong. According to the Tao Ancestor, the scene depicted was the scene of the age of Dharma's end. It was full of disasters and despair. However, Wan Minsheng was a person who had walked through the age of Dharma's end. He did not miss any of the changes in the ancestral land's continent. Therefore, his first cognition was that he did not believe it. He did not believe it at all. In the so-called age of Dharma's end, all the races left, the heavenly Tao split, the Tao Ancestor fell asleep, the gods and Buddhas disappeared, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Didn't the astral soul's continent have already experienced all these and deal with them well? Not to mention the current human race, which was flourishing and had many powerhouses. So Xiaoduo had the potential to open the sky. If the human race really became the ruler of the world and the eternal protagonist, how could the world enter the age of Dharma's end? Taking a step back with the current potential of the human race, even if the storm of the age of Dharma's end came again, the human race could completely withstand it. They did not even need to consume too much power and could still live well in the age of Dharma's end environment. After all, the age of Dharma's end was equivalent to the recovery of the power of the technological era. Perhaps that would be more livable. After thinking about it, Wan Minsheng could not understand why there would be a world-destroying catastrophe and why would it lead to the age of Dharma's end. Therefore, what the Tao Ancestor said this time sounded very reasonable, but Wan Minsheng did not agree with it at all. However, the Spirit Emperor had experienced the disintegration of the ancestral land and the return of all the races, but he had not experienced the age of Dharma's end. When he heard the Tao Ancestor's words, his expression could not help but change. He was bewildered, and his sense of danger rose that, as time passed, listening to the Tao Ancestor's words, the Spirit Emperor's thoughts seemed to follow the prospects described by the Tao Ancestor. It looked like he was about to be brainwashed. Wan Minsheng's suspicions grew, but his face was full of agreement. He repeatedly agreed with the Tao Ancestor's words. dot at the sun and moon pass of the astral souls. Zhuo Xiaoduo was burning incense in the martyr cemetery. Suddenly, he felt an abnormal soul fluctuation. It was the reaction of the grasshopper seeds that Elder One had left by his side. Zhuo Xiaoduo had never received such a message before. Knowing that something was wrong, he hurriedly waved his hand, indicating for the Zhuo Xiaoyan to seal the space. Then, he took out the seeds and scattered them on the ground. Suddenly, a green light flashed. A field of grasshopper plants grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they were full of green. One of them grew especially fast and quickly bloomed and bore fruit. However, compared to the previous messages from Elder Wan, this was much slower. So Xiaoduo immediately became cautious. Why was it so slow this time? Could it be that Elder Wan was in danger and was asking for help? But in terms of Elder Wan's current cultivation realm and strength, who in the world could put him in danger? Why did he have to be so cautious to pass on a message? Zhuo Xiaoduo, who cherished his life, immediately thought of many things. Xianyin and Li Chenglong, who were beside him, had already sealed the space when the grasshopper plants were scattered on the ground. It turned this area into a region that was isolated from the rest of the world. After a while, Elder One Minxing's shadow appeared. However, this shadow was unprecedentedly illusory, as if it could be blown away by the wind. The first sentence that came out of his mouth shocked Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. The Dao ancestor has reappeared in the world. He is currently in the Ling clan, brainwashing me and the Ling Emperor. He intends to overturn the current situation of the war between the clans. Then, he relayed the principles that the Dao ancestor had said about the slumber of the heavenly Dao, the eternal silence of the strong, the scene of the end of the world, the age of Dharma. Before he could finish speaking, the illusory figure swayed for a moment and then disappeared. This was only a little bit of soul power that Wan Minsheng had set up early on. It was already the limit that he could maintain it to this point. After all, his body was in front of the Dao ancestor, but he did not dare to act rashly. Eternal silence, the age of Dharma, the age of Dharma. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's faces were distorted. How did the Dao ancestor come up with such a deduction? It didn't seem right here. No, it wasn't right. It was too wrong. The three of them hurriedly went to find Zhuo Chonglu and the others to discuss. Because the current unforeseen event was too sudden and unexpected, the three of them did not have the slightest certainty about what would happen at that time. Therefore, they hurriedly reported the explosive news that they had received. After Zhuo Chonglu heard about this explosive material, he immediately hissed for a long time, as if he had a toothache. Why do you say this? The age of Dharma has become a thing of the past, but there is no reason to start again. With the resources of this continent, even if the starry sky spirit chi dissipates, these many resources are enough to consume for millions of years. What's more, there are so many martial arts inheritances. How can it be the age of Dharma? Zhuo Chonglu murmured. Could it be that the Dao ancestor misjudged? Li Chenglong frowned and didn't speak for a long time. Until the meeting was over, he still didn't say a word. He kept frowning, as if he was thinking about something. Then he pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo out and turned into Zhuo Xiaoduo's void extermination tower. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said, I feel that the Dao ancestor may not have misjudged. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Why do you say that? Because I feel that the Dao ancestor's various actions are because he doesn't want to clear the trend of the heavenly tribulation or the trend of the various races fighting for hegemony to develop with the current trend. Moreover, I'm almost sure that he is standing on the opposite side of the human race. Li Chenglong's face was full of distress. I really hope that my judgment is wrong, but this is what I feel. This is the truth that is reasonable and in line with the current data. So Xiaoduo's eyes sharpened. Tell me about your reasons specifically. The other party is the Dao ancestor, so you must have full confidence. Otherwise, it will be difficult for our father to pass. The first reason is the departure of those sages. Li Chenglong said, You know, those sages left one after another as soon as the heavenly tribulation started. Why do they leave? With the forces they have and their own strength, they have a lot of potential. Duo was stunned. You asked me, but who should I ask? Didn't they say that they want freedom? Li Chenglong smiled. This is the main point. Doesn't their implication mean that they were not free before? Duo was stunned again. At least they are saying that their degree of freedom was limited before? Li Chenglong said. But who can limit them? They're the sages of the water, the peak of the world. Duo asked tentatively, the Tao ancestor? Li Chenglong nodded and then shook his head. Among the sages, only the Tao ancestor should be the only suspect. But I think, maybe but not necessarily. Duo was even more confused. He felt that Li Chenglong's words today were cloudy and confusing. Li Chenglong said, there's another point, that is, the so-called cultivation of the sages was the cultivation of the sages before the immeasurable tribulation. Until today, they're still the cultivation of the sages. Don't they cultivate in these countless years? There's a higher cultivation state above the sages. The existence of the Tao ancestor has already proved this point. The cultivation state above the sages can't be promoted for tens of millions of years. One can be because the state of mind is not enough. The other two can be because the talent is not good enough. Everyone can't be promoted because they're all not mature enough? Li Chenglong asked. Duo scratched his head until his dandruff flew everywhere. Finally, he gave up. To say it directly, I won't interrupt you. I won't answer you. And you don't have to ask me. Just follow your train of thought, and I'll listen to you. Li Chenglong smiled. He knew very well that Duo knew what he said. It was just that this guy was too lazy. With the improvement of his cultivation and combat strength, he was too lazy to use his brain. But it was enough to know that he knew. So I suspect that there's a flaw in our world. No matter how you cultivate, under the original rules of the heavenly way, the sages are the end. The Tao ancestor is always higher than the rest of the creatures. So, the sages chose to leave and break free from the shackles of their own progress. And they left so early because they have to integrate their bodies into the great way after becoming a sage. They can no longer break away and become the support of the great way. This is also one of the reasons why they can't break through the restrictions. As for the rest, the information at hand is limited, and there is no more reasonable inference for the time being. Li Chenglong was very careful and said word by word, but this time, the heavenly tribulation has made more possibilities appear in the established control mode of the heavenly way. In other words, the heavenly tribulation this time has broken the original rules. The reason why the sages left is that they are no longer restricted by the restrictions, and they have seen the hope of a higher level. In other words, once the heavenly tribulation is cleared, a new rule of the heavenly way will be formed. The original rule of the heavenly way can't restrict the limits of cultivation. In other words, the road above the sage level has been opened. But in this way, it is equivalent to the original heavenly way losing its supreme authority. When Li Chenglong said this, although he was in the space-destroying tower, his voice was very low. So the so-called eternal silence, the slumber, the end of the world, the end of the world. I'm afraid they are not reasons, and they are not even real. So Duo pondered, because the Tao ancestor has merged with the Tao and is already a part of this world. Li Chenglong said so, although his realm is the highest in this world, it is only so high. Therefore, it restricts the sages below him. In this world, they can only maintain the strength and cultivation of the sage level. But if this world changes, there is no end to the path of the strong. As long as the cultivation is enough, the perception is enough, and the merit is enough, they can leave this world and become a higher level of the starry sky. But will the Tao ancestor really watch as generation after generation of transcendence transcend, one after another? The one who reached the top early, only have the right to stay here and make no progress? If you were the Tao ancestor, would you be willing to do this? So Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, "Not necessarily? If the inherent restrictions are broken, then the Tao ancestor should have the opportunity to transcend." Li Chenglong was confused. After a while, he said, "Not necessarily. Moreover, before he could completely control the whole world, but suddenly became a bystander. He no longer has the specific power. From the emperor, he suddenly became an idle prince. No one can bear this, right?" Li Chenglong said, "That makes sense. But no matter what, the Tao ancestor doesn't want the human race to become the ruler. This is already set in stone." Li Chenglong was silent again. After a while, he said, "Then, it will be really difficult." So Xiaoduo said, "If you were the Tao ancestor, what would you do?" "What else can I do?" Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. "Of course, let the parties fight first." So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. "Hurry up and continue to cultivate. As long as the races restart the war, won't it change the direction of our cultivation?" 3 days later, Wu people's chief military advisor, Bai Yunting, was suddenly assassinated when he was commanding the army. His soul scattered on the spot, and there was no corpse left. At that time, the ice abyss, and the raging fire which were less than a kilometer away from Bai Yunting. However, when Bai Yunting turned into ashes and hundreds of Umno Alliance masters were killed in an instant, the two arrived. The murderer had already disappeared. The Umno Alliance was furious. Almost at the same time, on the side of the Demon Alliance army, the Demon Emperor's third prince, Shu Kuan, was killed by a sneak attack. More than 1,000 Demon Clan masters with him were all turned into ashes. The murderer also left no traces, no clues, and no traces left behind. Chapter 1425. How could the Demon Emperor not be enraged by the death of his son? He ordered the capture of the murderer and thoroughly investigated the background of the murderer. However, no matter how much he investigated, he could not find any clues. However, the atmosphere of the demon court suddenly became tense. Who could assassinate the demon crown prince amidst an army of billions of demons? The demon emperor's third prince was a grand heavenly realm elite. However, he was ambushed and died. Not only was he unable to give any warning, he did not even have the chance to fight back. Did this not prove that the opponent's strength was unfathomable and beyond imagination? However, there were only so many strong people in the world, and only a few could do it. The shamans and demon suspects were placed on each other at the same time. The saints had all left, and the Ashura tribe was weakened after the siege. The Nether River Patriarch's strength was reduced, and to put it bluntly, they did not have the conditions to commit the crime. Although the demon ancestor Rahu had the strength to commit the crime, this person, since the ancient times, he had never done such a sneak attack, let alone ambushing a junior. The possibility of him being the murderer was close to zero. Then there was the human race. Although the human race's momentum had greatly increased, looking at the entire human race, there was no one with such ability other than Zhuo Chonglu's family. However, with the shamans and demons' understanding of this family, it was impossible for them to do it. In this way, only the Wu people and the demon race were left. Other than them, there was no more reliable suspect. Yes, the shamans and demons deliberately ignored the spirit race. The spirit race had never had any elites. Even if they had the motive to sow discord, they did not have the strength to commit the crime. Of course, they could be ignored. The Flood Zoo was furious. Bai Yunting was his junior brother, although he had always had a lot of conflicts with this junior brother of his. For example, the Flood had always been upright, but Bai Yunting believed that in war, in order to win, unscrupulous was the way of the military. Conspiracies and tricks were the way of the king in this kind of race war. Bai Yunting had always scoffed at the Flood Witch's so-called appreciation of each other and the so-called appreciation of heroes. He even directly criticized her and said that it was a burden to others. However, Bai Yunting's war commanding ability was recognized as the #1 person in the Umno Alliance. His military strategist talent was unparalleled. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Bai Yunting was the one in command of the UMNO Alliance's military strength, Zhou wouldn't have to do much. As long as they didn't hold back or hinder them, it wouldn't be difficult for them to wrestle with Li Chenglong. Of course, this was also the main reason why the flood, which had banished White Cloud Pavilion for so many years, this was because Bai Yunting's ability to command was too strong. Against Dongfang Xingyang, who had been through hundreds of battles, Bai Yunting could easily defeat him. Bai Yunting's ability to command and strategize seemed to be better than Dongfang Xingyang's. However, the UMNO Alliance's overall ability was much higher than Astral Soul's. If Bai Yunting was allowed to do whatever he wanted, the Astral Souls would have been destroyed a long time ago. It didn't conform to the standard policy of using war to accumulate strength to deal with a monster race in the future. Right now, it was a critical moment for the Wu people's survival. It was the perfect time for Bai Yunting to show his full strength. Therefore, after Dijiang Zhu Wu made a serious mistake in commanding the troops, Flood Zhu Wu united all the senior magi and some Zhu Wu to forcefully take away Dijiang Zhu Wu's commanding position. The UMNO Alliance's commander-in-chief became Bai Yunting. He was the only one who could speak. In the following period of time, the morale of the UMNO Alliance's army was unprecedentedly high. Their discipline was even stricter. Their individual combat strength didn't change much, but their overall combat strength had increased by at least 30% under Bai Yunting's control. It could be said that they were going to achieve great things. However, at such a critical moment, Bai Yunting was assassinated. This was a pain that the Wu people couldn't bear. How could they not search for the murderer? For a moment, the two camps were in a treacherous atmosphere, where even the slightest sound could be heard. However, the so-called strict vigilance didn't seem to work out on this night. With a sudden explosion, the silence was instantly broken. Flood, Gong Gong, and the other Zhu Wu flew over together. However, they only saw a black shadow flash by. It was obviously a space-tearing technique. Gong Gong and Dijiang didn't hesitate at all. They tore the space apart and chased after the shadow. Flood hesitated for a moment, but still rushed to the scene of the incident to confirm the situation. Boundless. Flood roared toward the sky. Boundless Senior Magus was dead. His whole body was smashed into pieces. His death was extremely miserable. Ice, fire, and the others arrived one after another. Looking at the scene, only Boundless Senior Magus' head was left intact. Everyone was filled with anger, grief, and anger. They were so depressed that they felt like they were going to explode at any time. How many days had it been? The 12 brothers who used to be like brothers and had gathered together for tens of thousands of years had actually lost 4. Then, how long could the rest live? How long would it take for all of them to disappear from this world? Boss, Fire Senior Magus' eyes were red. He said to Flood, "We must avenge this hatred." No matter who it is, we will not rest until one of us dies. Ice Senior Magus and the others were also surging with emotions. Yes, this hatred. We will not rest until one of us dies. Flood gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "This hatred. We will not rest until one of us dies." He looked at the head of Boundless Senior Magus in front of him. Boundless Senior Magus' eyes were wide open. His eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. "Brother," the flood which reached out and touched Boundless Senior Magus' eyes. "Go in peace. I swear I will avenge you, no matter who the enemy is." The palm fell and closed the eyes of the Boundless Great Sorcerer. Someone is instigating the war to start again. Flood slowly stood up and said, "Next, don't separate from the higher-ups. The attacks will continue." Someone is instigating the war? Wind Emperor Senior Magus frowned. "What do you mean?" Xiao Duo once told me that someone is instigating the war, hoping that we will start the war as soon as possible, so that the war will start again and the balance will not be restored. Flood sighed. So during this period of time, the higher-ups have been tightening up afraid that someone will take advantage of the loopholes. Wind Emperor Senior Magus was furious, using our lives to instigate the war. Fire Senior Magus snorted, suppressed his anger, and said, "Even if we don't use our lives, can we start a war by destroying a blade of grass in the Umno Alliance?" Swoosh swoosh, Gong Gong Zhu Wu and Dijiang Zhu Wu flew back. "Did you catch up?" The Flood Witch asked. His question was very weak because it was obvious that he didn't catch up. However, Dijiang's specialty was the Tao of space. They had already seen the other party's trace, but they still couldn't catch up. This was a bit thought-provoking. We chased all the way to the sky above the astral souls, but we couldn't stop it. Gong Gong Zhu Wu frowned and said gloomily, "That black shadow went into the camp of the astral souls army, and we couldn't find it anymore. The two of us met that Emperor Zhai Xing." Dijiang said, "We said a few words and then came back." As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Flood. Flood's face was as dark as water. Dijiang said, "Could it be that the astral souls army is a thief crying thief?" Flood said flatly, "Impossible. Don't be so absolute. Nothing in this world is absolute." Chong Liang Zhu Wu, who came in later, said with dissatisfaction. Flood narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I can be so absolute when it comes to the astral souls. And they also informed us in advance that there would be a change. It's our own problem to guard against negligence. It has nothing to do with others." Chong Liang sneered and said no more. "Investigate thoroughly. Don't let go of any clues." Flood's face was as dark as water. The Inferno Witch and the Deep Ice Witch all had tears in their eyes. They turned around and walked out. They felt so depressed that they were about to explode. Conference hall. 5 minutes later, in the conference hall, all the great witches Zhu Wu gathered together. Their faces were as dark as water. The discussion was calm at first, but it gradually became tense. Several Zhu Wu, led by Chong Liang, said with certainty that this was the doing of the astral souls. As for the previous notice, it was just a trick to deceive everyone. The other part, led by Flood Witch, insisted that someone instigated it. Of course, some people thought that it might be the doing of the Demon Clan. They wanted to frame the astral souls and sow discord between the two sides. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, among so many powerhouses, only Gong Gong and Dijiang saw the black shadow. They didn't even see the figure clearly, let alone the face. In today's world, there are only a few people with such cultivation. Indeed, there are only a few such powerhouses. If we eliminate them one by one, why can't we find the murderer? Anyway, I just think it's the doing of the astral souls. Someone instigated it. Only those silly people will believe it. I'm more inclined to believe that it's the Demon Clan. But among the Demon Clan, only the Demon Emperor and the other two can do it. Maybe Kuan Peng has the ability to do that, but Kuan Peng can never do that when being tracked by two ancestors of Magi. In this case, the Demon Clan is the most suspicious. The discussion gradually turned into an argument, and the argument turned into a fierce argument. In the end, they almost fought. Flood, which refused to admit it. She insisted that it was definitely not the doing of the astral souls, like Swishauduo. It's your brother who died. Since you insist that the Demon Clan is innocent and won't do it, I'd like to see how you're going to avenge your brother. Chong Liang Zhu Wu was beaten up by Flood last time. He had a lot of complaints about this rising star. At this point, the meeting ended unhappily. Flood brought Lai Hua, his wife, Bing Ming, Feng Di, Dan Kong, Jin Lin, Shi Hai, and Du Wu back to his residence. Brother. Lai Hua and the others looked sorrowful. Flood glanced at the faces of his 7 brothers. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he almost shed tears. The 12 great shamans who once shocked the world were now. Only 8 of them were left. What about you? What are you thinking? Flood asked. Boss, I still believe what Swishauduo said. Although that brat is a bit dissolute, but such a shameless trick like a sneak attack, he shouldn't be able to do it. The golden-scaled great wizard said. That's right. Although his family is shameless and stingy, they don't have any other problems. Even if they're shameless and stingy, they're upright and upright. Everything is on the surface, Feng Di said. I agree. Zhuo wouldn't do such a shameless thing. Although he can make your face bleed every time, he's just shameless. Bing Ming nodded. Everyone looked sideways. Damn it. Is there anyone in this world who's more shameless than you? How can you say that? If it weren't for the fact that their mood was too heavy, the Bing Ming witch's words would be enough to make them laugh at him. Brother, you said someone instigated it. Who did it? It's a big matter. I really can't tell you. The Flood Witch sighed and said, I can only say. Now, it's very dangerous. Everyone is in danger. Boundless death. If I'm not wrong, it should be done by that side. Flood's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Which side? Lai Hua and the others became excited. Flood pondered for a while and said, even though Boundless has fallen and the reality is in front of us, I still think it's unrealistic. How could he? Really? Everyone was confused. They asked Flood to make it clear, but Flood didn't say anything. Because he really couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. That person would do such a thing. After that, Flood went to Gong Gong's place. Just as he had expected, the ancestral sorcerers were having a gathering here. Moreover, they had shielded themselves from the outside world and turned it into an extremely private place. I don't believe Tao Ancestor would do such a thing. Dijiang Zuwu's attitude was very clear. The other Zuwu also nodded. This was the difference of opinion. Flood, Lai Hua, and the others believed in the astral souls of the human race and the information given by Zhuo. Dijiang, Gong Gong, and the others believed in Tao Ancestor more. The information given by Zhuo made them very unhappy. How could Tao Ancestor be the kind of person you said he was? It was simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. This also led to everyone believing and insisting on it. It was difficult to come to a conclusion. In addition, people like Gomong Zhu Wu and Candle Dragon Zhu Wu firmly believed that this matter was done by the demon race. However, they had no evidence. If they wanted to take revenge, they didn't have a good reason. While the Wu people were having a meeting, the demon race's side was even more chaotic. 3 demon commanders were killed by the attackers one after another. The powerful sage Vermilion Bird, because of his sudden attack, hurriedly counterattacked, but he didn't catch it, causing him to be seriously injured. After taking a closer look at the wound, the higher-ups of the demon race were furious. It was a huge and deep saber scar. In the entire world, there was only one person who could use a saber to severely injure the sage Vermilion Bird. The number 1 person in the astral souls, the sky inspecting minister, Zhuo Chonglu. Even though Demon Emperor Di Jun and Dong Wang firmly believed that it was definitely not Zhuo Chonglu's doing, the demons below were already agitated and couldn't control themselves. An undercurrent was brewing bit by bit, gradually surging. After a few nights of peace, something finally happened on the astral soul's side. The ones who were attacked were the Dao League. One of the 5 remaining elders of the Dao League, Daoist Shuang, was killed on the spot. A heavenly king of the Dao League and dozens of experts also died. Killing methods were based on pure strength and killing with force. At that time, the ones who were best at such methods were Zhu Wu and the great shamans of the Umno Alliance. When Daoist Lei and the others saw their old brothers die, they were extremely heartbroken and emotional. They all swore to the heavens to avenge their brothers. The members of the Dao League rubbed their palms together and were filled with fighting spirit. Following that, accidents happened one after another. Almost all of the incidents and accidents pointed to something. Each of them had a target that fit the character of the murderer. For example, the heavenly kings of the Wu people were assassinated consecutively. The assassins all fled to the astral souls. The situation was similar on the demon race's side. As for the human race, the last traces of the assassins were either traced to the demon race's base camp or the Wu people's base camp. It was very obvious, under such accumulation, the conflict became more and more intense. Gradually, It accumulated to the point where the higher-ups of the three races couldn't suppress it anymore. The families, confidants, brothers of the sacrificed heavenly kings, that the families, confidants, brothers, and subordinates of the dead great shamans, so on and so forth. After a long period of anger, grief, and anger, they couldn't suppress it anymore. Finally, on this day, after another heavenly king of the Wu people was killed, Xiangliang Zhu Wu and Gomong Zhu Wu chased the enemy all the way to the human race's astral souls. This time, they didn't return. Instead, they directly landed. After failing to ask for the enemy's whereabouts, they went on a killing spree. And this was where the Dao League's army was stationed. Daoist Yu was the first to arrive. In his grief and anger, he immediately joined the battle. However, he was killed by the two Zhu Wu. Then, the two Zhu Wu slaughtered a bloody path through the thousands of soldiers and horses and left. Along the way, he shouted, "This is satisfying. This is so fucking satisfying." Daoist Yu died in battle. In front of thousands of soldiers, he died in the hands of Zhu Wu. The prelude to the Great War had begun. Faced with such an outcome, even Li Chenglong was at his wit's end and was helpless. This incessant provocation had gone on for too long. The key was that they couldn't catch the real culprit. At such a time, you said you didn't do it. Who would believe you? Every time, the enemy would escape to your place and disappear. Then, you would come out and say that you didn't do it. Then who did it? When the demon race saw the Wu people fighting and killing, they subconsciously thought that the Wu people had found evidence and confirmed that it was the human race's astral souls that did it. Instantly, they became agitated and fanatical. A demon commander had even arrived with his army and joined the battle, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Under such circumstances, even if Zhuge Changlu's family, Demon Emperor Donghuang's family, and Flood stood out to refute the rumors and explain, it was useless. Yes, you higher-ups sympathize with each other. You believe me, I believe you. Do you think the lives of your subordinates will be in vain? If we believe what you say today, our brothers will die one by one at night. If we believe it tomorrow, our brothers will die one by one at night. If you say they didn't do it, can you show us the evidence? The most important thing was that Zhu Wu, Changliang, and Gomong really did kill the Dao League's Daoist Yu. There had to be an explanation for this. Because of this, the situation took a turn for the worse. There was no turning back. The great battle, under such great pressure and delay, suddenly erupted. It erupted so violently that the higher-ups of the three races couldn't help but sigh. No matter how high their status and prestige were, they couldn't suppress the entire situation. A grand shaman, demon commander, heavenly king, these people had a lot of power. This was obvious. Over tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, the number of intricate relationships in the military was unimaginable. How many friends, brothers, confidants, guards, disciples, descendants, how many people had been promoted by him, how many people had followed him all year round, these were simply enormous. If only one of these people died, the higher-ups could completely suppress it. But 2? What about 3? What about 5? Multiple deaths? No matter how high their prestige was, they couldn't suppress it. Your higher-ups had connections with the other party, but what did that have to do with us? When public opinion was at its boiling point, a single spark could ignite a sea of fire. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The hatred had accumulated to such an extent that it was impossible to not let them vent it. Many of the higher-ups' hardcore supporters who died were dissatisfied with the ruler and committed suicide in grief and anger. When the battle started, hundreds of thousands of people charged into the Dao League's territory. Then, millions of demons suddenly charged out from the demon race's side. They flew in front of the battlefield and landed under the restrictions of the no-fly zone. However, each and every one of them charged forward fearlessly. As the Dao League's human army defended and counterattacked, the casualties suddenly increased like a volcanic eruption. The follow-up troops of the Wu people and the demon race instantly charged forward as if they had ignited a bomb. The three races fought. Just as the higher-ups of the three races watched in pain, they started fighting. And the more they fought, the more out of control. The more they fought, the more they couldn't stop. So Xiaoduo and the others were extremely depressed about this. Swollen, think of a solution. No choice. No choice. So Xiaoduo was stunned. Li Qinglong sighed and said, "Let me give you an example. For example, if the shaman tribe came to inform us that someone was trying to sow discord and that there might be a big incident and that someone in the upper echelon would be assassinated and we have to strengthen our defenses, what would you think?" Then, after the notification, Long Yuxing was assassinated. What'd you think? Bear with it, without a target, while trying to find the murderer. Li Zhongming was assassinated and died. What would you think? Bear with it for 2 months. We have to keep doing Wan Li Xiao and Yu Yan'er's work. Then, at this time, Yu Moyan was assassinated. What would you do? If you bear with it, Xiang Chong was assassinated. Li Qinglong said helplessly, "You know them. You think that they were kind enough to inform us first, and you believe that they didn't do what happened after that. But what would Wan Li Xiao, Yu Yan'er, and Zhan Xuejuan think? Can you bear with it and not take revenge forever? That's impossible, right?" When there was a fuse, Wan Li Xiao and the others rushed out to fight in anger, and then someone died. At this time, you still want to say that you believe them? Can it work? Li Qinglong said, "This is a dead end. This means that this battle is inevitable. There's no other way." So Xiaoduo sighed, "Actually, there's still a way. There's no other way." Li Qinglong shook his head calmly and said, "Because in the hearts of the higher-ups of the 3 clans, they all want to fight. This is the main reason. Because of all kinds of feelings and relationships, everyone has been dragging it out without prior agreement. But everyone knows in their hearts that such a battle is unavoidable. The next battle, in a way, is actually pushing the boat with the current. This is the most important thing. Under such circumstances, you still want to stop it?" After that, the two of them looked up to the sky and sighed. Just from the sound of the mobilization outside, they knew. This is a battle of survival, a battle of extinction. If I don't die, we will die. This is not the battle of the Sun-Moon Pass. You must know in your hearts. When fighting the enemy, you must kill. What friendship, what appreciation for each other for so many years. What feelings, what friends and enemies. Throw all those weird things to the back of your minds. If you're distracted for even a second, your son will lose his father. Your wife will be hugged by someone else. I'm warning you seriously. Especially you guys who have been fighting on the front lines of the Sun-Moon Pass for countless years. Because if you're too soft-hearted, no one will sympathize with you. They will only laugh at you. They'll laugh at you for being an idiot. This battle, let's not talk about making a contribution. This is for the sake of the entire human race. If you have a trace of pity in your heart, you may be the sinner of the entire human race. Countless officers were shouting and mobilizing at the top of their lungs. Did you hear that? Li Qinglong asked. So Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. Join the battle, Li Qinglong said indifferently. I want to tell you that Demon Emperor Di Jun is naturally grateful to you for saving his son. However, if you were to fight with him, if he had the chance to kill you, he would still shed tears and smash you into pieces with guilt, destroying both your body and soul. I can guarantee that he will look at your corpse and say sorry to you with guilt. The battle had begun, although they were unwilling, and in some ways, they had fallen into the enemy's trap. However, this was how things went. Moreover, the human army was in an extremely bad situation. The Wu people's army and the Shifter's army were attacking from 2 sides. The battlefield stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles and was filled with flesh and blood. Zhuo Xiaoduo's team was not enough, so they joined the battle immediately. Li Qinglong immediately built a high platform and set up a command center. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan hid themselves on the platform to protect the commander. This was something that had to be done. After all, the current assassin was no ordinary person. If the commander of the army was assassinated at this time, the human army was already being attacked from two sides. That would be even worse. In the face of such an assassin, even Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding would not be able to protect them. The only ones who could guarantee that Li Chenglong would be able to command the army calmly were Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Perhaps, not necessarily. Li Chenglong calmly issued military orders one after another. One by one, the troops charged into the battlefield like arrows. Too many troops, under Li Chenglong's command, rushed over like snowflakes under the scorching sun and directly melted into the battlefield. They only did this to buy 10 seconds or 5 seconds for their brothers beside them down on the side of the Dao Alliance's army. It was as if an avalanche had erupted from a volcano. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost thought that the Nether River Patriarch had come to attack when the waves of blood surged into the air. The Kuan Peng Demon Master led his army and rushed into the Dao League's army. In an instant, thousands of miles were covered in blood. Chapter 1426. Under the lead of the Kuan Peng Demon Master, the million-strong demon army charged forward. Instantly, they suppressed the Dao League's army and caused them to be defeated. A heroic soul pass was lifted up from the ground by the Kuan Peng Demon Master and smashed into the Dao race's army. Blood splattered everywhere. Daoist Feng tried his best to hold on, spitting out blood and burning his life essence. However, it was useless against a peerless expert like the Kuan Peng. With a long roar, Qin Sha and the Sword Lord tore through space and appeared in the void. Clang, 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 the sound of the zither was like a storm. Qin Sha's white clothes were stained with blood. She stood in the sky and plucked the zither strings, causing the sound to spread in all directions. Streaks of formless killing intent surged into the demon army, causing them to be thrown off their feet. The sound waves were earth-shattering and devoured lives. It was like a deadly tsunami that swept across the land. Her expression was solemn and calm. However, her zither music was like a storm that did not stop at all. It was as if she could play it forever until the end of time. The heaven-defying 7 demons zither. The Kuan Peng Demon Master roared and transformed into his huge Kuan Peng true form, charging forward with a momentum that covered the sky. He faced it head-on and charged forward violently. Under the attack of the zither music, the feathers in the sky burned into flames and turned into ashes. Streaks of blood spurted out from the Kuan Peng Demon Master's body like a blood river. However, he withstood the attack of the sound waves and charged forward against the flow. The huge mountain peaks formed by the essence, soul, smashed down from the sky. Qin Sha spat out blood continuously from the corner of her mouth. However, she remained in midair and did not retreat at all. If she retreated, the millions of Dao League soldiers behind her would face the deadly charge of the Kuan Peng Demon Master. She could not retreat. Please. Thank you. The mighty sword radiance flashed. Following a loud roar, Daoist Feng transformed into a sword radiance that connected the heavens and the earth. He passed by Qin Sha instantly and merged with the sound waves, entering the Kuan Peng Demon Master's essence soul attack domain. That although Qin Sha's strength had improved tremendously in the past few years and reached the Zenith Heaven realm, she did not have any advantage over the Kuan Peng Demon Master, who was already a half-sage. Previously, he was able to stop the Kuan Peng Demon Master for more than 100 seconds. He had already unleashed his life potential and risked his life. However, after coming into contact with the Qi activity just now, the injuries were even more severe. The Kuan Peng Demon Master's attack was resolute and determined. It was clear that he wanted to take down the Qin demon even if he was injured. There was no doubt that this technique and tactic was correct. Furthermore, his prediction was accurate. The Qin demon was indeed unable to withstand it. She was in imminent danger and her life was at stake. If the Kuan Peng Demon Master really came crashing over, the sound waves of the Zither Demon Master would scatter and it would be difficult for him to gather. There would be no way for him to resist. He would not even have the time to activate the self-detonation and would only die in an instant. However, at that critical moment, Dao Being Feng burned his life force and transformed into a sword beam. He charged past the Zither demons and collided with the Kuan Peng demon master. However, with Daoist Feng's cultivation base that had yet to reach the zenith heavenly realm, to fight against the strong with the weak, with a loud boom, Daoist Feng self-detonated and died. All his life's life force, cultivation base, and soul were combined into one explosion. Daoist Feng saw the danger from afar and rushed over on his sword. How could he not know that it was impossible for him to withstand the Kuan Peng Demon Master's attack? The moment he rushed over, he had already made the decision to self-detonate. He would use the most extreme method to self-detonate. The entire process was completed in one go. He did not even leave behind any last words and went straight to his death. In the face of Daoist Feng's all-out attack, the Kuan Peng Demon Master's indomitable flying momentum paused for a moment and even staggered backward. Countless blood streaks spurted out from his huge body. Daoist Feng's extreme self-detonation only caused the Kuan Peng Demon Master to suffer light injuries. Furthermore, this was because the Kuan Peng Demon Master had suffered too many attacks from the sound waves. His body was covered with fine injuries, and they were all exposed after this attack. However, they were really only superficial injuries and did not affect him at all. The result of Daoist Feng's attack was only to stop the Kuan Peng Demon Master's earth-shattering attack, and Qin Sha grunted. Her white robes fluttered, and she retreated more than 1,000 feet. She hurriedly took out an elixir and stuffed it into her mouth. She was completely suppressed by the Kuan Peng Demon Master's sudden attack. Not only was she seriously injured, she was also caught off guard and did not have the chance to recover. She did not even have the time to take an elixir. So much so that the remaining half of the heaven-mending stone he had was still in his spatial ring, at a moment's difference, and she was about to die. Daoist Feng's all-out attack not only stopped the Kuan Peng Demon Master's death attack, but also gave Qin Sha time to recover. After swallowing a large amount of elixirs and wearing the heaven-mending stone on her body, Qin Sha finally heaved a sigh of relief. She could still taste the thick taste of blood in her mouth, and her heart was beating wildly. That was the lingering fear of escaping death. Looking at the Kuan Peng Demon Master, whose body was like a towering mountain, a look of determination flashed across Qin Sha's face. She could not help but turn her head and look into the distance. In the distance, there was a powerful force bursting forth. They were fighting and clashing. Qin Sha was very familiar with that power. That was the power fluctuation of Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding. Although they were far away, Qin Sha only needed to feel to know. A trace of sadness flashed across her beautiful eyes again. A long time ago, every time she fought, she would fight side by side with Zhuo Changlu that she did not know when it started, but he started to bring a little girl with him every day. She seemed to have mocked him before. What's the matter with bringing a little girl with him? He would be called a strange uncle. Later, they got married. The strange uncle married the little girl. Qin Sha attended the wedding with a smile and a face full of blessings. She even organized the celebration activities. Normally, she was still as carefree and calm as before. The only difference was, Qin Sha, who always liked to wear red clothes, did not wear red clothes from that time onwards. After so many years, Qin Sha did not get involved in a relationship between a man and a woman. Her personality also became more and more distant, more and more arrogant. She was almost unapproachable. Later on in the battle, she stayed near Wu Yuding. Later on, after Wu Yuding became the rain demon, Qin Sha did not appear beside Wu Yuding anymore. Until now, in all the battles, she was far away from Wu Yuding. When Wu Yuding was weak, she was afraid that Wu Yuding would die in battle. She was afraid that Zhuo Changlu would be sad and lose his state of mind. At that time, if there was really danger, she would rather die in place of Wu Yuding than let Zhuo Changlu be sad. But after their powers were on par, She was afraid that if she died protecting Wu Yuding, the two of them would feel guilty for the rest of their lives and lose their state of mind. Her face was cold and her temperament was arrogant. But she thought everything through and did everything well. Today's Wu Chonglu and his wife's cultivation had far surpassed Qin Sha's. She could only keep silent. Perhaps from now on, fighting was all she had. Her gaze focused on the Kuan Peng demon master in front of her again. She felt the cultivation in her body gradually recovering and took a deep breath. Perhaps this life had come to an end, that this was her clear premonition at this moment. Taking a deep breath, she raised the 7 demons' zither again. Her fingers, which were already dripping with blood, landed firmly on the zither strings. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to freeze. Even the flow of air stopped because of this. A wave of awe-inspiring aura filled the sky. The Kuan Peng demon master, who was about to charge forward again, suddenly stopped. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. He opened his huge eyes and stared at the petite figure in the air in front of him. At this moment, he felt a threat to his life. This feeling made his heart tremble. He had a realization. He clearly felt that the little human woman in front of him had the intention to die together with him, just like the crazy Taoist who rushed over to risk his life just now. The Kuan Peng demon master still didn't know who the Taoist was, but it didn't stop him from recognizing that the Taoist was the crazy Taoist. And the little woman in front of him was also like the crazy Taoist. She knew that her combat ability was not as good as his, her cultivation was not as good as his, and her combat skills were not as good as his. But she still dared to risk her life for him. At this moment, the zither strings were plucked. Waves of cold and rapid sounds seemed to come from the 9 heavens. Waves of sound waves turned into sharp arrows that could destroy souls. They flew out in circles and arcs. Large groups of demon warriors were torn apart by the sound of the zither. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, in that short period of time, Kuan Peng Demon Master had only hesitated for a few seconds, and hundreds of thousands of elite demons had already been killed. As the Demon Master, the Kuan Peng Demon Master couldn't bear it. He roared and rushed forward. He felt ashamed for his cowardice. He didn't deserve the title of the Demon Master. He moved. Qin Sha, on the other hand, did not hesitate to face him. Qin Sha understood. Zhuo Chonglu and the others tried their best to block the attacks of Zhu Wu and the Demon Emperor from all directions. On this side, only the Kuan Peng Demon Master was strong enough. If he couldn't stop them, it would be over. This battle line would definitely fall in an instant. On the high platform, so Xiaoduo saw that things were not going well. He transformed in the void and tore through space to rush to Qin Sha's side. As an invisible guardian and firefighter on the battlefield, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already saved Nan Zhengqian, Wu Taijiang, Dongfang Zhengyang, Tai Mengru, and the others over a dozen times. The human race seemed to be doing well. Their overall strength had increased greatly. The 4 great commanders and the veteran experts had all improved greatly and reached the zenith heavenly realm. However, as they improved too quickly, their strength wasn't stable. Most of them were in the early or middle stages of the zenith heavenly realm. Compared to the peak experts of the liches, there was still a huge gap. Facing the attacks of the liches and demons from both sides, they didn't have the upper hand. Their individual strength was also at a disadvantage. If not for Zhuo Xiaoduo's help, many of the peak experts of the human race would have fallen. As for the situation on Qin Sha's side, he had already seen it. It was just that Daoist phone was determined to face death and self-destruct to give the Kuan Peng a head-on blow. Although there was little effect, if Qin Sha fought steadily and entangled with the Kuan Peng, it would be enough to last for a while. However, Qin Sha's choice was out of Zhuo Xiaoduo's expectation. She looked like she was going to die together with the enemy at the last moment. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know that Qin Sha was determined to die. Naturally, he had to rush to her aid. He couldn't just sit and watch her die. Until now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had rushed out more than a dozen times. However, Xiaoyan was still hidden on the high platform. She didn't move at all from the beginning to the end. That terrifying assassin didn't show up at all. In order to deal with this inevitable enemy, Xiaoyan couldn't move. On the high platform, Li Chenglong was in charge of the flags. He gave out orders continuously. He was calm, and his words were clear. The orders that came out his mouth were always so direct and effective. Currently, there were more than a few million soldiers. Under his orders, they rushed to the battlefield and turned into heroic spirits. However, Li Chenglong didn't even frown. That was because his heart had turned into ice since the beginning of the battle. It was also like a mirror that clearly reflected the situation of the entire battlefield. There was nothing that was missed out. Order the 63rd Division to attack the Leopard Demon Division on the right flank of the demon race. The meaning of Death Impact was obvious. It was to use death to defeat the enemy. It was an attack of self-destruction. It was an order of death. The other side had already rushed to the heroic spirit pass. The situation was critical. They had to destroy this momentum in one blow. Otherwise, the entire defense line would be in danger. The 63rd Division, which was the closest to them, was the 63rd Division. The leading general didn't hesitate at all. He immediately led the army to turn around. Death Impact. Brothers, let's go home. Let's go home. Ha. 50,000 soldiers shot into the sky like a giant arrow. They burned their lives and souls, burning everything they had as they charged forward. There was no hesitation. The moment they charged into the enemy's circle, they all self-destructed. Boom! The entire army, along with the leopard army of the demon race, turned into smoke and dust, becoming one with the sky. After a shocking explosion, a large area of the entire battlefield was suddenly emptied out. Everyone was silent. On the other side, Qin Sha was about to collide with Kun Peng Demon Master. Just as she was about to self-destruct and go all out to severely injure Kun Peng, Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure flashed and was already in between the two of them. The 9-9 cat hammer turned into layers of mountains and hammered on Kun Peng Demon Master's head. Ouch! The Demon Master wailed. He felt dizzy and his head was buzzing. However, he didn't dare to hesitate at all. With a swoosh, his huge figure disappeared and turned into a shao, thin green smoke. He escaped far away. Since he met Zhuo Xiaoduo, he had to leave quickly. Demon Master Kun Peng's strength was only below the three most powerful demons, Demon Emperor and Demon Empress Dongguan. With his peak half-sage cultivation, he could look down on the world. However, Kun Peng Demon Master knew his limits. He had seen Zhuo Xiaoduo's battle and heard about Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength from the Demon Emperor. He knew that if he fought head-on with Zhuo Xiaoduo, he would be courting death. If he didn't run now, when would he? Zhuo Xiaoduo chased Kun Peng for 1,500 kilometers and hammered him 900 times. The green smoke was severely injured. Finally, the Kun Peng Demon Master managed to escape. This wasn't because of Kun Peng's strength or luck, but because Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't dare to chase him any further. Kun Peng was a half-sage after all. If he pushed him too far and forced him into a dead end, he might self-destruct. Even if he didn't die, he would inevitably be injured. In the current battle situation, he couldn't afford to be injured that after severely injuring Kun Peng, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't stay. He immediately tore open space and returned. After all, Li Chenglong was more important that, according to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's prediction. The most crucial point of this battle was that the mysterious man would take advantage of the opportunity to kill Li Chenglong. As long as Li Chenglong, the command tower, fell, the human command center would be cut off. How could they resist the attacks from both the shaman and the demon clan? From the current situation, Li Chenglong's existence was even more important than Zhuo Chonglu and his wife and the commander of the Four Directions. He was only a little less important than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Well, it wasn't that he wanted to praise Zhuo Xiaoduo. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's current cultivation strength, he was almost the most powerful person in the world. If it weren't for Zhuo Xiaoduo's help, the human defense line would have collapsed long ago. Based on this point alone, Zhuo was indeed more important than Li Chenglong. What was more, Li Chenglong even suspected that the mysterious man's only concern might be Zhuo's unrivaled strength, unimaginable luck, and immeasurable fate. Every aspect of his strength was beyond the mysterious man's expectation. When Zhuo was chasing after Kuan Peng Demon Master, Zhuo was still hiding on one side of the high platform. When Li Chenglong gave the order, the space behind him on the left side was silently broken. A green figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With a flash of sword light, it pierced towards Li Chenglong's neck like a bolt of lightning. This sword was silent, breathless, lifeless, and lifeless. It was full of the intent of death. Li Chenglong, who was giving orders, reacted quickly and dodged the fatal sword. Although he was eager to win the battle, he had never wavered in his prediction that someone would launch a sneak attack on him. He had always been vigilant, paying attention to all the changes in his surroundings. How could it be that he reacted in time, without any reason? However, the opponent's sword was like a maggot in the bone. It didn't slow down because of Li Chenglong's timely dodging. It chased after him without leaving a trace. The opponent's reaction speed was even faster than Li Chenglong's. However, the slight delay caused by Li Chenglong's dodging of the first sword had already taken effect. Clang! In the void, a sword suddenly shot out. The sword that was rushing to help and the sword that was chasing after him collided with each other. In an instant, sparks flew. It was Zhuo who had come to help. At the same time, the cold air that could freeze 1,000 miles was condensed into a space of 30 feet. The powerful freezing was Xiao Duo's ultimate mysterious ice space. The god-slaying spear, Yin Shursi, pierced into the void like a furious dragon. The ice flames also surged wildly. All of these were activated at the same time as Zhuo's sword. In a huge piece of mysterious ice, a green figure was still in a sword-slaying posture. His body that was pierced by the god-slaying spear was disappearing. The mysterious ice space was also exploding that the opponent's strength was unpredictable. Even if the few of them worked together to predict the opponent's move and cooperate well, it was already their limit to trap the opponent for a moment. However, this moment was enough for Zhuo to see who it was. Patriarch Mingyi. Zhuo was surprised. In her memory, when did Mingyi have such a high cultivation base? Not only did he launch a sneak attack on Li Chenglong, but he also almost killed Li Chenglong. Could it be that this guy had made a fortune? Zhuo, who had fought Patriarch Mingyi head-on, thought that she knew his cultivation base very well. Patriarch Mingyi's cultivation base was definitely not weak. He could be ranked as one of the top experts in the world. However, he was at most a beginner-level pre-saint. Moreover, he had to combine his own magic treasures and the Blood River to be at its most vigorous state. However, after being besieged from all directions, not only was the Blood River severely damaged, but his Avicii Yuan killer twin sword were also damaged. His strength was greatly reduced. He should have been killed by Li Chenglong, who had been accumulating power for a long time after his sneak attack failed. Why did he still need her help? At this moment, the air was distorted. In the almost perfect seal of the trap, Patriarch Mingyi, who was trapped in mysterious ice space, disappeared directly. What was left in the frozen space was a green robe that was being burned by the ice flame and a small green jade pendant that was gradually turning into ashes. 100 miles away, Zhuo was rushing back from tearing the space apart. Suddenly, he felt the traces of tearing the space apart around him. He didn't think at all and directly struck out with a hammer that could destroy the universe. Get out! With a scream, Patriarch Mingyi's twisted body fell out of the tearing space. Blood was spurting out all over his body. Coincidentally, Zhuo's hammer landed on his chest, and the Nether River Patriarch was almost smashed into pieces. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was still extremely weak and close to death. His life-saving trump card had been used up on the high platform just now. Now that he was facing Zhuo and was hit by a thunderous hammer, he could not even run away. He could only wait for death. He was extremely miserable. He had already torn the space apart, but he was met with such an unreasonable person who directly smashed him with a hammer. "Give it to me." Zwashiaudua's greedy heart rose again. He snatched the infinite pain sword from Mingi's hand at once. At the same time, he smashed down with his hammer. Facing a primeval powerhouse, it was not enough to be on the verge of death. It was best to be alive. And yet, in that very moment, space itself rippled, and the Nether River Patriarch's battered body suddenly vanished. Zwashiaudua was furious. He waved his twin hammers and shook the space violently. All the martial artists within 100 miles, regardless of the Wu people or the demon race, were turned into powder. There was a faint groan in the void, but it slowly disappeared as the ripples in the air shook. "Come out. I want to talk to you." Zwashiaudua roared. The other side was silent. Zwashiaudua was unwilling to give up. He smashed his hammer a few more times, but it did not have any effect. Seeing that the high platform had recovered, he simply turned around and chased in the direction where Demon Master Kunpeng retreated. Kill for 3,000 miles. The high platform's layout had been destroyed. The other party would not come again. Since he did not kill Mingi today, he might as well kill Kunpeng completely. It was said that Kunpeng was the most unyielding of the demon race. If he was killed, they might have a better discussion in the future. Kunpeng Demon Master had just recovered a little. He took a few breaths. This guy was also unyielding. He was leading his troops to charge back. "Charge with me again." He roared and led his troops to charge back. Then, he saw that Zwashiaudua's counterattack was even faster than his. "Fuck! Retreat with me." With a turn of his butt, he spurred his horse to go back. The surrounding demon race troops had just heard Kunpeng's order to charge. They turned around and were about to run away. However, they were ordered to retreat again. For a moment, many demon race members turned around quickly. Their minds were in a daze. If it wasn't for the fact that he was strong, if he had a bit of a midlife crisis, he would probably have a problem forcefully twisting his waist like that. Kunpeng Demon Master ran for his life. He did not even turn back. Only after personally experiencing the might of the two hammers would one be able to understand how terrifying and powerful they were. It was not only invincible among the same level, it was invincible. Furthermore, Kunpeng was half a level lower than Zwashiaudua. He was not a match for Zwashiaudua. Just one exchange was more than enough for him. Kunpeng Demon Master swore that he would never exchange blows with Zwashiaudua again. That was because he would be sending himself to death. Those two hammers were too heavy, too hard, and they could be big or small. There were endless changes, too dangerous. In the sky, the grand sun primordial fire burned fiercely. The two demon race crown princes saw that they were defeated and came to support. They flew closer and closer in the sky and could already see them. Their eyes widened. "Fuck, it's Zwashiaudua." The two sons immediately turned around and ran. Unfortunately, it was too late. They did not have the speed of Kunpeng. "You want to leave after coming here?" A huge hammer flew out of his hand. Its powerful power tore the space apart and chased after the sons. Poof! One of the sons was covered in thick smoke. Like a fighter jet that had its engine hit, it fell crookedly with a long tail. Then there was an earth-shattering scream that lasted for a long time. The 9-9 kitty hammer that was hit flew back quickly. The huge gourd in the sky suddenly became as big as a city. Zwashiaudua's voice was like rolling thunder. "Kunpeng, I'm calling you. Do you dare to answer me?" The Kunpeng Demon Master, who was in the midst of escaping, drilled into the ground without uttering a single word. He didn't even dare to think about it. "Answer? Answer your head. Do you think I'm stupid?" Boom, boom, boom down the other side. Zhuo teamed up with Wu Yuding and Demon King Dongwang again. Both parties retreated, just like what Li Chenglong said. The four of them showed a helpless expression, as if they were very unwilling. But they did not hold back when they attacked each other. The Demon Emperors He Tu and Luo Shu had appeared. If Zwashiaudua had not left behind two gourds and the Tai Chi diagram here, Even if Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuting's strength were not inferior to the other party, it would have been difficult for them to deal with it. But with the addition of the two gourds and the Taiji diagram, the Demon King and Dong Wang were suppressed. It was only because the two of them were not the original owners of the gourds and the Taiji diagram that their abilities were limited. Otherwise, Demon King Dong Wang would be the one at a disadvantage. Dong Wang's bell continued to ring, almost covering the entire battlefield. The mountains and rivers above fell down piece by piece and returned piece by piece. All kinds of mythical beasts with patterns on them were rushing out in groups. The battle between the four of them had reached a boundary. Demon King Dong Wang slowly retreated. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting did not hesitate at all. They rushed directly to the battlefield between the human race and the Umno Alliance. There was no time to rest once the battle started. Although the Astral Souls had the upper hand in terms of overall strength, facing the attacks from both the Umno Alliance and the Demon Race at the same time, it was not enough to divide their forces. Not to mention, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had to leave one person on the high platform to protect Li Chenglong from being assassinated. This situation made Li Chenglong very uncomfortable, but he had to use this passive method. Because if they could successfully find the mysterious person behind the scenes, they could stop the ultimate war between the three races, or at least slow it down. Now, although they found the Nether River Patriarch, it was impossible for the Nether River Patriarch to be the mysterious person. The Nether River Patriarch had the ability to assassinate the higher-ups of the three races, but he did not have the guts to do so. And he even escaped. In that case, who was the mysterious person? And how could they find him? This was the most important thing of the moment, but it was also the most difficult thing to do. 720, you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.